YouTube.com/the Steel Toe Morning Show with Aaron and April, Johnny and Corey, and don't forget about Oz. Don't forget about Oz. They talk about topics, and they're better than everyone. They're the best of the world. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. They got some fame on Twitch. Now they're moving to YouTube, making YouTube great again. Thank God Almighty. They are the best. Monday through Friday, where they do the best. Hope they get the partnership soon. Thank you so much, Aaron, for accepting the apology. Thank you so much, guys. Hope you like this, Aaron. May God bless you. Bye.
Hey, it's okay, it's okay.
The N-word.
Good morning. Oh, Johnny, either change your shit or something happened to mine. Wait, no, this might be my fault. Yep. Somehow it is. Holy shit, what happened? Hold on a minute. This is fucked. There we go. Now he's good. What have I done? Actually, you know what? I know what happened here. I know what I've done. I know what I did. I reset the OBS to make it fit the other monitor.
Right.
And I think it fucked up the whole video thing. Now you just need to move that camera down a little bit so you don't have 8 feet of head clearance. Jesus.
Yeah, the only thing is I don't know why it's being fucky with my green screen now, but whatever. We'll make it work.
What do you do? Welcome, everybody. Did you like the intro? I'm switching it up from time to time. I'm doing different intros. I hope they liked it. Hey, I hope they liked it on YouTube. I hope they liked it on Rumble. I hope they liked it on Facebook. I hope they liked it on Twitter.
In an unrelated story, there are bans for us on all those channels incoming for that intro.
Yes, we're waiting. What I'm trying to do is be the first channel to get banned on 4 platforms at one time. I don't know if a channel's entire restream has been nuked at once, and I just want to see if it's possible. That's all.
Well, I don't think it's possible, because if anyone would have done it by now, it would have happened with
ROTC. Oh, I was going to say ROTC would have done it first.
Well, I mean, in keeping with this show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Naturally. Oh, yeah, guys, we got banned on everything. It's going to be Kick for the next week. Guys, ROTC already did that 3 months ago. Son of a bitch. But we're on the Steel Toe Morning Show Facebook page. We're on at Aaron M. Holt on Twitter. We're on YouTube, and we're on Rumble. All at once. Decentralized chaos streaming is what we're doing. And then I'll ban evade on Twitch, and then we'll get on there. And then I'll start a Kick, and we'll get on there. What else is there to go on? What else exists? Where else?
D-Live?
D-Live. I'm in the market to go on all of them. I said it in the which chat? YouTube chat this morning. I want to be like an army wife on speed, just picking rooms to clean, just dusting for no reason.
Oh. I was gonna say army wife on speed, and then going. I was like, that's not the army wife myth you want to push, man.
Oh yeah, I'm like an army wife, high on
holders.
speed, gang fucking her husband's friends. That would be the army wife thing. Why are they? I don't know. Why are they such whores? How did they get into such a whore-like category?
I don't even know if it's a whore thing. I think it's more of like, if you're betrothed or whatever, if the person laying you good dick, even if it's top quality dick, is then gone for 3, 4, 5 months at a time, you're not getting any dick.
You just can't be faithful for 5 months. You got to go find some dick.
I'm not saying initially. I'm saying that, that's maybe where it's, the first one you might be able to weather, and then the batteries start to run dry, and then, after a while, silicone just doesn't feel the same. And
I'll tell you this. I understand it if it's men doing it to women, but I'm a misogynist, so I think it's the woman's fault when she does it to a man.
Which is funny because, this is the way I look at it. Just always pose that question, to your significant other. Like, do you think she could hold off for 5, 6 months?
If you can't wait for this dick, you've got mental problems. That's all I'm going to say. All right, let's catch up with you guys, and then I want to share. I decided to read up. I decided to really dive deep on a conspiracy theory that I've been laying off of for a long time. I've been laying off of this conspiracy theory, and I think the Rumble chat and the YouTube chat will like this the most, but I've been holding off on a conspiracy theory. I haven't looked into it because it's kind of like I'm Batman in Under the Red Hood, where people go, oh, what would it be so hard to just read some articles on this conspiracy theory? And I say, no, damn it, no. It'd be too damn easy. I'm afraid that if I go to that place, I may never
come back.
Yeah. So I went down a rabbit hole this weekend reading. And have you ever decided to read stuff, and when you read it, you go, all right, disprove what the theory is, disprove the theory, disprove the theory. I'm really worried because nowadays disproving a conspiracy theory just consists of someone going, oh, no, that's not true. And I'm like, well, show me why. Show me, you know me. I'm the most reluctant conspiracy theorist ever.
You'll change your opinion at the drop of the hat if someone just gives you a little bit of a reason.
I don't want there to be a conspiracy theory. I can't. And by the way, Citizen M, fuck you in the YouTube chat. Jake Hudson has always been ours first. Jake Hudson was ours when we were on Twitch. So please don't. Anyone using Jake Hudson is ripping off the old Steel Toe. Not that that's a new thing. Everybody rips up. Steel Toe came into a lot of people's lives, and they decided that's a better show than ours. We better take some elements from it. But anyway, I just saw that, and I had to address it before I moved on. But with this conspiracy theory I rolled into, I'm sitting there all day. Not all day, but I think it was probably Sunday morning. Yeah, yesterday morning, from 8:30 to 9:30. I'm reading. And, I'm having breakfast with the kids. I'm going back. I'm checking on my conspiracy theory. Kids go outside to play on the trampoline with their friends. I'm back checking on the conspiracy theory. And while I'm reading it, I'm like, just tell me it isn't true. And they're like, this is a conspiracy theory. And I'm like, I know. Now tell me it's not true. The theory I'm talking about
is that Sean Connery's character in The Rock was actually James Bond.
It goes to 9/11. I decided to look into the dancing Israelis. And I know. And then what I found out about it, I'm like, okay, now tell me where it's not right. That's not correct. And that part never came. I'm going to get to it in a second. I'm going to talk to you guys first. Fire Ginger starting us off today with $5, says not even 6, and I'm already laughing my ass off. Keep it up. Well, what can I say? We do a funny show over here. All right, here's the next best part. Why don't you guys, I have a great idea. We're on however 4 platforms today. Why don't we knock out today's goal right away?
Just have a banger of a show.
Why don't we just knock it out right away, and I won't even talk about money, and we'll just do the show. $240 away. So the members-only show crowd just went 110. They went ape shit on this morning's goal.
Thank you.
So it's only $240 away. So you guys are at $745 right now. So I say everybody just throw in a couple of bucks, Streamlabs, PayPal, whatever, and we just do this thing immediately on a Monday and get the week off to a great start. All right. Thank you, Fired Ginger. Let's go to the chat here. Let's catch up with you guys. And then I have to get to my leaning into this dancing Israelis thing. Trying really hard not to get kicked off any platforms today. Pornhub, they're coming up with places we can go to, Johnny. D-Live, MySpace, Pornhub, Odyssey, OnlyFans, Omegle. Balls Deep saying, have you tried D's Nuts? They won't kick you off. I nibble. Cun and Stunt says X videos. SC,
I feel like we wouldn't be we wouldn't get kicked off of some of those. We'd be too tame.
Yeah, for X videos, yeah, they'd want to see cock.
Even like OnlyFans, they'd be like, what the fuck is it? These two guys, they're not even taking off any of their clothes. Like, show me a foot at least, God damn it. Like, I mean, I guess like if we pop, like I can kind of bend here. Does this count? There we go. There's a foot.
Some people like cripple porn and shit like that.
Yeah, I'm flexible. I'm bendy like Gumby.
Do like a black.com thing in a wheelchair. There you go. Michael B says, try Chatterbait. Show a love, sense up your ass, and laugh all the way to the bank. I think you meant to say something else. Scarface says, because most Army wives are strippers that want the benefits, I witnessed 6 courtroom marriages that all ended 6 months later. Oh, that makes sense. Military guys fucking strippers and then being dumb enough to marry them. Hulkamasha Baby says, because they leave their husbands while they're overseas to bang the neighbor. Yes, I know this. Cun and Stunt says, tell us about that film and all the officials with ties, maybe. Huh? What? What did I say? Skeezy says, no, avoid the rabbit holes. Stay in the Matrix as long as possible or you'll go crazy. I'm telling you. Balls Deep says, did you do this between Golf Clash and Bannerlord? I have not played Bannerlord in a dog's age. Now, Golf Clash, I can't say the same. Cun and Stunt says YouTube censors are at full pace today. Jeez. Oh, are they? People have been telling me that about the chat. I don't know what to tell you. Why would they be dancing? Is it because now America is going to swoop in and destroy their long-term enemies for them? Right? But nobody, as I was reading it, nobody would tell me that that's insane. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, did you see Alex Jones is on YouTube? Can't wait to see how long that lasts.
Jones is back on YouTube?
I'll check it out. Scarface says, Aaron is going to be watching Ryan Dawson on Rumble by the end of the week. Don't tempt me. Orange Boy gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, buddy. You know, Johnny, I said let's knock that 240 out already today. We're at 225.
Nice.
Michael B says, I love how other shows bust your balls about the goal. It is entertaining. Okay. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Aaron, corporate gives us access to the internal Wawa TV network. It's mostly training vids for new employees, but I can probably get your show on once or twice a week. You know, that's commitment, Wawa Supervisor. By the way, Wawa Supervisor, part of the Golf Clash clan.
He does it while he's on his bathroom break.
I know that the Golf Clash clan is actually, I think it's at like 30 now.
I joined the game, but I haven't actually played it at all, so I have yet to join the clan.
Baby steps. Baby
yeah.
steps.
Maybe if they had I'd love it if they had a frisbee golf option. You know, like I could just zing some discs. Sweet.
It'll be fine. They'll get there for you eventually. Games have. I mean, you grow or die in the mobile video game business. Stoned Malone, Halo, Philip Sears, Solidus Prime, Standalone Cakehorn, all getting memberships from the gift. 225 away from killing it today. Stevie J says, hi, I hope everyone had a nice weekend. I did. I had a wonderful weekend. Johnny, did you have a wonderful weekend?
I had a great weekend. Just out of curiosity, have you checked over on Rumble? I'm watching both, so I can watch them for you.
I haven't checked. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 over on Rumble. Thank you. Oh, my God. Rumble's busy
Bigot
over here.
On
Bigot on Socialist Media with $10. Hobo Chili with 2. Hobo Chili says Sean Connery was responsible for 9/11 or had the correct response for dealing with a hysterical woman. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, buddy. 215 away from knocking it out today. Again, I haven't even checked PayPal yet because we got 4 streams going at once.
So much happening.
There's so much happening. I have overloaded myself, and I'm excited to see what the results are. Thank you, boys
tomorrow
and
I'm
girls.
gonna have to find all the other. They have all the pre-things up, so I can have all the chats going simultaneously. That'll be cool.
Well, how do you get the Rumble one to show up?
You pop it out.
I know that, but how do I get them all? Oh,
They're
God.
lined up. I have mine sized and lined up on a screen. This is one of the beautiful
That's
things
a good
about having
idea.
4 monitors or setting yours into multi-monitor setting within this thing. So, like, I have a separate screen just for the chats.
Yeah, maybe I should get a third screen and put it right here.
Yeah.
And that can be my OBS screen. This can be my chat screen, and this can be my stuff screen.
There you go.
That's a good idea. Thank you, Ryan the Garbage Man. He says, my grandson Malik says hi and throws in $5. Uh-oh. We might, I was fucking around a little bit, but maybe we'll do it. Red Fox Mad with another $10 over on YouTube. Says Alex Jones is on the London Real YouTube channel. Oh, shit. Well, that's a development, as they say. 205 away from knocking out today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Rumble, YouTube, PayPal, all the things. All the things. My legs work fine with a 14-month membership. Thank you, buddy. 14-month membership. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's get into this conspiracy theory. It's something that I've heard about for a long time, and I never really got into. And I can't chat on YouTube. Is YouTube down?
No, I have mine up right now. I'm literally watching our show.
Are
Like,
people
hey.
are people chatting?
Yeah, I have the chat up.
I've lost
Ryan
the
Dirty
chat.
Llama just set up.
YouTube chat. Check. YouTube
Yep. Will
chat.
Gibbons, 14-month member. Riding Dirty Llama. Alex won't last, sadly.
Okay.
Aaron is going to need a hockey helmet like an autistic child.
Oh, no, we're good. It wasn't letting me chat for a little bit there. Now I'm good. Okay. What the fuck was that all about? All right. Anyway, kiddos. So I'm not reading. Oh, wow. Now my chat's going bananas. Okay. Want Life says, yeah, YouTube froze for a second. All right. There we go. Riding Dirty Llama says, just like your wiener. I can't see it. See? All right. So I got on to a conspiracy theory, and I searched it. I Googled it. I Googled the conspiracy theory because, like, I've always heard jokes about this. I've always heard people fucking around about this conspiracy theory, joking around. And I'm like, I'm going to put this to bed. You ever try to Google a conspiracy theory to put it to bed and be done with it, and then it does the opposite?
Just reaffirms it, and now you're pissed?
Yeah, you just Google it, and you're like, all right, I'm going to put this to bed. This is horseshit. I hear so many people talking about this. I'm just going to read all the stuff. I like to type in the thing and then write debunked and read the stuff on that. So I did that with the quote-unquote dancing Israelis on 9/11. I'm getting kicked off of YouTube today. So I Googled this conspiracy theory debunked. And the first things that come up on Google were like the Anti-Defamation League, the Jerusalem Post, like a bunch of different like Israel or Jewish-related publications that are like, oh, this hateful, hurtful conspiracy theory. And then I would read it, and they're like, it's anti-Semitic, it's terrible, it's awful, it's bad. And I'm like, waiting for the part where they tell me it never happened.
Where they explain how the video is somewhere else taken out of context or something.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the part where they go, this is horseshit. I never got to that part. And then I go to an ABC News article, and I'm like, you know what? Here we go. ABC News. They'll tell me why this is horseshit. They'll tell me why this is a bad thing. And Hebe Kai, that's his first and middle name, last name Kenberg, saying, and we're Rumble exclusive again. Bleezer's saying, algorithm match, beep, boop, channel delete, beep, boop. So I go to the ABC article, and this one's from like January 2020, or not 2020, January 2002. So it's like a few months after 9/11. And I'm like, okay, good. This will be a good account of what happened because it's right there. There's no time for revisionist history or anything like that. It's just boom. Okay, good. Well, I started reading it. And then I went, when are you guys going to tell me that this is wrong? This is incorrect. And Well, it never
They did.
came.
Yeah, they
It never came. So here's the story. And oh boy, it looks fishy. And look, I don't want to go back to 9/11 because, all these things, they've all happened. It's all over with. What we did, we did. And it set the wheels in motion for the last 20 years of our foreign policy. So this woman, Maria.
There have been no lasting repercussions at all, like the
Right.
Homeland Security Department.
But I can't go back and change it, so I don't know why I go into this shit. Maybe it's to know the world I live in. Maria, who asked us to not use her last name, had a view of the World Trade Center from her New Jersey apartment building. She remembers a neighbor calling her shortly after the first plane hit the towers. She grabbed her binoculars and watched the destruction unfolding in lower Manhattan. But as she watched the disaster, something else caught her eye. Maria says she saw 3 young men kneeling on the roof of a white van in the parking lot of her apartment building. They seemed to be taking a movie, Maria said. The men were taking videos or photos of themselves with the World Trade Center burning in the background, she said. What struck Maria were the expressions on the men's faces. They were like happy, They didn't look shocked to me. I thought it was very strange, she said. She found the behavior so suspicious that she wrote down the license plate number of the van and called the police. Before long, the FBI was also on the scene and a statewide bulletin was issued on the van. The plate number was traced to a van owned by a company called Urban Moving. Now, hold on, because we're going to find out about Urban Moving. Now, the conspiracy theory behind the dancing Israelis is that that Israel knew about 9/11 happening, did not warn us, did nothing to let us know it was coming, because, I think you already mentioned it, we would then join them in fighting their enemies in the Middle East.
Someone in the chat mentioned it, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Someone in the chat. I thought it was you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for calling you really smart.
No, I don't want to take credit for someone else's work.
So this Urban Moving Company, around 4 p.m. on September 11th, the van was spotted on a service road off Route 3 near Giant Stadium in Jersey. A police officer pulled the van over, finding 5 men between 22 and 27 years old in the vehicle. The men were taken out of the van at gunpoint and handcuffed by police. You see, Johnny, on 9/11, we were a bit touchy.
Right. We might have thought everyone was a suspect.
We might have thought that everybody speeding that day was an Islamic extremist. And maybe for a few months and years afterwards. But you get the idea. Every time someone did cocaine, we thought they were, protecting themselves against anthrax exposure. Building up an immunity. The arresting officers said they saw a lot that aroused their suspicion about the men. One of the passengers had $4,700 in cash hidden in his sock. Another was, which, by the way, people do all the time. I mean, $4,700 in cash hidden in your sock. I mean, sometimes people do it for support. It helps their lumbar region when they have the...
I've had weak ankles most of my life. I find a little bit of support helpful.
A man tries to help his ankles strengthen, and all of a sudden now he's a terrorist. Who's the real enemy here?
I mean, it's mostly made out of cotton. It's like padding.
So, $4,700 in cash hidden in one of the passengers' socks. Another was carrying 2 foreign passports. Which is odd, right? I mean, most people, if they have one foreign passport...
have one.
Yeah.
Like, why would you... Because usually a passport is issued from the country that you are a citizen of.
Right.
So,
why do you need
dual
2?
citizenship? I don't even think people with dual citizenship have dual passports.
Still one passport, yeah. You know who does have 2 passports sometimes?
Who?
Intelligence agents. But anyway, a box cutter was found in the van. Now, that one is not the worst thing because it's a moving company. You could see a box cutter being in the van. But perhaps the biggest surprise for the officers came when the 5 men identified themselves as Israeli citizens. According to the police report, one of the passengers told the officers that they had been on the West Side Highway in Manhattan during the incident, referring to the World Trade Center attack. The driver of the van, Sivian Kurzberg, told the officers, "We are Israeli. We are not your problem. Your problems are our problems. The Palestinians are the problem." Okay, so at worst, or at best, what we have here is 5 guys from Israel who are really excited that the United States might help them fight their enemy. At worst, what we have here is some wonky, fucked up shit going on. So, Johnny, I decided that I would push forward and read more so I could diffuse
That'll
this.
help.
Well, I wanted to diffuse this conspiracy theory that one of our greatest allies in the world may have had advanced knowledge that we were going to be attacked, and that 3,000 of our citizens were going to be murdered in the streets of New York. That wasn't true. When the men were transferred to jail, the case was transferred out of the FBI's criminal division and into the Bureau's foreign counterintelligence section, which is responsible for espionage cases.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. One reason for the shift was that the FBI believed Urban Moving may have been providing cover for an Israeli intelligence operation. So our allies have a business in our own country spying on us.
And not only do that, our country is aware of it, and it's apparently been allowed to continue.
Well, not only that, but it gets worse. After the 5 men were arrested on 9/11,
I hate that you read.
the FBI got a warrant and searched Urban Moving's Weehawken, New Jersey offices. Now, again, I'll put up the article. This is ABC News. I feel like I'm doing the Alex Jones thing. It's mainstream news. It's ABC. It's documented. It's proven. The FBI searched Urban Moving's offices for several hours, removing boxes and a dozen computer hard drives. The FBI also questioned Urban Moving's owner. His attorney insists that his client answered all of the FBI's questions. But when FBI agents tried to interview him a few days later, guess what, Johnny?
What?
He was
wasn't
gone.
here?
He was gone. The owner of Urban Moving was gone.
So he owned a company in the country,
Yeah.
and they brought him in because they had some questions, and apparently he answered all of them, wasn't a problem. And then as soon as they let him go, he just poof, vanished like a fart in the wind. Where'd he go?
Well, that's the Mossad is in the chat saying, "What are you suggesting, Aaron?" I'm just reading, I swear. Get that dot off my head. So the FBI,
You're noticing all.
so they go to interview the owner of the Urban Moving, and then he's gone. 3 months later, 2020's cameras photographed the inside of Urban Moving. It looked as if the business had been shut down in a big hurry. Cell phones were lying around, office phones were still connected, and the property of dozens of clients remained in the warehouse. The owner had also cleared out of his New Jersey home, put it up for sale, and returned with his family to Israel.
You gotta love that he put it up for sale. You know,
So-
hate to burn a financial asset.
Right. So a woman in New Jersey sees these guys dancing and celebrating on 9/11 with the towers in the background, calls the police. They go and pull these guys over, find 2 passports for one guy, another guy with 4,700 in his sock, a company that kind of turns out to be a cover for an intelligence operation. The FBI starts looking into it. All of a sudden, the business gets cleared out. The guy leaves town, heads back to Israel, sells his house, and we suspect they might be counterterrorism agents.
Well, hold on. Let me add that up. All right.
Nobody's telling me this isn't true.
I'm adding it up right now. I'm doing the math.
Stephen Gordon, the attorney for the 5 Israeli detainees, acknowledged that his client's
Coincidence. Comes back coincidence.
acknowledged that his client's actions on September 11th would have easily aroused suspicions. No, you're their lawyer. You're supposed to say that everyone here just hates Jewish people. You got a group of guys that are taking pictures on top of a roof of the World Trade Center. They're speaking in a foreign language. They've got 2 passports on them. One's got a wad of cash on him, and they've got box cutters. Now, that's a scary situation, the lawyer said. Stop it. You're their lawyer.
Thank God they weren't.
But Gordon insisted that his clients were just 5 young men who had come to America for a vacation, ended up working for a moving company, and were taking pictures of the event. Time the fuck out. Johnny, have you ever been on vacation?
No, but well, actually, technically, yes.
Okay.
As a child, I went on a small 3-month.
Okay, so your parents took you on a vacation.
Right.
When your parents took you on a vacation, Did they end up getting a job at the place you guys took a vacation to?
Does blackjack hustling count as a
No,
job?
that's not a gainful
No.
employment. So no,
No.
people don't typically. I've gone on vacation before. I've never applied for a job or started a moving company while I was on vacation. Not something that most people, I assume, have done.
Oh, why throw an opportunity to make a few bucks in the old bank account? Turn an expense into a profit. Now that's how you get ahead in the world, my friend.
Gordon insisted that his clients were just 5 young men who had come to America for a vacation, ended up working for a moving company, and were taking pictures of the event. You know, a moving company that once these guys left the country completely folded up.
And by the way, just interestingly enough, this amazing, like, I went on vacation and took a job thing happened not once, but 5 times.
Here's
5
another
people that were like, why turn down a good job opportunity?
Here's another interesting note from this story. Again, if you're just joining us, I decided that I kept hearing jokes and stuff about the dancing Israelis on 9/11. So I decided that what I would do was I would read about this for myself and go, now this is probably ridiculous. It's a conspiracy theory. So I found an ABC News article and it scared the living shit out of me. It's always sucks to like learn something 20 years later and just be like, oh no, it was right there and I didn't know about this. And the reason I didn't know about this, I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know that one of our allies probably knew that we were about to get fucking murked. And they didn't exactly give us the old buddy, hey, heads up, something coming your way.
So you thought the September meme of Israeli on a van was just what, for fun?
Thought it was for fun. Thought it was just for
Elf on a shelf, Israeli on a van. We just
for lols, you know. The 5 Israelis were held at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, ostensibly for overstaying their tourist visas and working in the United States illegally. 2 weeks after their arrest, an immigration judge ordered them to be deported. But sources told ABC News that FBI and CIA officials in Washington put a hold on the case. Now, Johnny, I don't know what you know about immigration, but I don't think that somebody that gets caught picking lettuce, you know, in the Bible Belt somewhere, gets deported, and then the FBI and CIA steps in and goes, hey, you take your hands off Miguel El Salvador. That guy's important.
No, I don't think that really happens. I think usually what happens is we deport them and they just come back.
The 5 men were held in detention. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The 5 men were held in detention for more than 2 months. Some of them were placed in solitary confinement for 40 days, and some of them were given as many as 7 lie detector tests. Since their arrest, plenty of speculation has swirled about the case, about what the 5 men were doing. A respected Jewish newspaper in New York, The Forward, reported the FBI concluded that 2 of the men were Israeli intelligence operatives. So as I got deeper and deeper into this article, they just
got more and more confirmation.
I just got more and more confirmation. Sources say that they were combating radical extremism inside the United States, trying to stop cells from channeling money to Hamas and Islamic Jihad. The men denied that they had been working for Israeli intelligence out of the New Jersey moving company, and their Israeli attorney dismissed the allegations as stupid and ridiculous. Okay, so on one hand, I have all this evidence that's mounting and all this interference that's being run for these guys. And on the other hand, the thing that's going to convince me that these guys aren't up to something is an Israeli lawyer going, this is just stupid.
This is ridiculous.
Could you imagine if you were accused of cheating and she's like, I found hairs on your clothes. I found lipstick on your collar. I found a used condom in the back seat of your car. What did you do? You're saying I cheated. Yes, this is all evidence that you cheated. That is stupid and ridiculous.
I would never wear a condom.
Yes. What am I, gay? So I dove into that yesterday, and I'd be lying if I said I haven't been thinking about it ever since.
It's almost like they manipulated stuff to get what they wanted, and we were just a pawn. I don't know.
Roots Maxer says, Aaron, you got to look up Irrational Times Dancing Israelis. He would get a kick out of you playing it on your show. Well, if someone's going to get a kick out of something, by God.
I better get a kick back.
Irrational Times. There we go. I don't see it. It's not on YouTube. And if it's not on YouTube, I don't think they want me to talk about it. Thank you very much. Oh, boy. Well, but don't worry, because I read up about the conspiracy theory, and the attorneys told me that it's all ridiculous.
Yep. It's all on the up and up, man. I can't believe you have a problem with this shit. This is really a you thing.
You know what I learned? Here's what I learned with this whole thing. Stop reading.
Yeah.
That's
why I keep my stuff to a visual medium. One, it's easier to absorb. Two, it's kind of like an idiot-proof bubble. Nothing really intelligent comes through there. You can trust what you're seeing.
Guys, what's with all the reading? I ask you. All right, we're already pushing 600 people this morning. Wonderful news, guys. Only 6:30. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit thumbs up, hit share, hit all that stuff. I know I kind of punched you in the face with something kind of heavy right off the bat. Sorry about that, but
5 Israelis can't melt steel beams.
Yeah, we'll get silly in a little bit. How's that? And what did we say we were at? It was 205 is where we're at goal-wise today. Very cool. Like I said, let's just kill the thing right off the bat. Let's just kill this goal immediately. Flex 316 with $2 Australian says it was Shuli and shut up. I didn't think we could get more irrelevant, but here we are. Cundon Stunt says this is BS. You can't say anything that they might be avoiding. I think I've heard the Irrational Times parody, but I don't see it on YouTube. So there's that. So I like I said, went down the rabbit hole, and now
don't you feel better?
Now it's just another thing for me to be bummed about.
Hey, positive spin. Even though this shit is all horrible and all really, really bad, technically, people did know about it. So there was like a controlled thing. So, I mean, like, it was an evil, malicious hand, but there was a hand at the wheel. You know?
That's the whole thing with conspiracy theorists. Like, for them, it's like, okay, at least somebody's in charge.
Yeah.
Like, this is
evil
evil and awful.
Satan, but someone's driving.
Right. It's terrible and it's awful and it sounds like the shittiest, most horrendous thing you can possibly think of, but at least somebody's in control of it.
There's structure to this chaos.
62 LUAP on Rumble saying, starting a business while you're on vacation. That's the opposite of a vacation. Right. Trampling at the Zoo. It's a great name over on Rumble. Says, I didn't know George Bush was that good of friends with the Israelites. Oh God. Republicans in the early 2000s?
Oh, dude, still.
Yeah.
The American government at this point. Like, that's the funny thing. They're like, oh, you're going to help us fight our enemies. Like, yes, like we haven't been supporting your military, built you your air dome defense thing and all that stuff. Like, we haven't helped you at all up to this point. We want to stop the funneling of money to Hamas. That's weird. Is it the same money train that's right next to yours that we can ship into Israel? It's weird.
Cocktiff says, I'm waiting on this show to disappear off YouTube any second again. I just read a news story. That was it. Stevie J says, suddenly, and for no reason at all, the Twin Towers fell, and Putin invaded Ukraine. Suddenly, for no reason. Don't think about it. I love that I saw this argument that a politician was making this weekend. They were talking about putting Ukraine in NATO. I'm like, God damn it. They were talking about
the whole reason that Putin attacked in the first place.
Yeah. And his rationale for allowing Ukraine in NATO is like, it can bring a speedier end to this war. And I'm like, do you not understand why this war started? Like, there are some politicians where I listen to them and I go, oh my God, this guy totally knows what's going on and he's just fooling people. But then there are other politicians where I hear them talk and I'm like, wow, this guy's either really good at his job as like a counter signaler or this guy's really fucking stupid. And he's one of these.
Watching the Biden administration again, huh?
Right. It's hard to tell. And when a guy goes, oh yeah, if we let Ukraine in NATO, this might end that Russian war. I'm like, Does this guy not know how this war got? I mean, there are actually people that actually believe that Russia one day, Putin woke up one day and he went, you know what? I think today I fuck up Ukrainians. I think I take Kiev, I make country. You know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to rebuild the Soviet Union is what I'm trying to do. And so then he just took all of these tanks, all these planes, all this money that could have been dedicated to his economy and everything else. And he just decided to invade Ukraine and invade and invade and invade and attack and attack and attack and kill and kill and kill and kill for a year and a half now, just because he had a wild hair up his ass that day. And then when you try to tell people like that, like, hey, actually what happened was, you see, back at the end of the Cold War, when the Soviet Union dissolved, we promised the Soviet Union that we wouldn't extend NATO past Berlin. We wouldn't go past Germany. Like, we would honor that. We would keep NATO off their doorstep. And then we just started letting Eastern European country after Eastern European country after Eastern European country
join.
Yeah. Then
And wasn't it right before the war we were pushing for Turkey or somewhere to join before Ukraine got a little slap?
I think maybe Finland. I don't know if
someone was pushing for somebody.
Yeah, Turkey. Turkey's always been one of them. That's always been a point of contention. So then we then help overthrow Ukraine's leader, who was friendly with Russia, for Zelensky, who's basically a Western puppet who we gave millions of dollars and property to, like it was a medieval deal. And then we talk about putting Ukraine in NATO, even though Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And then Russia finally goes, hey, you got to stop letting all these Eastern European countries into NATO. Like, you're really pushing up on our borders here. It would be like if China had an alliance and Biden wasn't president and bought and paid for by the Chinese. It would be like if China had this alliance and they just started including Cuba, Mexico, and then they were talking about putting Canada in. World War III would have started by now, if that was the case.
Because that's what they're doing right now, and we're kind of cool with it.
Well, yeah, they're buying our property. Actually,
they're buying our property. They're hooking up with pals with Cuba. We have an unprecedented amount of Chinese illegal immigrants coming in the southern border. It's not like the world's slowest, softest invasion ever. No.
Boy, they are some sharp motherfuckers, aren't they?
It really, really helps, though, when you have a government administration that for some reason just doesn't really seem to care.
I've thought this about China for a long time, like when it comes to them like taking over the world and our president and all that. I'm like, they really do deserve it. Like, they've earned it. Like, China, as far as like being the world's new superpower, we've been asleep at the wheel for a long time. They're just plugging away, fucking countries over, doing it the way we did it. And, just they've kind of earned their spot as the superpower. But so we keep doing this shit with Ukraine. And then finally Russia goes, if you keep fucking with us, if you keep cucking us in Ukraine, we're going to attack them. We're like, you better not. It's like, are you going to put them in NATO? Fucks, yeah, we are. All right, we're invading. And then we went, hey, guys, look at Russia picking on Ukraine. Who would do something like that? Oh, man, what? Come on. Why would they? That's terrible. It's
we better
awful.
Give this infamously corrupt government a whole bunch of our money and resources.
Hey, and you know what else? The guy who's president now just so happened to take millions and millions of dollars from foreign nationals for his own private wealth, and now he's taking about $200 billion of our tax dollars and just giving it to them. Yay.
Oh, and by the way, didn't he wasn't elected in, wasn't it? Wasn't it like a revolt or something and they seized control of the government? I don't remember that.
It was
I don't know.
It was a soft rebellion, kind of.
But in any event, don't worry. They're only going to upend elections until after the war in Ukraine is over. Because it's too busy.
That was, is this Irrational Times? I have found the Randy Newman Lost Song. Is this the one? Oh, boy. Is this the parody?
A long time ago, early September.
Oh, boy.
I had some friends of mine I'd like for you to remember. They get up in the morning, to catch that worm at 8 a.m. so they could see those buildings burn. They're not meant to be heard or be seen. My friends, the 5 dancing Israelis, they were there to document events. Had some nice fancy cameras, and they got the ladders all set. When the first plane hit, they all celebrated. They knew the job was half done, so they hung around and waited. They're not meant to be heard or be seen. My friends, the 5 dancing Israelis. After both those towers came down,
Oh my God.
they hopped in the urban moving van, tried to get out of town. They had a lot of money and plane tickets to get away, but Officer Scott DiCarlo stopped them. They were detained, but not for long. They got lit out. They were back home in Israel after just a couple months. You'd think after that they'd lay a little low, but they bragged about it on their local TV show.
Oh,
They
Jesus.
weren't meant to be heard or be seen. My friends, the 5 dancing Israelis.
Randy Newman, everybody. Randy Newman. One of
Weird that's not a bigger song.
yeah, one of his lesser known hits. Actually,
It's almost like there was a group.
John Rio says, was this from the Toy Story 2 soundtrack? Yeah, it wasn't on the first one. Again, I really hate looking into conspiracy theories, trying to debunk them, and then nobody
And having no luck.
Okay, in fairness, I can look up like Building 7 or Twin Tower, 9/11, fake, hoax conspiracies, and I can find debunking. I can find science. Like when people say, oh, they fell at the rate of gravity. And the Popular Mechanics or National Geographic or whatever will go, well, they were designed that way because you see when the towers were built in Manhattan, you had to have a design structure that the council would approve, and you had to have one that would a building that would fall in on itself in case of fire or damage or anything else, so that it wouldn't topple over and wipe out half of Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, because otherwise, all these cities are is just a giant random domino pile.
Right. So, but when I Google a conspiracy, people are like, Google this, and I go debunk. And the only debunking I see is people going, that's stupid or that's dumb. I'm like, that's not helping. Like, you can't, that just makes me more nervous when you say, oh yeah, that's stupid. Oh boy. All right. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 over on Rumble says, please check out Irrational Times Randy Newman parody. It's hilarious. Just did.
Yes.
Tony Soprano, 614. Oh, Tony. $10 says Aaron's new moving company fund. Thank you, buddy. I don't
I
know.
want to start a moving company called the 5 Dancing Israelis. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not disparaging in any way. It's just called a moving company called 5 Dancing Israelis.
I wish you nothing but the best of luck, sir, and I will do my best to keep you safe.
You want to be on the company in some way, shape, or form, man?
No, not in the least.
Hey, you don't even have to work for it. I'll just give you a little bit of a kickback for like advertising and stuff. Just put your name on some paperwork.
I'm good. Thank you.
Just join the paper trail.
I appreciate the offer.
They can't get us all.
Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit all that stuff. You know, it's very weird on YouTube. We started talking about all that, and we went down by about 130 people.
Odd.
It's just such a fucking platform, man. Thank you, Rumble. Thank you, Twitter. Thank you, Facebook. We appreciate it. Hit thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Two paths diverged in the woods, and we took the one less traveled by. That's Steel Toe. That will always be Steel Toe. 195 away from knocking it out today. Never mind, 185. Scarface with $10 over on PayPal says there is no turning back now. Welcome to the dark side, Aaron. I think after our latest suspension, I just said, you know what? Fuck you guys. You're going to fuck me anyway. Like, you're going to screw me over. You're going to take fans away from me. You're going to take subs away from me. You're going to take views away from me. You're going to take reach away from me. You're just going to dick with me? Fine. Whatever. We'll just embrace all the alternatives and see what happens. 185 away from knocking out today's goal. You guys are already moving great. Hey, I don't know. Maybe you want to knock it out by 8 o'clock this morning.
And
Go
then we'll
for
just
it.
fucking have a great show.
Yeah, and then we'll just have so far, off to a very fascinating start.
I'm not saying it wasn't a great show, but right now it's a great show with the money part. Then we get the money part of the way. We just do the fucking show the whole time.
Nail the show. All right, guys. Like, subscribe, all that shit. Cocktiff says, Aaron, you have woken. Welcome. I've always had one foot in some of that stuff. I've just always been someone who likes to read about it a lot before I make a decision. I don't like
1 foot in 5 dancing Israelis.
I don't like to put 1 foot in with the dancing. I like to get both of them in there and really start hoofing, you know?
Well, they say put your left foot in, but then pull your left foot out, and then maybe just put it back in and shake it all about.
And then you
do the hokey pokey.
Oh, okay.
Turn yourself around, and those 5 Jews knew nothing about the attack.
Oh, that's good, because that would be weird if they did. Here's most conspiracy theorists. Most conspiracy theorists are like, yeah, I want to embrace the conspiracy. Whereas I'm the opposite. I'm like, please tell me this is bullshit. Please tell me this is wrong. And then they go, it's wrong. And I go, no, but like, show me that if you don't show me it's wrong, I can't just believe you because you look devious. They're like, just trust me. But I don't. All right. Well, let's continue on. And I can promise you that I won't bring it up ever again. Hey, you want to see how things are going in New York City?
Yes.
Hey, you know what they've done in New York City? More succinctly, the NYPD. You know what they've done with the NYPD, Johnny?
Downsize it?
No, it's even better. They've decided to diversify it, and they've decided to encourage women to join the police force. And, you know, in a rough and tumble town like New York City, it really is kind of all hands on deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
We need everybody to help solve this problem. Name me, Johnny, just play devil's advocate here, because you know, you and I both support women on the police force, and we think it's a wonderful idea.
Yeah, I do.
I want you to go ahead and play devil's advocate for a moment. List to me some of the things that you might, as a police force, be at a disadvantage with if, say, you have women walking a beat. Go ahead. Devil's advocate.
Detaining anybody.
Detaining anybody, why?
Well, typically, most women tend to be smaller, lighter, relatively. I mean, you are going to need an extreme amount of like superior grappling skill to be able to handle anyone larger than you. Because for the most part, like, I don't mean to lie, but I kind of think it's funny. Like, you know, in some cases, I imagine, especially against like a big, tall dude like you, or I'm not quite as tall as you. I'm an inch or two shorter. But if I was walking around like me, you know, like the lady's going to come up like, stop right there. I'm just going to like, and go like, and that's cute.
Yeah. So now, did it hurt you to be that misogynist?
No.
In being a devil's advocate, like, did
I'm
that?
not even being a misogynist. I'm just spouting facts with no care who it hurts.
Wow, you're really. I like that you're leaning into this character of being devil's advocate. I like that you're giving it a good, honest try, because I want to show you a video that's going to put all of your silly male chauvinist bullshit to rest.
Right.
It's a couple of women walking the beat, tits and ass in their uniform, kicking ass and taking names on the streets in New York City. Are you ready?
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Diversity, the reality show. Look at these bitches. Don't these broads mean business?
Love how you got that sachet in your hips, honey.
That's right. She is working it.
I love to see that radio bounce on the steps.
For what? What are you arresting me for? No, I'm not, bro. I'm not bothering nobody. Stop.
So now, this is not the most physically imposing drug addict bum in New York City. This is not a man who looks particularly dangerous. This is a man where I assume if a 6'3", 200 some odd pound NYPD officer were arresting him, he'd roll his eyes and he'd go, "You done yet? All right, come on, let's go downtown."
We're not going to play this fucking game. All right, I got shit to do.
We're going to go to the precinct. We're going to fingerprint you. You know how this city works. A judge will have you back out here slinging rocks by the end of the day. All right? So why don't you just come with me? Now, Officer OnlyFans glasses over here and Officer Freshman 15, they're gonna try and apprehend this suspect their way.
No, why you arresting me, bro? Get off me, man. Get off of me. I didn't do nothing. Yo, get off of me.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that's too great. They have pink handcuffs.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. Oh my God.
Well,
It's
at least
like
she
we're playing
does. She
Barbie
had some
cop.
pink shit. I didn't know if it was the lighting or not, but yeah, it looks like she's got some pink shit.
Are those pink handcuffs, or is that this background? No, that can't be the background sign lighting her up. She's got them close to her chest.
Yeah, I think she has pink handcuffs. I don't think she does, or there's something on the other side lighting it, but I don't think so. I think those are pink handcuffs. Why does it look like she's holding a leopard print thing? Is that his?
That's his. Yeah, he's holding that
okay.
right here. Yeah.
I was going to say, because somehow that with the pink, I'm like, are you on a fucking shopping spree?
No.
Yep, those are pink handcuffs.
Those are pink handcuffs. Oh my God,
Look
he
at that.
broke free.
He just shook them. Like the two female cops are like, all right, we're taking you. We've got complaints. And he just went, no. And he just broke free and started running through the cereal aisle like a 4-year-old at a grocery store. Oh God! Well, here they go. They're gonna now these gals are going to give pursuit, and remember, diversity is our strength.
And all of a sudden, someone's screaming, "Holy blue blazes! What the hell's going on?"
Stop! They haven't started. What are they gonna stop? They ain't stopping you. What a
He
terrible.
wants them to stop trying.
Yeah, what a terrible place for an Ace Hardware. Rough neighborhood to get your nails in, Jesus. And do you really need to be giving the people of this neighborhood tools? I don't know. It just seems like hammers might be moved out of there for all the wrong reasons. Stop. I think what he's trying to say is like, stop like hiring police officers like this. I think he's yelling at the NYPD in general.
Stop attempting to do your job. You know you're not gonna.
Stop pursuing a career and not having babies. All right, here we go. Now they got him, Johnny.
Get off me.
I got him, bro.
Get off me. No.
Get down.
No, bro.
Down on my
No,
knees.
bro.
Down.
No, bro. I'm not going.
So some fucking guy.
It's just sick of seeing this shit
Yeah.
going on.
These women are struggling with this dude. So just not a cop, not a licensed guy, just some fucking guy had to get, not even a security guard, not even a rent-a-cop, just some fucking guy had to come by and go, all right, enough of this nonsense. Let me get this crackhead to the ground.
We're starting our new program. It's called Citizens on Patrol. Cop.
We just figure it's better than, training women.
No.
All right, to his credit, he is doing decent against 3 people.
Yeah.
Oh, she almost took a header into the fucking street lamp.
Is this guy doing a Chauvin? Did this
No.
black dude just Chauvin another guy?
No, because he doesn't have his knee on him at all.
Oh, okay. Nope, you're right.
But she almost looked like she was gonna.
Hey, he got
Hello,
the.
he's-
Hey, look. Which handcuffs are they using?
They're using the pink handcuffs.
They're using the pink handcuffs.
And look, she got pink handcuffs and something else pink hanging from her waist. I'm glad that it's Officer Barbie. Hooray.
Thank God, officer. She's just promoting the new movie. That's all. So far in the last year, we've had a sterling performance by female police officers. One of them shot a guy to death at point blank range. Swears to God they were grabbing their taser and just made an oopsie. And now you got 2 women who can't take down a 110-pound crackhead in a 2-on-1 situation.
They did have the help of another guy when they finally did it, but I actually wonder if he was fighting off the other guy pretty well. And mostly what held him up is his pants started falling off.
Oh yeah,
He
those
tripped
pants.
himself.
Yeah, those pants aren't. They aren't doing well.
Relax. This is what happens. Don't take it back. Relax yourself.
I've got pink handcuffs on you, sir. How does that make you feel?
Sit on your butt. Sit on your butt.
He's doing their job. This one's walking away, calling it in, and this guy is doing their job for him. By the way,
how comfortable is she with just letting a guy come in and do everything for her that as soon as he shows up, she's like, oh, my part is done now. I'll go over here.
She's probably pretty used to it in
operating.
life in general. I mean, so she probably feels pretty good about the situation. She's like, how is this different from anything else?
Hey, now that you're here, can you reach the top shelf for me?
Yeah. She goes into her uniform. She reaches into one of the pouches. She goes, could you open this pickle jar? I've been carrying it around for 2 weeks. And nobody can. As bad a bitch as I am, this goddamn pickle jar. Son of a... Sit up on your butt, bro. By the way, how does this just nobody guy know so much about police procedure? I'll leave that up to everyone else.
Sit on your butt. Cut it out. You know you're up. Sit on your butt.
Sit on your butt, son.
Literally, the other cop is like to the civilian, like, yeah, you got it. You're good. I think you've got this nailed.
I can't count how many times I've seen, police and body cam video where the police officer can't keep the situation on lockdown until a good Samaritan shows up to help out.
And every time I've seen a good Samaritan situation while the cops are involved, the cops always invite them in. They never aggressively tell them to back the fuck up. They're always just welcoming all kinds of civilian help while they're doing their job.
He's leaning on the side. He's on the side. He's good. That makes you clear?
Yeah. That's it.
And now she's even giving up and letting him do it himself.
He's on the side. Relax, son. Relax.
He better get credit, like some sort of payment thing, like a get out of a speeding ticket punch card, something.
I want to see what this guy says at the end. It's just about to cut off.
You know what this is. Relax, all right? Relax, bro.
Get off of me. Fuck you.
I had this situation under control until your dick ass showed up.
I was about to have a story for my boys about where I beat the shit out of a couple of cops and you had to go fuck it up for me. Son of a bitch. Gravy Show says, quick, someone get me the furry handcuffs. Yes, Stevie J, you're detained. Nah, I'll pass. Tomcats, the chat is very funny with this story. Somebody go and get pregnant.
Actually, that's how women should do it. Do it like a striptease thing. Like, give him a lap dance. He's all excited, and then bang, he's cuffed. So that's what it is. Women can be police officers, but they've got to do it through sneaky trickery. You can't do it through physical empowerment. They don't have the physicality. I'm sorry, most guys are going to look at you and laugh. But if you use, if you use little mind games and you warp them, they think, oh, I'm going to get my dick touched. And next thing they know, they're in the back of the cop car cuffed. They're like, how the fuck did this happen? It's like, bam, bamboozled your bitch ass.
Yeah.
There you go.
Ooh, I hear you got rocks. And you just brush your ass against their crotch. And they go, yeah, baby. And then you spin around and just put them in the cuffs real quick. Got him. Like the lasso of truth. There it is. Or you look at him and you go, I'm sorry, but I'm just having a hard day at work. Oh, baby, what's wrong? What's wrong, baby? You're under arrest. Shh, got him. See, they can try emotional manipulation and trickery. We
There
should
you
all
go.
stick to the things we're good at.
They just walk up to you crying like, I just am having such a tough day at work. You don't even notice what's in their hand, and they put it up against your chest. Turns out it's a taser, and they pull the trigger at point blank. So you get launched back, and you're like, and they're like, and now let's take the limp fish into custody.
Right. Just make simps out of them, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
In fact, at that point, then, ladies, some of you are just like naturally predisposed to have a superior advantage on the force. You don't got to work out or any of that stuff. You've already got some nice TNA going your way. There you go.
Quit trying to be like men and work to your strengths is what we're trying to say. Emotional manipulation, haranguing, some gaslighting. You should be fine. Manipulation.
In Russia, there is saying it's impossible to fight arrest while coming in your pants.
Yeah, you're going to arrest a lot of Russians there in that part of New York. Dead Jester says he's going to stretch out his shirt grabbing him like that. What a jerk. Yo, who gonna pay for my T-shirt? Here's $3.99.
One good wash and run in the dryer, it'll shrink right back up. Homie.
Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says some guys would pay real money to be manhandled by two lady cops. Yeah, but they would fuck it up because you'd squirm just a little and they go, oh, weird, he's moving.
No, I'd totally pay for that kind of action. Even my crippled ass would be like, I think I can fight it. Like, let's see.
I think I might skate on this one. That would be, yeah, like you're holding crack or something downtown and the cops show up and you're like, oh shit. And then you see 2 female cops get out and you're like, okay, close call. I thought I was in trouble there for a second.
Sir, stop slowly using your walker to limp away. I dare you to stop me, bitch.
SH says, I hope those ladies offered to make that gentleman dinner for his help. Right? He really put himself at risk there. Those ain't real dudes says, hashtag make uniforms tight again. One of them was okay. I didn't get a good look at the other.
They were both kind of okay. I mean, the pink handcuffs thing, I'm like, that's a chick who's got animals on the bed. Like stuffed animals on the bed still.
Yeah.
They all have names and stories. And it's like, oh, we don't want to upset poor Peter. We better face him towards the wall. Be like, yeah, I'm about to make you scream, oh, daddy. I don't think he wants to see that.
Flex gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Who got Flex's membership? Patches the Furry got the membership from Flex. Thank you, buddy. Dead Jester says he's an undercover hired to monitor the female officers from the shadows to keep them safe. SC Motorsport, yeah, he says they might as well be pink fuzzy handcuffs at that point. You know, if I'm a criminal, if I'm a hardened criminal, I really get intimidated when they bust out the pink handcuffs. That's when I know I'm in a lot of trouble.
I gotta admit, though, if they actually do get you in the car and, like, you're going in wearing the pink handcuffs, I mean, you're praying nobody else sees that happen. Because then it's like you're coming in the holding cell and they're like, the fuck is the pink? Hey, sissy, how your wrist doing? You got any of that pink left?
Bigot
Where are your bracelets and your ring, baby?
Bigot on Socialist Media letting us know we're number 2 in podcasts on Rumble at the moment. Thank you, guys. If you're on YouTube or Rumble, hit thumbs up, hit subscribe, hit follow, do all of that stuff. Keep our show, moving up on front pages and shit like that. We really, really hope that you guys keep doing that. We really appreciate the growth, especially on Rumble. But we're on 4 platforms today. We're on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Go ahead and share the show with all your friends, no matter where you are. Smartass says, Monday morning steel toe, dancing Israeli, women cops bad, Ukraine Joe Biden corruption, not alt-right. What? Me? No. Absolutely not. I am not alt-right at all. In fact, Johnny, did I not say that I read that article hoping to be reversed?
Swayed. Yeah.
I wanted to be swayed. Swayed. I wanted to be swayed. I didn't want to be leather. Boo. The Grand Poobah says, I'm guessing that guy is either an off-duty cop or EMS. All right, I'll break down the fourth wall. He was a bouncer at the bar across the street. The bouncer came out and helped those police officers. It would be like if Dalton from Roadhouse was helping the NYPD instead of literally ripping a guy's throat out by a lake. That to me, that's where Roadhouse turned. Where I was like, what the fuck is this movie? Where he's fighting some secret ninja man from the Millionaire's Rogues Gallery. And then all of a sudden he's getting his ass kicked. And then he goes, oh, let me get your throat. And you're like, what the fuck is going? This turned into like fun, rompy bar fight movie into like kung fu.
Bloodsport.
Yeah, rip your heart out and put it in a doggy bag kind of a thing. The shit happened, Dalton. $2 from Hobo Chili on Rumble says, yeah, office lady, I'm going to get you pregnant. Finger fucking you on the handball courts with my wheelchair gloves and my karate gi. Okay. Packerbacker says, funny how just reporting the news is alt-right now. Yeah, I think, I don't know why Smartass got all worked up there, but I just want to make sure he's okay. All right, guys, pushing we're over 700 people. I forgot we were on 4 platforms today. Thank you very, very much. You know, you just got to swallow your pride and go, it's better to just have more. Who cares what the flashy number on YouTube says? You want as many people watching your program as possible. And now we have more people than ever watching it. That's what you need. By the way, the whole not doing clips thing, I'm loving it. Like I spent
more time for you.
Dude, I spent all weekend, like April and I were just taking the kids places and running around. And I did not sit at this computer once during the entire weekend. I didn't spend a half hour cutting a clip out and another 25 minutes fucking putting, uploading it to shit and then tweeting it and sharing it and then checking my phone all the time once it goes on to see if this one hit or this one didn't hit. Like, I am fully fine with the YouTube channel just being for live streams, and then I'll put shit up there when I have time.
That sounds good.
I just think you got to abandon that whole. It's taken a long time for me, but you got to abandon that whole, like, what do you call that? The ego involved in, like, I need this video to do this many views or that many views. Like, you have a great audience. You're expanding the amount of ways they can enjoy your program. You're in the black a little bit, but you're in the black. Just a tiny bit you're in the black. Just enjoy that and do your fucking show. That's what it should be.
That's what I've been doing for the past 2 years. It's been great.
Yeah. Sir 1K says, Steel Toe Joe, are these Israelis in the room with you as you speak? Oh, they're fine people. Fine wonder. They were, look, man, they were business owners. What's wrong with that? They were just business owners. I mean, now we're going to attack entrepreneurs. Is that what we're doing?
That just seems rude.
I mean, that's not something I'm into.
America's the land of the small business, you asshole. These guys are patriots.
SH says, Aaron, in a couple of years, you can get the kids to do the editing for you. Threaten their allowance if they complain. Hobo Chili saying, I was supposed to read the Rumble chat in Tracy Morgan voice. Fuck. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Aaron, you better clip that Irrational Times joint and promote his channel unless you want a gay song written about you. Maybe I do want a gay song written about me. Have you ever considered that?
Did you not hear the intro?
Yeah. Maybe I want a song. I like songs about me. It's nice.
Jake Hudson will get pissed. He'll have to make a new one.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm trying to do is create my own self-replicating content production stream here where I just piss off enough people where they write songs. It's not a bad idea if you think about it. All right, boys and girls, if you'd like to contribute to our program, 185 away from today's goal. There's all the links: Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, all of that stuff. Wonderful. You guys are doing great. We're only an hour into today's show. We're 185 away. Let's knock out the rest. Keep that momentum going. Everybody's been throwing in just a little bit at a time. That's been great, getting us all the way down to almost halfway to our goal. We appreciate that, guys. Thank you very, very much. Hey, I've got news for you. Okay. There was a missing Hunter Biden witness, a whistleblower. You know, the guy who told us about the Biden family members who had like 20 different business accounts, that set up all these shell companies, and these businesses were, what do you call that? They were patronized by Chinese nationals, Ukrainian nationals, Romanian nationals, all of this stuff. And this is where a guy like Smartass says, oh, you're an alt-right show? No, I'm literally just reading the news.
This is just the facts, by the way, the ones we know.
If reading the news makes someone alt-right, then I guess. But I prep my show, I research my show, I read the articles. I'm on Not the Bee, and then I go to CNN. I'm on The Blaze, then I'm on HuffPo. And then... So wait a
minute, to be liberal, you have to just ignore reality? Is that
yes, I guess you just can't read stuff. Otherwise, you're... Like, I don't think...
Reading is racist.
I don't think following the news is right-wing or left-wing. It's just a thing you do. And then it's like that article I was reading at the beginning of the show today where I just went, look, man, I'm just reading the fucking article. I'm not telling you anything. I'm just reading the thing.
I don't want to be right.
Right, exactly. I keep begging to be wrong. That's it. And nobody shows me I'm wrong. They tell me I'm wrong. I always hear that I'm wrong. But
I don't believe you.
I'm never shown that I'm wrong. So this Department of Justice whistleblower guy he's accusing, he's making some wonky accusations, as it were. Miranda Devine over at the New York Post broke a story yesterday about the witness in Hunter Biden's corruption case who mysteriously went missing.
Right.
Dr. Gal Luft was supposed to testify to the House Oversight Committee about Hunter Biden, but according to Luft, He was arrested in Cyprus just to keep him from testifying. You can catch his story here. Let's go ahead and play this. This is from the man himself, Gal Luft. This is the guy who's making all those accusations about Hunter Biden and saying, like, you know, hey, you got family members making business accounts, and I've got it's documented, it's proven. This guy's a rat fuck piece of shit for the Biden family. They've been taking, I mean, the money from Ukrainian and Chinese nationals, that one has to be true because then it makes the last 2 or 3 years make sense.
Yeah.
If they're taking millions of dollars from these people, you're like, oh, at least they're just greedy, rich, millionaire rat bastards instead of, it's like you said earlier today, at least there's a steady hand on the tiller. They're just greedy and not on my side.
Right. And it also doesn't, help that all of this started happening with the Ukraine stuff when Obama was in charge and he was the VP, and Hunter Biden was literally getting paid to help, stop the investigation into a company. And so now the vice president is putting pressure on the government. Then the government gets, rearranged, and now we're funneling money. It's just too coincidental.
Right. So let's hear from this Gal Luft guy about what his journey's been like. I can't imagine how often you shit water just in your pants all the time when you're a guy like this, and you've come out with sensitive information because you think, well, the country has a right to hear it. And you're like, yeah, they're going to try to kill you until you actually grow.
Yeah, dude, just looking at that shirt, I'm like, oh, you're weak. We can take you.
They're either going to try and take you out, or you're going to live the rest of your life wondering if they're going to take you out until you just die of natural causes. That's your life now. Congratulations. Thank you for your sacrifice. As an American, I appreciate it. I don't want to be the one to let you know, but it means nothing, and nothing will change. Sorry.
I also think it would be hilarious personally if they don't take him out, but they hire someone to follow him all the time, so he thinks he's this close.
Like a guy
just for the rest of his life.
Like a guy who looks like Sosa's assassin in Scarface, just following him around.
Every time he starts to get a little comfortable, he makes himself known.
What? I am buying produce. Why are you staring at me?
Good day.
They're at Starbucks, like, next customer, hired killer. Right here.
Dr. Gal Luft. For the past 20 years, I have been the co-director of the Institute for the Analysis of Global Security at Washington.
You sound like the guy who helped create the super serum in Captain America. You sound like one of the German guys who was working with Hydra.
A think tank focused on energy security.
Boring.
For
Nerd.
the past 15 years, I've been a resident of Israel.
Why?
God damn it.
That's why you started the first story. You fucking baited the hook.
I had
you
no
on
idea.
Shit? Now all of a sudden I got to start asking questions. Who do you know, sir? You name names.
I did not know that about this guy. I thought this was like one of our guys whistleblowing on Hunter Biden.
I mean, he did say he was Israeli.
That's true. I didn't say I'm not one of yours.
For 4 years, I was senior advisor to the China energy company CFC at the same time of its dealings with the Biden family. Under normal circumstances, I would be testifying before Congress about my experience with CFC. Sadly, due to circumstances I shall describe here in this video, I am forced to tell you this story via video.
Hey, Johnny, I have a question. Where do you buy one of those things that he has?
What thing?
That charisma vacuum that he purchased. Where do you get those? I've been looking for some because sometimes I just have too much charisma in the room and I just want to suck some of it out of there. And I figured this guy's got to know where you can get one.
Actually, I think this is a self-defense tactic. This is just the aura he puts out. That way, if anyone wants to try and take him out, they have to stay awake first.
Look, I am boring. I'm surprised this guy doesn't have plastic on his couch. I'm surprised. I have dentist office.
That's not. You think this is his couch? This guy isn't alive because he does this stuff live streaming from his apartment, okay? He's smart enough to be like, you know what? It could be any Best Western.
I am in the waiting room of podiatrist's office. Can you not tell by the artwork and the furniture?
He's about to get some work done on his molar. He's got to make this quick.
My ordeal goes back to a fatal decision I made
To be born in it. Well, never mind.
in March of 2019 to share with the US government my knowledge about the Biden family's relations with CFC.
Well, if you want to know how to get something to disappear, report it to the American government as corruption in the American government. That's a good way to make sure it never sees the light of day.
I can't believe nobody pushed this story. Like, you'd think that the government would be like, "Hey, this guy's horribly corrupt. We better hold him out because we're bastions of truth and honesty."
Yeah.
And
you know, I was hearing from the media the entire last election, Johnny, how important it was not to report misinformation, how we needed to report the facts to the American people so they could make a rational, informed decision. Yet this guy reported this in 2019, and I remember during the 2020 election, you'd get in trouble on social media if you shared the Hunter Biden story because it was Russian disinformation.
Right. But it was totally okay to share the Trump P-gate story.
Right.
Because again, that's just keeping the public informed that Donald Trump likes water sports with or wait, no, did he pay people to pee on the bed for Obama?
If I may, I will answer that question for you. Neither. That turned out to be not true, but was reported widely. That's wonderful. By the way, I paused this with this guy making his cum face. That's nice.
As I said, it was in March of 2019 in a 2-day session at the US Embassy in Brussels.
For breakfast that
insisted
morning,
that
I had a English muffin, dry, of course. Look at my shirt. And I had the black coffee and the half a grapefruit. All right, get to the fucking point.
Take place in March because at the time there were rumors that Joe Biden was planning to run for president. I saw it as my civic duty to alert the government beforehand and give it enough time to probe the issue.
So I started a moving company in New Jersey, and
I saw it as my civic duty. After all, I was working this job because I was on vacation.
I want to be clear. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat.
right, you're a Mossad agent. We know that. You didn't have to tell us. You could have just... What? What did I do? What?
No, I was like, hey, how better to point out you're not an American citizen? I considered it my civic duty. Oh, shit, there's a fucking sign right there.
I know. He knows that word.
I have no political motive or agenda.
But if you guys could kill a few Palestinians, that would be wonderful.
I did it out of deep concern that if the Bidens were to come to power, the country would be facing the same traumatic Russia collusion scandal, only this time with China.
And boy, do you look like a stupid asshole now.
Really glad you got us that information, avoided that pothole.
Yeah, I'm Robbie Hart with this guy. Oh, that information would have been much more useful to me yesterday. I was really...
What do we do next, Captain Hindsight? Although it's really not his fault.
Yeah.
I mean, he was trying.
You should have never elected that guy president. He's going to be a slave to the Chinese. My work here is done. Oh, wait, no, that's Scott Malkinson. He has diabetes. But
if I could take money from the Chinese government, I would be so happy.
If I could take money from the Chinese government to totally sell my country's future down the river, I would be so happy.
I'm Scott Malkinson, and I take money from the Ukraine. I'm Scott Malkinson.
I'm Scott Malkinson. I tell the entire world that Russia shouldn't use cluster munitions 6 months before I send cluster munitions to Ukraine. I'm Scott Malkinson.
That is how stupid this shit is. Oh, God, can you believe they're using these weapons? Hey, guys, we got a few of those. How about you take them?
And then Biden gave an interview yesterday where he goes, well, the reason we're giving them cluster munitions is because we're running low on artillery shells.
You know, we've given them so much shit, it's kind of all that's left, you know?
We're the largest...
We keep funneling this shit in there.
We're the largest military in the world. We spend more on defense than the next, 20 countries on the list, and we're running out of artillery shells. Oh, God.
Hey, can you guys give us some more support? Yeah, but we're kind of running low on bullets.
Could you spot us a few?
Look, we're going to have to start giving you nukes. We're running out of missiles.
Yeah, hey, Australia, you know how you were going to shoot all of your citizens in the streets over COVID for a while there? Yeah, did you keep those bullets? Because we're a bit cash poor this month.
We'd like to buy a few.
Yeah.
with China.
Hey, Israel, do you have any of those bullets you dip in pig blood? I'd like to grab a few.
Sadly, because of the DOJ's cover-up, this is exactly what happened. The DOJ sent to Brussels a delegation of 6 people, 2 prosecutors from the Southern District of New York, by the names of Daniel Reichenthal and Catherine Ghosh, and 4 FBI.
Well, you want to catch this guy? They sent Germans after him. Imagine that. His name was Reichenthal, and he came to get me, Mr. Plotz. Oh.
They just wanted me to wear just a little star to identify myself.
We're going to put this tracking device on you. That looks like the Star of David. It is the Star of David.
Agents. One of them was Special Agent Joshua Wilson from the Baltimore field office, which also happens
Baltimore.
to cover the state.
That sounds like a bird.
Now you want to ask yourself, why did the government dispatch to Europe so many people? Why?
Ooh, let me guess. To catch the Jew. Mr. Imholt, that is correct. I would have said it in a more sensitive fashion, but yes, in essence, they wanted to catch me, the Jewish man. Okay, cool.
6. Why not 2? The answer is that they knew very well that I'm a credible witness.
And I always stay strapped, my... Gang,
I'm ready should shit pop off at any moment.
Why did they send...
Why I'm turning Russian now.
Why did they send 6 instead of 2? Because I stay strapped with one on the waist and one on the ankle, and I'm ready with a couple of max, couple of 9s.
Why did they send 6 instead of 2? Because they knew it takes a whole posse to catch this Jew.
Why did they send 6 and only 2? Because we strapped with a couple of max, too many 9s. If y'all is really with me, get busy, load up your semis. Do more than just hold it, explode the clip until you empty. There's nothing in our way. They rush, we rush. They bust, we bust. Lead fly and feel it. I feel it in my gut. Let me take these bitches to war, lying down, cause we older now. The time is now. Oh, this guy's badass.
This is why he's still alive.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I pull my 9 out my pocket. I'm lying. I pull the Mac out the closet. Start firing. Knock a pimp's drink down in his pimp cup. That's the way you get Timberland up.
Insider knowledge about the group and the individuals that enriched the Biden family.
Oh, yeah? Were they reasonable?
Over an intensive 2-day meeting, I shared my information about the Biden family's financial transactions with CFC.
And they went, cool, bang. Thank you for all this information. This is great. Sniff this rag. There's one thing we need to do. We need to give you insulin injection. You're diabetic. No, I'm not. Oh. I should have saw that one coming. I now have Bell's palsy.
Oh, no, they gave him a Botox injection.
One thing. Oh, no, I have Bell's palsy. Yes, but you will never get COVID. Unless you are near someone who has it and they cough at you. Then you will get it.
Including specific dollar figures. I also provided the name of Rob Walker, who later became known as Hunter Biden's bagman. Yet, as we now know today from the whistleblower testimony, Gary Shapley, it took the DOJ a whole 21 months to probe the issue and to actually talk to Walker.
In fairness, they had an election to win.
I mean, they would have done it, but to quote, liar, liar, it's detrimental to my case.
Right. Maybe if you would have given them some information that they could use in a way they wanted to use it, you wouldn't be such a pariah right now.
Look, if you had the same information on, say, Donald Trump, they would have been all for it.
If you would have had this information on Donald Duck, they would have screamed it from the rooftops. You just happened to do it on the guy they were trying to make president for the Chinese. You dumb fuck.
But perhaps the most alarming information I revealed was of a mole within the DOJ.
We shouldn't be. Look, I understand making women cops and things like that, but I mean, we don't need to be employing animals.
Oh, God, I thought it was Fred Savage. I was like, Jesus, this guy really needs some work.
Oh, I thought it was Don Barris's buddy who was in Windy City Heat with Perry.
Wait a minute. Was the mole non-cancerous? That's the first question we should be asking.
It was benign.
All right.
Who shared classified information with Hunter Biden and his Chinese partners. I told the DOJ that Hunter was closely associated with a very senior retired FBI official who had distinct physical characteristic. He had one eye.
We literally have motherfuckers with eye patches running around covering up shit for the Chinese government.
Can you pick them out of a lineup? Oh, it'll be really hard to figure it out. I don't know. Let me eyeball it here.
Yeah. Here's what we have. We have a guy who helped Hunter Biden cover up corruption with China and that they were in bed together. Can you guess which one of it may be? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the guy who looks like number 2 from Austin Powers? Could that be? Could the henchman, could the corrupt, dirty government henchman perhaps look like a Bond villain's corrupt movie henchman? He looks henchman-y. In fact, I've got his ID right here. It's Hench Walter Mann. He's a henchman.
One of the FBI agents.
He also was found walking around with the super shredder who had gotten the ooze earlier and had consumed the entire vial of ooze. He then became Kevin Nash in spiky shoulder pads. He would walk around with Hunter Biden, as did a man in a dark black suit with a cape and a breathing apparatus, formerly known as Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader. They brought one man with him named Hans Landa, who they called the Jew Hunter. I have to say, for obvious reasons, that one skeezed me out the most.
I was really hoping they'd pull Vanilla Ice out for the Go Ninja Go song, but apparently he's too busy redoing Holmes.
He also walked around with Master Tatsu, but only in low security situations.
Jesus.
Fucking Hunter Biden's walking around with a guy with an eye patch. What the fuck is going? Could this get more ridiculous? Yes.
No, apparently not.
And
because the fact that it got to eye patch guy, I'm like, come on, it's so blatantly. They're not even trying. They're advertising that something hinky is happening right here.
God damn it, are you fucking with me? But that's okay. And then, like, all the good guys and the whistleblowers are all, like, really nerdy, fucking worthless, defenseless human beings. And he's like, but that's okay, because to combat eye patch, I got my own friend to provide my security. His name is the Grimace. Oh, God damn it. We are fucked. This is not going to go well.
Wait, Crenshaw wasn't in the FBI, right? We're not talking about Crenshaw.
Oh, shit, it was Crenshaw.
Even told me, that would be very easy for us to find. There aren't that many one-eyed people in the Bureau.
And all the one-eyed people we do have, we keep them in our henchman training facility, where they learn how to do things like stare at people menacingly, stand on street corners putting things on top of phone booths.
Really, guys? Really, Hunter? But Hunter, you didn't want to have a little more depth perception in your little setup here. Just gonna go with the carbon cop out of your generic villain, one eye included.
The information I provided the FBI in March of 2019 was fully corroborated 9 months later when the famous laptop belonging to Hunter Biden, which contained all the emails and receipts, was handed to the FBI. And guess who seized the laptop from the computer repair shop.
The Mossad. Oh, God damn it. I keep guessing them for everything, and I'm always wrong. Or am I?
It was a moving company.
There was a company called Urban Moving Number 2, and they seized the laptop, and they were the ones who got it.
It was Special Agent Joshua Wilson who was with me in Brussels earlier.
Well, now, wait a minute. But not Eye Patch. Eye Patch did not, because Eye Patch seems like the guy who takes the laptop, right?
Yeah.
Eye Patch comes in and goes, I hear you have a laptop. I can't give it to you, sir, unless you sign. You want me to break your fucking pencil neck? All right, here's the laptop. Thank you.
I can't give you the laptop, sir. It's my patriotic duty. I'm about to lift this eye patch and start finger my eye hole if you don't give me the goddamn laptop. Sir, I can't do it. All right, here we go. Here we go. No, stop it. Oh, it's so good. I can't stop. Won't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. Here's the laptop. I'm going to keep. He also left some crack. Thank you very much. We're good.
That's how I get answers.
In other words, the FBI knew.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to clean my pants. I always come when I finger my eyes out. How is this show not the biggest thing in the world? Like and subscribe and share.
About from me about the Biden CFC deals before they got hold of the laptop, way before.
I then went to a bar where a Kazakh man was threatening to throw me down a well in a song.
They had enough time to investigate the issue, but they didn't.
Weird.
After Brussels,
It's almost like they didn't want to.
But instead of
It's almost like, and stay with me here, I'm about to go down a weird road. They're corrupt-ass motherfuckers who are in on it. It's almost like you handed all this really important information that the American people needed to know to the one group of people who would make sure that none of us would ever hear about it.
It's almost like you told the people who had a vested interest in making sure, for some reason, that corrupt Grandpa Magoo over here got into the office. It's almost like you told, hey, he's really, really corrupt. We better do something about that.
Everyone needed to know that this family was corrupt and was trying to destroy their country. So I handed it over to the only people I thought could help me. American Federal Intelligence agents. They've never done anything untoward towards the American people, like murdered their leader in a ragtop convertible.
showing appreciation for my whistleblowing, I became public enemy number one.
Weird.
Over the past 4 years that followed,
I was expecting a cookie. They sexually molested me in my anus and mouth. I got the cookie of another service.
I thought I would be given the 5-star treatment like one Snowden and, hailed in the streets as a patriot for revealing corrupt American government.
This guy is a dipshit. I was expecting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Instead, they turned me into one-man human pincushion. I believe it's up right now on Pornhub and Ghetto Gaggers.
Before this event, I had never had, quote, my shit pushed in.
Every time I get out on the lake on a windy day, my butthole makes a whistling noise.
I am now still a whistleblower, but it is only because I can't close my gaping rectum.
Have you ever taken one of those bendy straws and spun them around really, really fast outside? That is now how my asshole sounds when it's windy out. Because I just tried to. I actually sound like Arsenio Hall's old audience. How are we not the most popular show in the world?
me, my family, my friends, my associates, we're all harassed, intimidated, and finally,
Butt fucked.
Finally, anally penetrated.
Needless to say, it was against our will, but they didn't seem to have a problem with it.
I was wondering how deep the corruption went. Apparently, all the way to the base of the shaft.
Yes, the corruption went so deep that it touched my kidneys.
I was
They
prosecuted.
tickled my tonsils. I still have cock breath.
I now have a jump rope tied around my midsection. It keeps the shit in.
It's a ratchet strap from a moving company. No relation.
I got it on the cheap when they went out of business.
They had to liquidate a lot, which is funny because I'm using it to keep me from liquidating into my pants.
I love that our backstory for this guy is that he shared information on the Bidens and he just got anally destroyed
By the American government.
and a guy in an eye patch just fucked him in the ass brutally until he almost bled out. Actually, if you watch season 19, episode 7 of Law & Order Special Victims Unit, it is about me. They say that it is fictional, but they are full of shit.
When he was done to add insult to injury, he put the eye patch over my butthole and said, "You need this more than I do."
Despite all that, on the eve of the 2020 elections, I sent my lawyer to Washington to meet with then Acting Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Richard Donoghue, to ensure he was informed about the information I had given his department in Brussels 19 months earlier.
And wouldn't you know, we both had the same sitting donut.
I would later come to learn why his name was the Jacob's Ladder.
And also to warn him that there may still be a mole within the DOJ. Mr. Donoghue confirmed to my lawyer that he was aware of my claims, but now we learn from the IRS whistleblower that it was Rich Donoghue himself who suspended the investigation a few weeks earlier on September 4th, 2020.
No way, you don't say. You mean the investigation with all this evidence you provided that the Biden family was on the take from China, Ukraine, and Romania, and that Hunter Biden's laptop, you had all this information. You're saying you reported it to these guys, and 2 months before the election, they decided to put the kibosh on it? That sounds really weird.
It's almost like they were slow walking it until after they got him in the office.
Now, this is what we call dog walking yourself into punches. I kind of walked myself right into this thing.
On the grounds that it was, quote, too close to the elections. Finally, in February...
We can't do this. We might elect a horribly corrupt person. Right. But it's so close to the election, we should wait.
We should wait. You know what we should do when the American people are trying to make an informed decision on their leadership? Should hold off on important information.
This year, I was arrested in Cyprus on an extradition request from the Southern District of New York, the very same office that met with me in Brussels.
These are the men who ripped my asshole apart so badly that I have to wear a Band-Aid over it like I'm Nellie's left eye.
I didn't realize they had also apparently sewed huge amounts of fentanyl into my pants, and I was now a drug mule.
Indictment said I violated the Arms Export Control Act, and if I convicted, I would face...
And it was because I brought these guns into the country.
So wait a minute. The guy's blowing the whistle. I know. He's a gun runner. You realize the person who got caught with a weapon was actually Hunter.
Right.
That was
up to 100 years in prison.
Oh, by the way, that cocaine in the White House is totally not his. In unrelated news, the Department of Justice is now thinking of stalling Hunter Biden's plea deal. Part of it is that he can't do any drugs. Just throwing that out there for you guys. Go ahead.
While I was detained in Cyprus, I was portrayed in the international media as an arms dealer, even though I never traded a bullet in my entire life.
In fairness, you're Jewish. Sorry.
In fact, nowhere in my indictment the DOJ claimed or presented evidence that I bought, sold, shipped, or financed any weapons. I was also charged with acting as an unregistered agent of CFC, which is a FARA violation. The DOJ says that I caused a payment of $6,000 a month to former CIA Director James Woolsey.
Which is a bullshit charge because the Bidens got tens of millions of dollars and nobody batted an eye.
It's really, really funny. It's like, I'd like to report all of these crimes. Thank you for confessing. Wait a minute, what?
Yeah. We're only halfway through, but I think we got it out of that guy. I mean, again, it's just one of those things where you're like, I understand. I get it. Like, I understand, like, yeah, this is fucked up. This is awful. I hear you. But, like, I'm unable to be surprised anymore. I'm incapable of surprise. And that kind of bums me out a little bit. Like, I should be hearing these things from this guy and going, holy shit, what the fuck did they do to this guy? But, like, I hear it and I just go, yeah, that's what they do.
It's really hard for me. I started seeing a little too much when people started pointing out how anti-global war and stuff Trump was. And then everything that happens to get him out of office. And then now the documents thing. Like, we got to get him for these. And we find out the documents are just more proof that, yeah, I didn't want to go to war with Iraq and these fuckers wanted me to do it. And I said no. Yeah. And it seems weird now that it's like, okay, this idiot who can't like fucking tie his shoes is the bag man for this corrupt empire. Grandpa Magoo, who can't get up a fucking flight of stairs without falling over, makes me look like a capable walker, is literally just apparently the mastermind of this. How is this empire working? It's like an entire government is like, no, prop this house of cards up. It doesn't matter how bad it sucks.
Yeah. You've been here before, haven't you? All right, let's catch up with the chat on this one. Cody, thank you for becoming a steel toe, bro. And thank you to Hobo Chili with $4.99. He says, the next war will consist of soldiers and Marines being told by their company commanders, bring your own ammo. I know. We're running out of guns. Oh, Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, there is so much stoppage, I have no idea what he's trying to say. I know that he is trying to snitch on Biden. That's it, though. Oh, I'm sorry. Should we have dry fired that whole thing? You would have never gotten our great sodomy jokes. I regret nothing, and I did the right thing.
We had to stop to give his ass time to rest, okay?
Hebe Kai says, it's a guy with one eye named Henry. So what's the name of the other eye?
Missing in action.
Skeezy says, don't worry, guys. I'm sure we can all solve this corruption if we just vote harder. Neat Drift says what I've been saying for years now. Are we the baddies? Starting to think it might be that way. Leprechaun Blood says, did he say he was visited by the FBI or SHIELD? I think this is when we're finding out that SHIELD's been infiltrated by Hydra and that they've been running the show.
Yeah, except apparently now also Coulson is still on Hydra's team. And it's like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, how the fuck does that work?
How do we get out of this problem? Where's Samuel L. Jackson? Oh my God, only one eye. It was Nick fucking Fury. Sam the whole time.
Nick Fury beat this poor Jewish man up. Oh no.
Talk about the secret invasion.
People are saying they want this F8'd. Hey, don't worry. I wrote this down the minute Johnny and I started talking about sodomy. Are you kidding me?
Anal sex. Now we've got a winner.
Hobo. I already did Hobo Chilies. Oh boy, I'm just trying to scroll through the chat here. There's so much of it. You enjoyed that one, did you? Everybody hit like, hit subscribe, hit share, no matter what platform you're on. Share Steel Toe and keep us going. Hobo Chili says, don't make Johnny laugh too much. His MS will start kicking in. Yeah, because
already did. That's why I'm in a chair.
Yeah, he's really keeping it at bay right now. It's the laughing. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, great bit. You guys are on fire. Like a tower in the early 2000s.
I have no water.
Dead Game says, because he likes crack and meth, not powder, flake, or fish scale. Good point. Sad Boy says his body is brought to us by Ocean Gate. His muscles imploded on themselves. Oh, that would explain it. Skeezy says, you're telling the criminals you're aware of their crimes and you wonder why they're out to destroy you. Genius. D. Gulag says, Trump has lived long enough to finally be the good guy. Compared to Biden, he was never the bad guy. They just tried to make it look that way.
As far as Trump being the bad guy, he was the bad guy before he got elected in terms of just like being a sleazy, shady New York businessman. But spoiler alert, There are a bunch of those. They just don't put their heads out there as much as Trump does.
Right, exactly. Packer Backer says, Libs, what evidence? Literally everyone else stacks up piles of evidence. Libs, anecdotal. Bigot on socialist media says, not only did the government know about all of this, they were in full control and set it all up for Hunter. Hunter should be the last person to go after. I agree. Like, Hunter was just the mule.
Yeah, Hunter's just the bumbling idiot. They're like, all right, we need you to do all this illegal shit. All right, well, if I'm doing that, then I'm also doing crack hookers and blow. Like, just
You drive a hard bargain there, Hunter, but you know what? You got yourself a goddamn deal.
oh, and just drop those files off by the car.
Thank you very much to Joel for $5 over on PayPal. Boy, I know who this guy's screen name is. Let's just say Rob. Rob with $10 on PayPal says, it was Dan Crenshaw. Also, check out Sound of Freedom. It's a great movie. I've been hearing about that movie, and then I've heard like the news and stuff say it's like, what do you call it? QAnon stuff. They're like, oh yeah, it's like a QAnon movie. And then I look into it and it's like, it's just a movie talking about like powerful pedophiles and how pedophilia is bad.
Oh yeah, a pedophilia ring and things running out of like Southern America. It's really just kind of what is it? Man on Fire, the one that they redid recently with Denzel Washington. Is that the one? It's kind of like that kind of a story where it's not a down on his luck kind of person, but it's a highly trained law enforcement individual who sees a moral conundrum crime happening and he has to do something about it. The reason why it's getting all the QAnon smoke is because of was it Jim Cavell or whatever his name is?
Caviezel?
Yeah, he's very QAnon, very big into a lot of this stuff, and he's been kind of pimping that message a lot, that this movie is I don't know what it includes, but apparently this movie is part of things like America's waking up and people aren't gonna put up with this shit anymore. So I mean, he's the one bringing the QAnon smoke more than anything, but I think it's just to again sully his name. Like, I don't think the movie, from what I understand, has any like QAnon shit in it.
Was it really the #1 movie in America this weekend?
I have no idea. I saw the preview for it, and to me, like I said, it looked like a Man on Fire kind of story, which I love that movie, but that movie's also horribly depressing, so I don't know if I want to watch this one.
I wanted to see where's my goddamn box office numbers here? It's got to be somewhere. Box office this weekend. Yeah, I type in box office and all these like boxoffice.coms coming. Insidious, The Red Door slams on Indiana Jones with $32 million opening. What's the...
Yeah, don't worry. If they're against the movie, it's not like they'll hide the numbers.
Red Door, yeah, I'm having a hard time finding it. There we go. Red Door is opening $32.65 million this weekend. Is that a... that's not the Spider-Man movie. All I'm seeing is Spider-Man shit.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Second best start in Insidious franchise after Chapter 2's running. Entombing Indiana Jones in second place. Yeah, that Indiana Jones movie is going to lose a fuckload of money.
Nobody wants to see old Harrison Ford, even if he's de-aged.
Right, and the de-aging actually makes it weirder. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse outstripped Disney Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 as the highest grossing movie of the summer. But it's only at $357 million? That's not very much for the highest grossing movie of the summer, is it? I don't know.
Maybe too many of us are still afraid to go out. You know, that whole coronavirus thing's real go-getter.
Yeah, I can't find like the actual top 10 of the box office. What the fuck? Here, box office top 10. Like, this is just a big article about The Red Door.
Yeah, I feel like the news media doesn't like talking about the top 10 anymore because Hollywood realized, hey, all the woke messaging we push doesn't really land.
Yeah, Sound of Freedom. Sound of Freedom was number 3 with 18 million, and it was in about 1,700 less theaters than Indiana Jones.
And it also got nowhere near the publicity any of those other movies did about being out and released.
Yeah, it did more per theater than any movie except Insidious, The Red Door.
And that is with the, like I said, the American movie establishment not blocking it, but actively downplaying, throttling its reach, much like YouTube.
Yeah. Total gross, $40 million. Oh, wait a minute. How did it do 18 million gross, but then total gross was 40 million in 1 week? It actually grossed more than Insidious did. Boy, these are some cooked-ass numbers, aren't they?
Yeah, probably.
This is a little fucky, if you ask me. Oh,
Are you saying an industry that maybe wants to control messages and narratives would not allow one that goes against it to be publicized as doing well?
You know what? I agree with somebody in the chat said it. I can't find it anymore, but I agree. I think that QAnon shit, I think that might be like a government-controlled like kind of movement. Like, you know when they get those guys with the swastikas outside Disney and then they seize the swastika and it was like freshly unfolded that day? Like the flag was. And everyone, like the 4 people there were wearing masks and their organization was founded like 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. There's something I
would say the QAnon stuff would be an interesting way to hold like control over the most radical people of the more MAGA and right-wing side of stuff, because they will buy into the QAnon stuff all day long, and then how hard is it to like lead them one step at a time until you get them right up against the barricade, and then you say, now push through.
Why would they ever do something like that on January 6th? Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says Sound of Freedom is an awesome movie. I highly recommend everyone go see Sound of Freedom. We are 155 away from today's goal. You guys are already almost there.
Guys.
Thank you guys very much. 155 away from today's goal. Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's knock the whole goddamn thing out. Do a half hour of overtime. Get off to a great start this week. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, YouTube, fucking Twitter, Facebook. Goddamn, every platform we're on right now. Up over 700 people at the moment. Between YouTube and Rumble, we're over 6. And with the other platforms added in, we are at 7. Very nice. Good job, guys. Keep liking, keep sharing, keep subscribing. We do appreciate it. You know what? Let's dig into this. I know we've been very news heavy today, but it's been very funny news heavy. Tucker did a show with Russell Brand.
Oh, God. I thought we were digging into the Sound of Freedom.
No.
All right.
Well, I don't know enough about it, to be honest with you, to really go deep on it today. But Russell Brand on his Rumble show had Tucker Carlson on. It was Tucker's first interview since leaving Fox News. And wouldn't you know it, Johnny, they really touched on some hot button issues.
It's weird. Is Tucker allowed to do interviews since leaving Fox?
He's not allowed. He's not allowed to work for anybody else.
Right.
So he can do a show on Twitter. Like, he's allowed to tweet. He just can't be employed by Twitter.
Right. But I mean, still, like an interview thing, you'd think there'd be like some sort of NDA or something. Like they'd be like, hey, we're not going to let you just say whatever you want.
NDAs are flimsy to begin with. But, and in media, he wouldn't have an NDA. He would have a non-compete. And non-competes, while flimsy to begin with, can't stop you from talking to people. Like, that would be a violation of your First Amendment right. You can't stop a guy just because he used to work for you. If you fire him, you can't then say, you can't go talk to this guy when microphones are on. So Tucker can go on. Now, there can be certain things that he signed in his contract, like about Fox, that he won't talk about, like you said. And maybe he signed an NDA, but he was fired so quickly, I don't think they came to an agreement, like on terms of him going away. I don't think he would have signed that. But this Russell Brand interview was his first one. So if he did have anything, maybe it was a 90-day kind of deal. I don't know. But they went and talked about a bunch of things. Johnny, would you like to know what Tucker knows about January 6th?
Yes.
We love you, Rumble.
That was a tip-off to me. I mean, I had no thought in my head as I watched this happen on television and in the subsequent weeks that U.S. law enforcement or military agencies had anything to do with it. That never crossed my mind. I never thought that it was a false flag or anything like that. I'm not a conspiracist by temperament. I never thought that. And then I interviewed the chief of the Capitol Police, Stephen Sund, in an interview that was never aired on Fox, by the way. I was fired before it could air. I'm going to interview.
Interesting.
We're starting. We're starting to gain some insight here. 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 We're starting to gain some insight here.
do him again. But Stephen Sutton was the totally non-political, worked for Nancy Pelosi. I mean, this was not some right-wing activist. He was the chief of the Capitol Police on January 6th. And he said, oh, yeah. That crowd was filled with federal agents. What? Yes. Well, he would know, of course, because he was in charge of security at the site. So the more time has passed, now it's been...
That's the end of the clip. We got, don't worry, lots of clips from this interview. Tucker Carlson, by the way, is every one of us pre-2020 and then post-2020. Like, Tucker Carlson is like, he's like me. He's like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist by temperament. But then all this shit started happening. And I went, they've got to be fucking with me on everything.
They were working on vacation?
The moving company just shut down out of nowhere? Come on. So, he's kind of like a lot of us. We're like, look, conspiracy theorist is a dirty word. It's like, you know, eating lunch in high school with the kid you're not supposed to eat lunch with. You're really taking a risk by saying you are one of these people. But then you can't help it because while you don't want to be this thing, everything that ends up happening turns out to look...
you are.
Right, exactly. It's just, what am I supposed to do? I can either live a lie or be branded a conspiracy theorist. This is his thoughts on Trump. I don't know if we really need to go too deep into this one. We can always cut him off in the middle. But he addressed a lot of things with Russell Brand. And Russell actually did a really good job with him, just kind of asking the questions and letting him talk.
And then backing off, not like leading or anything.
I hate it when people feel like they have a mission to like get the guy. It's like, no, if he says some shit that you have a question about or that you want to question, then you question it. But too many of these journalists think that interviews are like gotcha sessions. Like, I got to get them. No, you don't. You have to interview them. You have to use your judgment. You have to, if you feel like something needs clarification or may not be true, then you fact check them and you ask them follow-up questions. It's not,
I gotta win. I don't think you understand what that means.
Yeah, it's not, your job as a journalist is not to go to war with these politicians and show them how fucking smart you are. It's just about trying to decipher the truth out of these people. But here we go.
I think looking back on this 10 years from now, assuming we're still around, I think we're going to see Trump's emergence as the most significant thing to happen in American politics in 100 years, because he reoriented the Republican Party against the wishes of Republican leaders. But when I think about Trump right now, so it's July of 2023, I'm struck by his foreign policy views. Trump is the only person with stature in the Republican Party, really, who's saying, wait a second, why are we supporting an endless war in Ukraine? And that, leaving aside whether Trump's going to get the nomination or get elected president or would be a good president, I can't even assess that. All I can say at this point is I'm so grateful that he has that position. He's right. And everyone in Washington's wrong. Everyone. And Trump is right on that question. And it's a big...
All right. So thank you, Tucker, for bumming us out and letting us know Trump is officially never going to become president of the United States again, even if he gets more votes than anybody else.
And in unrelated news, Tucker Carlson has passed away tragically when his car suffered a massive failure of all four brakes and spontaneously exploded and then imploded.
And then shot himself in the head. We can't find the gun, though. Strangest thing. Must have went somewhere in the accident. Yeah, Trump is the only one who doesn't want to go to war with Iran in our government. Trump's the only one who doesn't want to keep the Ukraine thing going. Well, then you ain't getting no Trump. You know what I mean?
Big question. That war is reshaping the world. It's reshaping the economy of the world. It's reshaping populations. I was just in Romania last week, which is, of course, shares a border with
Ukraine. Brag about your vacation. Why don't you?
I started a moving company while I was there. I danced on a van. A whole weird thing was going on.
The refugees...
Tucker Carlson was hit by a cluster bomb in Romania today.
In that region, the number of people killed in that war, Europe will never be the same because of this war.
Yeah, I've heard that twice before. They always bounce back. They're a malleable bunch, those Europeans. You can slaughter them by the tens of millions, and they just build the buildings back up. Here we go.
Wooden doors, that's all I'm saying.
It really matters. And Trump alone among popular figures in both parties understands that, and I'm grateful for it. Whether he gets the nomination or gets elected, words really matter. Saying something true out loud matters. And
Right. How else are they supposed to know who to kill?
Right. Because we haven't had anyone saying something true out loud like the Bidens are corrupt and taking money from foreign governments. I'm sure that they'll be held accountable eventually. Saying something matters.
Actually, we actually found out Tucker Carlson today died after a side effect of myocarditis. There's one nobody would believe. Oh. So Tucker then talked about his firing from Fox News with Russell Brand. And wouldn't you know, he was as shocked as we were about it. Came out of nowhere. It did come right after they settled everything with the election people. What's their name?
Dominion?
Dominion. After Fox paid Dominion $700 million out of a $2 billion lawsuit, then Tucker Carlson was fired the next day. No.
Paid Dominion to millions.
Yes.
Tucker, how's it been in the 6 months or so since you left Fox? How have you been personally, and how does it compare to the time when you left MSNBC in terms of its emotional impact on you?
I forgot that he worked for MSNBC. Doesn't that sound
so many people do. Like, everyone just assumes Tucker Carlson is this bastion of conservatism. It's like, no. He's kind of been just like a person with opinions, and they had him on MSNBC. They brought him over to Fox because he left MSNBC, and then he became big there because they lost what's his nut?
O'Reilly.
Do it like
O'Reilly.
Yeah, they lost O'Reilly. He really filled in the vacuum for O'Reilly with them. Because surprise, surprise, Sean Hannity just seems like a big tool. I don't know why.
Seems like a useful mouthpiece, that Sean Hannity. Very weird. But no, he was on CNN for a long time. Then he was on MSNBC. Then he moved over to Fox. He's worked for all of them.
Well, I've been fired. It's not the first time I've been fired. And I think in our business, when you work for a big company in media and, you say what you think, there's an expectation that you could get fired. So I've always had that. And I've always tried to take the long view, not just on media, but on life. All graves go unvisited in the end. I always think that. And so
Tucker sounds like a real cheery guy.
Honestly, though, do you feel sort of kinship with him when he talks about how he's been kicked off of so many platforms? You're like, hey, I've been down that road.
Yeah.
My balls are bruised, too.
I'm like single A Tucker. I'm Paw Tuckett Tucker Carlson. That's who I am.
I was surprised. I didn't, expect to get fired that morning at all in April. So
we all were expecting you to get fired every day. We were thinking they can't let him go on and say this shit.
was shocked, but I wasn't really shocked. And I wasn't mad. It's not my company. And when you work for someone else, that person reserves the right, and in fact has inherently the right to decide whether you work there or not. And I don't know why I was fired. I really don't. I'm not angry about it. You can believe me or not, but I think you can feel that I'm not.
Can we nominate Tucker Carlson for most even-keeled, well-balanced individual on Earth? Like, if we put a level on top of his head, the bubble would always be in the middle.
I don't know about always, but I'm struggling to think of him really losing his shit.
Right. He's a remarkably well-adjusted dude.
And even if he loses his shit in front of you, he almost always corrects and criticizes himself. Like when he says something, he's like, and I know I shouldn't be like that. I should let that go. And it's, holy shit, man. Can you stop being a decent human being? The rest of us are real pieces of shit, and it's becoming too obvious.
And it's even worse because like the whole narrative around him, they want it to be that this guy's evil and terrible. And then you watch him and you go, could you stop? You're supposed to be like the Shredder. Like, remember when Media Matters came out with those clips of those satellite clips of him, and they're like, "Look at what Tucker does," and you're like, he sounds like a remarkably decent dude to the point of being boring.
I mean, to the point at which he's literally saying like, "Oh, and she hates my guts. She's a liberal." It's like, so you're telling me he's surrounded by people that openly have conflicting political opinions and he's cool with it?
Yeah.
Why can't we get more of this? I feel like that's a benefit for all of us as a society.
And, I wish Fox well. There was,
that's what you always say in the breakup.
Yeah.
I wish them well. I hope they do great. And then when they fucks up, told you he was a beater.
The New York Times, but that's not true. And I think the people who run the company know that's not true. I actually don't think they did it. And I'm not mad about it. And I've been happy. I guess the only thing that bothers me
is watch it something like, I had a little red stress ball that I really liked, and they won't give it back to me. They say they can't find it, and I think that's bullshit.
They kept my stapler.
He's just really high strung. He's so well balanced that you have to be really high strung on the inside to be that like normal. And he's like, well, there's only one thing. There was a fuzzy pen that my kids gave me for Father's Day one week. And if they don't return it to me, I swear to God, I'll tip over the desks and I will wipe out everyone in that office.
They
Jesus.
kept my stapler, and
Yeah.
I want my stapler back. I'm going to burn down. I swear I'm going to burn down the building.
Okay, but I'm going to set Fox News on fire.
is I'm 54. And when you get a little bit older, and my wife and I, our children are grown and we live in rural settings, as you do, because we believe in nature and God and dogs. You
He
can.
believes in dogs? I mean,
I don't. Dogs are the devil.
I believe in them as much as I can touch them, but I don't talk about like they have healing powers and shit. By the way, what a stunning looking 54-year-old. Holy, he looks better than us.
Wait, which one? Tucker's 54?
54. He just said he turned
Shit!
54. I'm
God
depressed.
damn it. I thought you were going to say Russell Brand's 54. I'm like, yeah, on this side is 60, but
Now I'm depressed.
yeah, thanks a lot.
I don't feel good.
I mean, I know I look like shit, but I didn't need it confirmed.
Tucker's 54. He looks spectacular.
Can lose your drive. I mean, it's just a little bit too nice, kind of. And I do feel like we, people who are healthy and aware and who can read, like, have an obligation to be engaged in the life of the community they live in and the life.
I love how Tucker's his one criticism about himself. He's like, you know what? I'm not a big enough prick. That's my big, like, even his criticism of himself is like, I'm a really good guy.
the
I'm
country
just
they live in.
too laid back and I'm not invested enough. I should be a bigger dick going, we need to do something about that.
Yeah.
And in the life of the world to the extent that they can. And so my only fear has been maybe being a little bit too happy. I've spent a lot of time trout fishing, a lot of time. We have 4 dogs, a lot of time with my dogs and my wife, and a lot of kind of like late breakfast outside and stuff. And, that's not, I mean, that's great, but life has got to be more than that. So now I'm back to work and I'm grateful to be doing that.
The fact that
I love Tucker. How would you
I just took a lot of time off of fucking breakfast in bed. I got a Blumpkin the day after. It was amazing.
if I really could have one criticism of myself, it's that I made my wife suck my dick once while I was taking a shit. And it's not right and it's not okay, but
Boy, God, did she do an amazing job.
she's a lovely woman. Yeah, if I could complain about one thing, it's that I was eating breakfast outside in a lovely setting. I was playing with my dogs a lot. I was doing a lot of fishing. I really am an asshole. Well, thank you. Thank you for that bout of self-awareness there, Tucker. I really do appreciate it. That's very sweet of you.
If April's listening, she probably just she had a very emotional response when she heard trout fishing. She's like, oh,
Yeah.
God, I wish I were fishing.
She just can't help herself.
That's what'll happen if this show ends. Is like, where's April? Find a river. She's in it fishing.
Wait, Aaron, what? No. Like, I know I didn't put her there. Like, she's there.
No. She got a boat. She's on a boat. All right.
Yeah, Zen Rhino says Russell Brand is 48 and he looks 10 years older than Tucker. Yeah. Hobo chili recipe. I'm 46 and I look like I went through the Baton Death March, but it consisted strictly of eating heavy cream. Very good. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe. What is it? 155 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Tucker on launching his show on Twitter. I don't care about that. You want to hear his thoughts on elections?
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't have any of those.
Let's hear what
I'm
Tucker
sure he wasn't
thinks.
fired over them at all.
Let's hear what he thinks about it. Remember, he was fired, yes, right after the Dominion settlement that Fox had. So
Convenient.
let's see if Tucker's thoughts on this particular issue may have clashed with Fox's settlement conditions that saved them $1.3 billion.
Violence on January 6th, I oppose. I've said that many times. I was kind of happy to leave it where it was, which is this got completely out of hand. The only reason I ever got involved in commenting on it was, we did a show that night saying, well, this is awful, right? What happened was the lying about it was immediate. This was a racist, white supremacist insurrection. Well, okay. There was no indication to this day that race had anything to do with it at all. Like nothing. Nope. These are people who thought the election was stolen from them. There's some evidence they were right. We could debate that, but that's what they thought. That's a meaningful thing. If you've got a big population in your country that doesn't believe that your elections are on the level, you need to figure out a way to convince them that the elections are on the level, or else you can't have democracy because it's a faith.
Right. That's a good point. It's like we threw all these fits and we banned people and struck people for all the election stuff. But it's like you do have to listen to people who think that their vote doesn't count. I love that when it was 2000 and it was George W. Bush, people felt disenfranchised and we needed to stop everything, but those people all favored Al Gore. But then when all these people feel disenfranchised and they're like, I don't think this was on the up and up, could you prove to me that my vote was counted the same as everyone else's? And could you prove to me that this election was on the up and up? It doesn't instill confidence in you as a power structure when you respond to those people by going, no, shut the fuck up or we'll get rid of you.
And by the way, we're taking away all your social media. You're spreading horrible misinformation. I'm asking questions. Exactly.
Right. Like if someone said to me like, oh man, you didn't do what you said you did this weekend. That's bullshit. I go, well, no, I did this right here. There you go. You'd be like, oh, okay, cool. But if they go, you didn't do what you said you did this weekend. You were up to something else. And I went, you shut the fuck up or I'll beat the shit out of you. It's like, that is not the response you're supposed to be giving to those accusations if you're innocent.
I was not beating off two men in a bathhouse. Nobody said you were.
No.
Exactly, and nobody's going to.
So that was the first thing.
Especially not those two men in the bathhouse that I've sworn to secrecy because I never jacked them off.
So that was the first thing I noticed. There was no effort at all to convince people, actually, electronic voting machines are secure, which they are not. By the way, that's a lie. In any country that has electronic voting...
Okay, now if you ever wanted to answer the question, why was Tucker Carlson fired from Fox News...
just did.
Yeah, pick your favorite conspiracy theory, but this is the one. There's no way that this settlement with Dominion would have been able to be held up in court had Tucker been allowed to talk about elections on his show. It was 100% the Dominion thing that got him fired. Because this shit would have fucked over Fox big time.
Voting machines is by definition at risk of having its election stolen. By definition, no country that cared about democracy would have electronic voting machines, okay? First thing. But no one...
Especially not ones connected to the internet. That always annoyed me. It's like, if you want to have an electronic voting machine that tabulates the vote and spits a number out at you, okay. I mean, shit, we do that
you can have the fucking, what are they called? The blip dot little readers that you fill the card out on, like, for a test or whatever, but those don't need to be networked or whatever.
Right.
Like it could print out the results or something. I feel like the idea of actually connecting them to the internet was the first thing to be like, oh, so this is completely out the window now. I mean,
right. It's not legit because anyone can now access it. And being a voting machine makes you a huge target the minute you go online. So I don't know. I don't think I'm not against electronic machines counting votes, but I'm against them being connected to the internet in any way, shape, or form. There's no, like you said, there's no reason for them to be networking.
Closed networks only, like local networks. But there should be nothing that has actual access to the internet. Not even like Passgate, like fucking literally nothing that is in that closed network has LAN or online access or a Wi-Fi access port. Because any of that, and not even just like, because our government's going to fuck with the elections. Any of that makes it so anyone could. Anyone could hack it.
Right.
You know, a bunch of guys in a moving van with a laptop could suddenly start changing numbers. You know, you don't want that.
Well, and like just someone who wants to fuck around and be a dick could do it.
And by the way, many Democrats have made that point. Not now, but 10 years ago. There was no effort to reassure anybody. They immediately used it as a cudgel to make their political opponent shut up, and in a lot of cases to send them to jail. So I noticed this. I'm like, well, wait a second. Nobody here is operating in good faith at all. They're just immediately lying with maximum aggression. And anyone who asks questions about it, like me, and if you could go back and look at the tape, my first 5 shows on January 6th were like, well, yeah, it's bad, but I don't think you're telling the truth about what actually happened. Shut up! Racist! What? So that's always the key for me. If it's like an infection, you know it's infected when it hurts. You press it. You recoil. They immediately recoiled when you asked any questions about January 6th.
Well, it's kind of like that old saying, if you want to find out who's in charge, find out who you're not allowed to make fun of.
And who are those people?
I didn't. I know. I was talking about the voting and the thing and the.
Oh,
that's.
I thought you were finally close to putting it all together, because he was talking about the elections and we were talking about January 6th, which kind of comes back to Trump. And earlier he mentioned how Trump was against. Look, I'm just saying.
What happened? I have no idea. Mike Wilson in the chat says it would have been $2 billion if it went to court. Right. That's my point. Tucker was sacrificed at the altar of the settlement. It was a $700 million settlement.
And they wanted Tucker because.
And they got rid of Tucker and took the $700 million instead of going to court for the $2 billion. Mike, you're yelling at me in all caps in the chat, and I'm agreeing with you. Kurt Gustafson, wow, huge if true. Breaking news, convicted child molester Larry Nassar was stabbed in prison. That's the guy who did the Michigan State, the USA Gymnastics molesting. So he was
Those
stabbed.
guys never do well in prison.
No. Larry Nassar.
Oh.
Disgraced sports doctor Larry Nassar stabbed multiple times at Florida federal prison. Oh yeah. By the way, don't they just sometimes look the part? There's Larry Nassar.
Oh God, dude. I hate to say this.
AIDSy Pee Wee Herman.
Well, yeah. Now that you pointed it out, but lighten that hair color and put him in a green shirt. Didn't we just hear from him?
I was in Cyprus and they arrested me for being a gun runner. That was him at his trial. Yeah, he got stabbed in prison. Boy, I tell you what, stereotypes exist for a reason. That whole child molesters have it rough in prison thing, it's because of stories like this that exists. Disgraced sports doctor Larry Nassar, who was convicted of sexually abusing female gymnasts, was stabbed multiple times during an altercation with another inmate at a federal prison in Florida. Two people familiar with the matter told the AP that the attack happened Sunday at United States Penitentiary Coleman in Florida. The people said he was in stable condition on Monday. One of the people said he had been stabbed in the back and in the chest. Well, he's going to be there for a few more decades, so he, better grow eyes in the
Start
back
wearing
of his head.
phone books, homie.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do something.
Or get used to solitary. How do you like Wardenburgers?
Are you a big
might be
fan
in
of
a few.
Wardenburgers? AVS Gear Detailing. I think he's dead now, isn't he? Or is he grooming another teenager? Or is he embezzling money from a club? Or is he shitting into a bag? Which one? I'm sorry, AVS. I don't mean to do that to you, buddy. I don't mean to dick you over like that, but you guys sometimes don't realize how easy you are. I mean, you worship a guy who shits in a bag and is rotting to death. I don't really know if that's as intimidating as you think it is. Sorry, pal. Smartass says, it's funny how people only think the election was stolen when their team loses. The lack of self-awareness with these people sound like a Clinton voter in 2016, and the thought has never crossed their mind. Smartass, you got to stop doing this side or the other. Hey, Johnny, did George W. Bush probably rig the election in 2000?
No, but the Republicans definitely did.
Yeah, it was probably rigged. His brother was the governor of the state in question, and all he kept doing was going, all right, let's certify this and call it a day. Like, Jeb, it's like 300 votes. Separate these two. We got to hand count the ballot. Come on. We got a fucking deadline here. Come on. Let's just wrap it up and certify. George won. We got to.
Please certify the election.
We should probably count it again. Can't do it. Sorry. Got to, we just got to,
Look, my dad said he won. He used to be in charge of the CIA. Why would he lie?
Right. My former head of the CIA father says that this is totally on the up and up. I think we can move on now. Mike Wilson says the cult member who lost. Look, I think 2016 was fucky and 2000 was fucky. But then again, you're always going to be an island out on your own when you call out both of them. Like anytime you go, yeah, I think they're all rotten. It's not like nobody has ever gone, yeah, the whole thing's rotten from top to bottom. And the people from one side go, yeah, at least you're fair. No, they both attack you from both sides. because you won't join.
No, they're rotten, but it always comes down to, no, but they're worse, though. No, but they're worse, though.
Yeah, look, the side that I support are total pieces of shit. I get that the Republicans suck and they're fucking awful, but like the Democrats, dude, I'm like, how about you just hate them both then? Like, why do you feel the need to choose one of them? I'll never understand it. All right, boys and girls, where are we at? Thank you, Sparky Rose, for renewing your membership. Oh, man, that's too bad. That AVS gear detailing guy, I told you, they were too easy to just kind of smack around. He left. I guess his curiosity was satiated. 155 away from today's goal. If you'd like to help us knock out that goal, there's the Streamlabs and PayPal link on Rumble, YouTube. Go ahead and check the chat. Click on it. Contribute to the program, or do it right through YouTube or Rumble. Super Chats, Rumble Rants, whichever one you'd like to do. We are only 155 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. And we are up over 800 people now on all 4 platforms, talking to way more people now that we just diversified and spread it out. Diversity, Johnny, it's what makes the world go round.
I mean, if you don't have equity and inclusion, why bother?
What do you have? You've got a popcorn fart. All right, guys, let's go ahead and check out crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. There's the link in the chat. crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com now introduces April's Magic Bean Ground Coffee, a smooth blend of coffee from South America, not South Africa, as you guys have been saying. Ain't gonna play Sun City. Whole bean coffee, ground coffee, April's Magic Bean. It's all there. 12-ounce bags, 16-ounce bags. All of those prices include shipping. There is no added charge for shipping. Support your favorite program and drink the most delicious coffee that you've ever had. You will make the switch to Steel Toe Coffee.
Interesting icon on that one.
I don't know what it means. Not sure.
No idea. Is there a flavor difference between, because like I've been doing the ground coffee, which I love. I love the Steel Toe ground coffee. But is April's Magic Bean have a flavor difference?
April's Magic Bean does have a flavor difference. You've got the Steel Toe Coffee, a single origin medium and dark roast from Indonesia, tasting notes of chocolate, molasses, and brown sugar. Dark chocolate, molasses, and brown sugar. Whereas April's Magic Bean is a smooth blend. It's kind of a milder blend than the Steel Toe Coffee.
With a vague taste of salmon.
Yes, with a vague taste of trout mixed in. You guys are going to love it. It's April's Magic Bean and Steel Toe Coffee. Check it out right now at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. The link is in the chat. Check it out. Thank you guys very, very much for supporting both Steel Toe Coffee and April's Magic Bean. And we're 155 away from today's goal. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Again, a great service, again, with All Care Towing. If your car won't go, if you've got problems getting it started, you get in an accident, you go in the ditch, nobody better than All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care. Johnny, I have to report, there are less than 35 tickets left for the anniversary show after our 25-seat expansion that we just had last week. Less than 35 seats available. Get your tickets to the Steel Toe Comedy Show 9th anniversary party, Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Now, at Stoney's, not only do they have an awesome service of either the indoor bar or the outdoor bar, Stoney's Garage, the patio bar, but also Thursday is bike night. They've got live music on the weekends. It's the best place to go and party. It's the best dive bar there is. Get yourself a pizza. Grab yourself a couple of drinks. They're world-famous Bloody Marys. Catch a game, whatever you want to do. They're there for you at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today and get your tickets to the Steel Toe Morning Show 9th anniversary party. Well, Johnny, I have some news to report from Oregon, from Portland, as it were.
Things getting better?
Yeah.
Turn it around.
They've finally come up with an idea that I think is going to knock it out of the park. You
What
know,
is it?
we've seen Oregon take a lot of steps backward. We've seen Portland specifically take a lot of backward steps. But you know what? I think they're finally starting to figure the damn thing out.
Well, that's the problem with being, Mother Nature, or, well, it's not Mother Nature. That's the problem with being America's kind of, testing ground. They're trying all the stuff that we're like, would this work? Would it not? So, they're throwing a lot at the wall, but thank God when something doesn't work, they go, hey, that didn't work, on to the next.
Yeah. Well, they've got a new harm reduction plan in Portland.
Okay.
That's a good idea, right? To reduce harm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people harmed in Portland. You got the tent cities, you got the homeless drug addicts causing all kinds of problems on the streets. You got people just kind of living in depression and squalor because the city's going to dog shit and crime and all that. Well, a harm reduction plan is definitely what's needed in Portland. Would you like to hear about their new harm reduction plan?
How's it going?
Let's check it out.
Opioid overdoses in Oregon have been on the rise for the last 5 years. The Oregon Health Authority reports more than 1,000 overdose deaths and 9,000 emergency room visits in 2021 alone.
Holy shit.
Those open air drug markets really are helping.
Time out, wait a minute. Did she mean in the country? Or
I don't
did
think
she
so.
mean in Portland?
I think she meant in Portland, which is insane.
That's 3 a day. That's 3 opioid deaths a day in the city of Portland. I got to hear that again. She had to be talking about the whole country.
Opioid overdoses in Oregon have been on the rise for the last 5 years. The Oregon Health Authority reports more than 1,000 overdose deaths and 9,000 emergency room visits in 2021 alone.
So, okay, that is Oregon. That's the whole state. 3 people every day die of opioid overdoses.
Overdoses.
And 27 people a day visit the emergency room from
I
fucking
go to
around.
hospital. I got an opioid overdose.
I got an opioid overdose. If you could help me with that. You're probably used to people not being able to talk right.
To help combat this, counties across the country have been implementing so-called harm reduction practices.
This is good. We should have been doing this, right?
Right. Okay. So we're
Harm
going to
reduction.
We're going to corral the people with the drug problem, kind of force them clean or something. What scared straight? What are we doing?
That sounds like a good idea. Let's see. They're probably doing some of that. And then, a little column A, little column B. I'm excited. How's Portland going to turn this ship around?
According to the CDC, harm reduction is a public health approach to reduce the harm that comes with drug use, like infectious diseases and overdoses.
Good. We should be stopping those things, right?
Yeah, AIDS needs to end, and overdoses obviously is taking out people. Families will obviously. Let's keep Bam Margera alive. Is my point.
That's really what harm reduction is all about. There's actually a picture of him in the CDC next to harm reduction. Yeah, we don't need AIDS anymore. AIDS has got to go. We got Rumble now to keep them in line. Or monkeypox. Goddamn, I was gonna say I'll be on Rumble next week because I said monkeypox. I fucked up my joke.
You're going to get fucking partnered or whatever. You're going to get a solid deal from Twitch or YouTube. It's like, hey, really glad that you pointed out that Rumble is the home of AIDS.
No, not Rumble. I was going to say, God damn it, I fucked up my own joke. We don't need AIDS anymore because monkeypox keeps them in line. I'll see you on Rumble tomorrow. So what it came out as, if I would have finished it, would be we don't need AIDS anymore. We have Rumble to keep them in line. I'll see you on monkeypox. I fucked my own joke right in the ass. All right.
You talking about? Hey, that's how you get monkeypox.
That's how you get monkeypox. And then you go home and you smooch your dog. Yeah, that's what they did to him. All right, let's, God damn it, Johnny, harm reduction in Oregon. This is important.
Right. The approach can be giving out sterile syringes and distribution of naloxone, an overdose medication, and fentanyl.
Here, junkie, take the thing that you used to overdose. And then here's the medication you can use to fix it when you overdose.
And I think she was just about to say, and here's a testing kit to make sure you can trust your drugs.
Portland really is just going to go into the sweet good night quietly, aren't they?
I don't understand why these junkies just don't clean their lives up. It's almost like we're making, hey, can we put your feet up? How about we fluff your pillow while you get high? I mean, come on.
You know, I actually I liked harm reduction better back when it was called the other thing, enabling, which I always thought was bad for addicts, but I'm not a doctor.
Testing strips. Since 2019, Multnomah County has given out syringes and gives opportunities for HIV testing and other sexually transmitted diseases. The county says in recent years, it's seen a big decrease in use of syringes and more smoking and snorting of drugs.
So you haven't brought down the number of people doing drugs. As a matter of fact, as you just admitted, it's gone up. They've just diversified the way that they consume their drug. Boy, you guys are just doing great. And these fuckers, they convince themselves that they're doing a good job. They're like, hey, they may have died from a fentanyl overdose, but they didn't shoot it, so...
Shoot, but don't smoke. Smoke, but don't inhale. And while you're hopping from one foot to the next just chasing that dragon, he's over there laughing his sick fucking ass off.
Fentanyl's sitting there going, who can deny that the last 3 years haven't been entirely mine?
Organizations like the
The junkies shot up, and I never judged them. But the hospital says we lose.
Well, look at the source.
Fuck.
CDC and Johns Hopkins say offering harm reduction supplies.
John Milton.
John.
Like syringes helps link users to care and treatment services. To bridge the gap between those who inject drugs and those who smoke them, Multnomah County will now offer smoking supplies.
Hey, the syringes didn't help. Let's give them pipes.
No. You didn't hear her. The way their brains process this is, well, the syringes led them to help and aid programs which reduced the use of syringes. So now we're going to go to the smoking ones because they're too dumb to realize the people that were injecting went to smoking because at least they could get high and you'd leave them the fuck alone.
Oh, no.
To bridge the gap between those who inject drugs and those who smoke them, Multnomah County will now offer smoking supplies. The county says, quote, offering these supplies does not mean people will start using substances. Syringe Act.
Save taxpayer dollars. Buy them caskets. Okay? Just start buying caskets. They can live in them. They can sleep in them. And then when they die, you can just box them up and ship them out of town. There you go.
Does not mean people will start injecting, just as offering condoms does not encourage young people to start having sex.
Right, but they're fucking before the condoms. And giving them the condoms doesn't exactly make it less difficult to fuck. You're trying to stop them from having babies. You handing them syringes still gives them the ability to do the drugs. You handing them pipes still gives them the ability to do the drugs. You're supposed to stop them from doing the drugs.
This would be like if you were handing them the condoms and it only guaranteed that they get pregnant. That's not the same thing.
Foxx Jeffrey Lindblom spoke to some recovering addicts to understand how they feel about the county's latest move.
Right. What you guys are doing is the equivalent of giving a teenage boy a pocket pussy with a fresh egg in it. That's what you guys are doing. And
oh, by the way to really make these drug addicts seem like people who can put their lives together, compare them to a pubescent, horny teen looking to get laid who will do and or say anything to drop that D and a V.
You guys are doing what Johnny's trying to say, Portland, is you guys are doing great. Yeah.
The resources will be for drug users who don't use needles, so things like tinfoil and straws for opioid users, glass pipes for those who use methamphetamine or crack, or snorting kits. County calls it an up.
You're watching this as a taxpayer, and you're like, great news, guys. You know how public services are failing you, and inflation is eating away at your budget, and you could really use some assistance? Yeah, we're going to take those tax dollars, and we're going to buy foil, straws, and glass pipes for crackheads and meth heads.
I'd like to thank our sponsor for this this new county program, Reynolds Wrap tinfoil, when you want to keep it ready for dinner. You use Reynolds wrap.
Reynolds Wrap and Pyrex thanks you for our new harm reduction plan.
Becoming best
Oh, God,
practice in
Pyrex glass pieces. Cook all day, my friend. It's dishwasher friendly. Pyrex glass.
It will not break. Will not break.
harm reduction.
Which is not handy when you really need to stab the homeless person next to you because you're convinced they're a giant lizard.
Amidst an overdose crisis. I spoke with some recovering addicts I ran into in Old Town for their take on the move.
Jeff, I get emotional when I talk about things that are really near and dear to my heart.
This is DJ.
Yeah, I thought you were going to show us guys who were in recovery. Yeah, I'm emotional when I talk about things that are near and dear to my heart, but you shouldn't be hearing those words. You're just a boy.
Not
Hey,
funny,
Steve, dog.
funny queer.
I just got out from the nervous hospital.
Yeah, he says he knows he's not easy to understand and blames it on cigarettes. He lives on the streets of Portland.
Right.
We took
Right.
the junkie's word for it.
He blames it on cigarettes. Because, you know, when I remember all those anti-smoking commercials, I remember them being like, always remember to clean out your stoma. And then that one guy then, no, that was never a thing. Ozzy Osbourne wasn't at the back of that going, I used to be able to sing and shine at me smoking. Like, no, that's not how it works, asshole.
I've looked up all of the side effects of cigarettes. I've never seen being retarded as one of them.
I remember all of the, like, anti-tobacco shit that I grew up with in high school. The worst one was, like, I think a pitcher for the Twins who used to do dips, lost, like, his whole front bottom jaw.
Yeah, I don't remember who that
I call
was.
it golfer mouth because it shrinks and you just got a hole in your teeth. And you,
Oh, like
and he,
like Roger Ebert.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's fucked up. But I could still understand that guy. How the fuck are cigarettes getting this dude to Mumble Mouth Town?
I love how Oregon goes, we talked to some recovering addicts on the streets. And this guy goes, oh, yeah, he's totally a recovering addict. He just talks like that because of cigarettes. And like, wait a minute, who told you he was a recovering addict? Oh, that guy did. He swore he was clean. Like, oh, okay.
Why would a guy lie?
Yeah. This city of Oregon is this city of Portland is so fucked. You guys are sitting there taking junkies' words for it, and you're like, oh, yeah, they say they'll get clean if you just give them more syringes, crack pipes, tinfoil, and straws, and then they'll get right back on the path to recovery. And the people of Oregon are so stupid. The people of Portland are so dumb that they just go, oh, okay, well, we'll hook you guys up with that stuff. And then 5 years from now, we'll go, hey, I thought you guys said you were going to get clean. Try it.
Dude, this guy in Portland really just needs to be hanging out with like a fucking box or a bucket or something in front of him where people can like tip and then the occasional person comes up and lights his pipe for him.
Yeah.
He can do spoken word, you know, for money.
Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot.
Oh my God, he could do that one.
He could.
And I'm not proud to say, but I'm a user.
He and several others who live on the street that I spoke with support Multnomah County upping resources for users.
Did he just say I'm not proud of it, but I am a user?
Yeah, aren't we hearing from a recovering drug addict? He says, I am a user and he's living on the street. Where's the recovery?
No offense, I don't blame the homeless people in Portland anymore. This seems like the easiest to snow city in the world. I mean, you guys are really fucking dumb over there.
I think it's amazing. I think it's a great gift that we can actually look beyond our traumas to help someone through theirs. Harm reduction is a
fuck
necessity.
you.
Oh, Jesus
fuck you.
Christ. What a barren hellscape. Just get out already. Hey, we found a harm reduction plan for Portland. What is it? Everybody move.
That's how I feel.
The county says they're planning to follow a trend that's been seen across the nation.
Look how it's going, everybody. Harm reduction. He's just taking a nap.
In fairness, that guy will wake up when his son gets drafted in next year's NBA draft. Just hasn't seen him in 19 years.
It's you like Tiger Woods and hit that.
He's Roberto.
Cities and counties handing out drug paraphernalia, things like pipes and snorting kits to users, calling it an emerging best practice in harm reduction.
I mean, why take them off the street and put them in a facility or incarcerate them or just remove them from society so that people can live a more peaceful existence and a cleaner existence? I mean, Just give the junkies more shit to do drugs with out in public.
I mean, if you're going to take that, like, I hate this, like, middle of the fence thing. Either support them overdosing or don't. But this, like, hey, we want you to do all the drugs you can, but don't go and harm yourself. Like, no. If you want them to do all the drugs they can, then you're kind of like, hey, man, ride that line. It might have a bad ending. Like, I mean, commit to one. Either save them or don't.
At this point, just put a guy in a fedora and black driving gloves and have him inject people in the neck. I mean, just give him a hot dose at the rate you're going.
It's the Oregon MAID program.
Yeah.
In harm reduction.
We put that many people that care, that really, really care.
The county says
about getting you pipes and straws. Oh, shit.
Of the reason
How is that care done for you, by the way? Look at your situation. How is that care?
Yeah, you look very well cared for, sir. The new Oregon Trail is just walking down the sidewalk trying not to get molested by a drug addict.
Ironically, you can still get dysentery, but now it's just from bad gear.
You can still get typhoid fever. You can get all of it. You can still get all the same Oregon Trail diseases. Just in
Holy shit, he died due to a bear attack?
But this time it was just an overweight gay man who was ganked on meth.
Oh, see, I thought it was Cocaine Bear. He was looking for his next fix.
Mary has died of dysentery. How? She shared a water bottle with a bum.
Increasing amount of overdoses they're seeing.
Would you say there's a drug problem on the streets?
No.
Would you say there's a drug problem on the streets? No. Next to him, there's dude literally shooting up. Yeah, man, there's no problem at all. I'm doing them just fine.
Guys, actually, he has fallen asleep on the sidewalk with his feet hanging out in the street. Yeah, he'll be fine. He just needs to sleep it off. Pussy.
There's a drug problem on the streets? No, man.
Yeah.
Drugs are great.
No, man. Oh, Mr. Tomlinson, your crack pipe is here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, like I was saying, there's really no drug problem. Could you hold my rocks, please?
Passion problem on the streets. Seems that I kind of recognize in other people what resides in myself. So what I'd say to anybody in recovery, just keep trying.
The county hopes that by distributing the paraphernalia to users, it will encourage them to seek further resources.
Why? Yes, those resources are drugs. You see, if I give them a crack pipe or a syringe, they'll really want to get clean. You know,
it's like
Johnny,
that old. It's like that old proverb. Hey, man, give a man a rock, you teach him to smoke crack for a day. But give a man a crack pipe, and he'll obviously get clean.
Yes. You know, I tried this once at a bar. I saw a guy, clearly an alcoholic. I handed him a fifth of Jim Beam, and I think he straightened up the next day.
I don't want to be out on the streets, you know what I'm saying? Like last time I was out on the streets, I went to prison. Some of these people choose to be on the street, though. And when you ask them, they choose to be that way.
Those words spoken by a man who goes by the nickname G, who, despite his best...
Wow. Tell me you have a warrant out for your arrest without telling me you have a warrant out for your arrest.
Tell me there aren't... show me a way that people are looking for you without showing it. Oh, yeah, by hiding your face.
Hey, Johnny, I believe I saw this same setting. I believe it was in the movie Children of the Corn. Where I saw this same setup.
Efforts wound up on the streets.
We should send Malachi and all those guys out to Portland. That's where we need them.
Oh, I mean, at this point, just have the guys from Monty Python just go, bring out your dad. Just fucking one of them ringing a bell like, hey, everybody, bring out your dad. Fucking God,
just club one of them. Yeah.
Just accept that's where you are.
Right.
So many of these people are still, even if the stuff is clean and they have the OD kit, you're still going to have people ODing because, get this, junkies don't always have the best mindset, especially when they're high, for doing the right thing and following through.
Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to get the results you're looking for here because you're thinking like you and not them.
Again,
you're going to see an abundance of pawn stores with Narcan kits. Is what you're going to see.
For its available resources, but believes more can be done and is on board for the county's harm reduction plan.
There's that guy again with his Target bag, just taking a nice little snooze, about to get his feet cut off by a semi-driver who's texting.
Meanwhile, DJ says he's just happy to get any support he can. Because he says life's hard.
Well, the people are amazing. I love you guys.
The county.
Do you have any crack for me? Fuck.
I love all you guys. You give me food, and you give me money, and you give me stuff to do drugs with. I've been so high. Again, he was supposed to be in recovery, wasn't he? Wasn't he? We talked to drug addicts in recovery, and their principal guy was a mumble-mouth person who is an active drug addict.
That guy was in recovery, as they claimed.
For the past 10 minutes.
Hainla the Chanter says, wonder what he did with the bottle and the $25 the reporter gave him. I don't know. Let's start a pool and see who was right. God damn. Florida would be better, or Oregon would be better off with Fred Armisen as their mayor at this point. Yeah. Amanda Hugginkiss, 11 counties in Oregon have voted to join Idaho. That's true.
Yeah.
Basically everywhere that isn't Portland has voted to go somewhere else. But the
It's
governor
almost
won't
like
let
they
them.
can't stand to be part of this anymore. Like, you know what? Get us the fuck out of here.
D. Gulag says, I had a buddy from Portland. He loved Portland. Now he's dead. Coincidence? CK Benzona says, free housing, free drugs, and matches to burn up downtown. Yeah, they'll get there. Give it time. Give it time. Magic 8-Ball calling it the Steel Toe Harm Reduction Show. Yes, we're trying to help. We figure we can insult all these people into coming around, but they really do. They can take a punch. I mean,
well, at this point, that guy could take a punch. He wouldn't speak any different.
Yeah,
actually, wouldn't that be funny if you punched him and he started speaking better?
Yeah, you punch him in the face. He's like, oh, man, thank you. I just had a click in my jaw. It's really strange. Nebo says, I'm here for the 5 o'clock free crack giveaway. Yeah, no, the Tyrone Bigham sketches are starting to become actual policy there. Like, they watched Chappelle's show and they were like, this sounds good.
This guy's got some ideas. Those aren't copyrighted, right? Like, we can make that public policy and nobody will care.
Just do it. The Flying Minister says, hot shots for everyone on Portland. Oh,
good God.
It's just, they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep plugging away, doing the shit they've been doing for years, expecting something different to happen. Best of luck to you.
And then they're going to complain that shit's not going well. Well, not a lot of them, obviously. There's too many of them. That's the other problem, too. There's too many people like, I'm just too understanding, and I just look at where they're at, and I think about me and my journey, and I'm like, yes, obviously, this problem's all about you, and by endorsing it and allowing it to continue, you're just such a goddamn good person.
$20 from BPST on Rumble says, thanks. No. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ran Out of Thoughts says, didn't Biden already implement the free pipe program a couple of years ago? Yeah, but only for his guys. You know. Don't forget Heavy Duty Reynolds. Yeah, hand out the good stuff, for God's sake. These guys seemed experienced. Elementary Son of Man says, quick, give that guy some drugs so we can understand him. Might help.
I know the news. Hunter Biden is now moving to Portland, Oregon.
Oh, no. What if Portland just doesn't understand what recovery means? Elementary Son of Man on Rumble says the guy on the ground is fully recovered. Oh, see, they don't know. Oh, shit. They don't know what it means. Whoopsie daisy. Pickwick Pub says, morning, guys. Great show so far. Thank you, Pickwick Pub. We've been all over the place today. It's been a fun one. 140 away from knocking out today's goal. Pickwick Pub says
the beached whale in the Target bag should be a meme.
Yeah, that should be a meme.
Something with that.
Started handing out, how it started. We're going to hand out crack pipes as harm reduction. How it's going. Welcome to Portland. Just that person. Hobo Chili Recipe with $1.99 says, no, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 140 away this morning. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, YouTube, whatever you'd like to do. We appreciate your generosity. And you're almost there. 140 away from overtime today. I think we're setting a pretty good pace so far this morning. Okay, I have 2 stories back to back that are awesome. I love both of them. I've got another OnlyFans teacher. How long are these teachers going to keep doing the I'm going to get an OnlyFans bit and then give us the Babe in the Woods routine when it all ends up going fucky on them and the school and the parents get mad and the school fires them. Like
I need my side hustle. Dude, you're all like, I'm assuming she's a relatively hot teacher if she has an OnlyFans and it's at all successful.
Dude,
like,
I don't know how she became a teacher because we're going to hear from her. She's going to talk about it because of course she wanted to go on the news and blab about it.
Right.
I don't know how they let her educate children.
Are you telling me that this person who was a teacher and an OnlyFans model also happens to be an attention whore? Tickle me with a feather.
And remarkably stupid. Hit like if you're on Rumble. Hit thumbs up if you're on YouTube. Hit all the thumbs up. Let's knock them out. 7 new members today. Thank you guys very much for that over on YouTube. New followers on Rumble. We appreciate that. If you're on Twitter and Facebook, go ahead and share as well. We appreciate. We've taken our audience now. We've decided to take the Steel Toe audience and spread it out over 4 platforms, and it's taken us from 500 some people watching at a time to about 700 people, 700 or 800 people watching at a time. So thank you guys very much for helping Steel Toe get up there. All right, let's do the British Columbia. This is a Canadian woman who thought she could have. Now I understand 3-4 years ago, if you tried to have an OnlyFans and teach at the same time, we really didn't have any precedent for that. You know, you could have been the guinea pig, the canary in the coal mine. But now we know that as soon as your school finds out you have an OnlyFans, they're going to cut you loose. The parents are going to get pissed, mostly the women. They're going to get mad, and they're going to want you fired, and they're not going to stop until you are fired. So forgive me if I don't take your surprise as, you know, an invitation to simp.
But how will they find out? I'm only a hot teacher. It's not like people will look for an OnlyFans of me just on the off chance they'll find one.
Right. It's not like they'll Google me and try to find me and find more stuff about me. Let's go and check her out.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You did not have an OnlyFans and thought nobody would find out. Fucking Barbie face. You look like a porn star. Seriously, the guys in your class are putting books around their junk because they're jerking off the minute you walk in. I mean, seriously.
You don't think she was very subtle?
Every dude's dad spanked one to that and then immediately went to OnlyFans to see, like, there's got to be a chance. I got to dream about the off chance that a parent-teacher conference gets a little too saucy.
This teacher was always wondering why the moms would never let the dads come to the conferences. Like, what's the deal? Oh, he's busy. Shut up.
I'm so pretty and he like that.
Yeah, there she is.
Intimate images posted online, sparking a public...
Come the fuck on. You thought that this was going to fly. That's her Instagram, by the way. That's not her OnlyFans. That's her Instagram.
You do not look at that chick and go, oh, I'm sure she doesn't have. You look at that chick and go, oh, this is fodder for her OnlyFans. I think she was a teacher just to like kind of get people over to her OnlyFans content. Right. I think she was honestly farming them young. Catch the kids and their dads. Bada boom.
Yeah, two customers for the price of one. But like, look at her response. The school told her, hey, take down your fucking OnlyFans if you want to work here. She goes, my body and only mine. No, it's not your body and only yours. If you valued it like that and it was yours and only yours, you wouldn't have a fucking OnlyFans and you wouldn't be waving your tits and your fake face in front of everybody. Oh my God, do I hate people like her. Because you wonder, you're like, does she know she's full of shit or has she convinced herself that this is the right way to
I'm going to go with the second one. Because, I mean, my body, like, yeah, it's your body, but it's anybody's who has, you know, an extra $5.
Exactly. You're selling it.
Like discussion. The images ended up...
Walmart can't sit there and go, oh, my jar of mayonnaise as you're checking out. Why did I use mayonnaise for this story? I don't know. Probably something subliminal.
Costing 35-year-old Kristen McDonald her day job as a teaching assistant in the Coquitlam School District.
I have a concern.
The district sending her a termination letter June 16th.
I did expect it. There was still
my tits are out for the news story. I even put my tits out for the news story and wore my cum glasses for the news story. She can't help herself. There's no
Some
hope.
people are just natural whores.
It's effortless for them.
I did expect it. There was still a part of me that was hopeful.
McDonald has been posting adult content to the internet under the pseudonym of Ava James. The single mother says her
I'm
salary
sure
as an
getting
EA
no followers.
Oh, wait, did you hear that, Johnny? You missed that part. Hold on.
of Ava James. The single mother says her salary.
You don't say. Oh, no. Johnny, do you know what that means? Single mother. You know what she's posing in right now?
Her kid's play pool.
Her kitty's play pool. You're using your child's toys for your slut pages. Come on. A little self-awareness. I can't believe I lost my teaching job.
Her body, her choice. She don't need no man. She is a strong, independent woman who just needs several hundred anonymous men to pay for her life.
Those of you men, look, I'm not saying you got to stay with this bitch. All right? I would recommend you don't. But could you stay involved in the kid's life? Could you?
You don't know that the dad isn't involved.
No, a single mom usually. They shouldn't use the term single mom then, if the dad's like around and doing the joint custody thing.
Well, how deep did they look into this story? Did they just take her word for it that she's a single mom?
I bet you I have a theory, and you and I can discuss it maybe off air about her kid. And I'm just saying, if I saw, never mind. You know what? Do you understand where I might be? I think, you know.
Yeah. I get it. It's awfully.
Hobo Chili, do you feel me? Do you feel me?
You're saying that the District of Columbia guarantees certain things like, just seasonal effectiveness disorder, like that kind of stuff.
Right.
The single mother says her salary as an EA doesn't cover her expenses, so she turned to OnlyFans as a side hustle.
Right. I didn't mow lawns. I didn't get a job at a grocery store. I didn't work at a Walmart. I didn't get a sales job. I didn't get a job at the Verizon store. I had to do OnlyFans. There was no other option. I didn't become a server.
It's not that I saw a whole bunch of bitches making fucking buku bucks on OnlyFans, and I realized I have a camera and some aging assets that maybe I'd like to bank in on.
It's fucking terrible, man. I mean, it just makes you look worse when you lie about it. Instead of going, I think I'm fucking hot, and I think it's an easy way for me to make a shitload of money, so I just did OnlyFans. No, my job, it doesn't pay me enough to cover my bills. Okay, but you still have dignity, right? Okay, so you just go get a job as like a server or at a cell phone place or something like that. They're always looking for people. Well, no,
Why
I just
wouldn't you become a stripper?
Or a stripper. Oh, no, I just jumped right to an OnlyFans. Oh, so you really, it was all because of the pay.
How can you say that being a stripper is so indecent? Right. Showing someone right in front of you who's paying money to see you naked is so indecent. Whereas doing it on the internet for anonymous millions, who knows what age, all over the world, that's just classy.
That's a classy move.
Her employer, School District 43, caught wind of her online presence and demanded she stop and pull the images down.
All right, who got caught jacking off to her at school? You know that's what happened. One of the assistant principals was whacking it, and then they went, oh, God, she's got an OnlyFans. One of the teachers who had to stay late grading papers got caught jacking off to her, and now she's in trouble.
Who saw her content on Randy's computer and put two and two together?
Donald refused and went public with her predicament, arguing what she does in her private time is none of her employer's business.
Yeah, if only it really worked that way.
If what you do in your private time is private, but you're putting your privates out there publicly.
And it makes the school look like shit. Because OnlyFans is a shameless thing for a single mother and a fucking teacher to do.
Yeah, and I guarantee you she knew this would happen, and she understands entirely why. But she also realized, hey, if I make a big stink about it, not only will I get rid of that lame teacher job I got to get up every morning for, I'll get a big boon to my OnlyFans because I just got a public story endorsement of what my... Like, they literally said, in case you didn't know, her OnlyFans name is, and I'm sure nobody wrote it down.
No, nobody. You're right. They just, she got more out of this than, she's really busted up about the teaching gig. I'm sure she's very, this is really, if she gets 800 people to sign up for $5 a month, she's already making more than her teacher's assistant gig. So I think this story might have done her some good.
Or a single mom just got a whole bunch more dads.
Yes. A lot of new sugar daddy. I don't need a man. I need thousands of them.
Of people's opinions and their, the way they feel, the morality of it all. I don't believe I deserve to lose my job.
According to school...
Okay, if I work for a company and I do something publicly that makes that company look like shit, they can fire me.
They tried to.
If I'm inside my home, greasing myself down with Crisco, whacking off the incest porn, they can't fire me for that. I said if. All right? I said if.
It's just really weird how fast you had that scenario on the holster.
Maybe I'm just a little underrated as a creative genius. I just come up with this shit. Crisco,
Right.
Incest porn, boom. That's
Sure,
all.
Crystalia. It wasn't that you were... It was method acting. That's what it was. It was method acting.
I don't even use Snapchat. Wait, you can delete those? Or no, you can. No, what did he say? What was his thing? It's like, those are deleted forever. And they're like, no, they stay. What?
They can save those.
You can save them? Oh, shit. Yeah, like if you do something to publicly embarrass your company, like be a whore on the internet, they can you.
District 43, the termination notice was issued based on 6 reasons. The letter says, your misconduct in this matter is egregious. You have posted content that involves the sexualization of the school environment.
Yeah, one thing they don't want is a fit teacher with giant tits putting sexual material out there, because the first thing everyone's going to think is she fucks her students. And
if they don't, there's a whole bunch of guys being like, how can I get back into high school?
They want this chick on OnlyFans like the Catholic Church wants their priests at Little League games. That's the comparison.
Well, someone's got to bless the balls.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the umpire? No.
Yeah.
No, not those.
According to the district, it was McDonald who made the private dispute public by going to the media, the school board writing, which promoted the connection between your Ava James alias to your identity as a district employee.
So the school district said, you got to take down this OnlyFans if you want to work here. And they did it privately. They didn't shit on her online or anything. So then she goes to the news and goes, look, my OnlyFans, look, they're firing me for my teaching job. And they're like, well, now we are. You're making us look like assholes.
Because again, the whole thing was about this advertisement for Ava James's OnlyFans.
Right. It wasn't about the
Thank
teacher's
you, Global
name.
News.
Yeah.
Lawyers say while McDonald may have been the one to make the link with the district, the line between public and private here isn't as clearly defined as people might think.
She's not saying, I work at the Coquitlam School District, isn't that titillating, right? There's no connection between this fictional persona and her job.
School District 40.
Except that she works there and she publicly said they're trying to fire me from my job because of my online persona.
She made the
drew
connection.
the line straight to it.
God, that's why you had to find the lawyer who was probably at a pride parade 2 weeks ago instead of like a lawyer in a suit going, look, the merits of this case stand on blah, 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 blah. It's not a guy looking like William F. Begley Jr. in the 90s. It's somebody, who literally looks like they were standing behind a float of a bunch of men waving their cocks at children a couple of weeks ago. So, no,
Easy, man. We're still on YouTube.
I forgot. I thought the Dancing Israelis thing would do it.
3 says it won't discuss individual cases. McDonald is filing a grievance of her termination.
Oh, yeah?
Aaron MacArthur, Global News.
I'm sure that grievance won't come with a lawsuit, and I'm sure she won't push for as much media coverage over this whole thing as possible. Because remember, she's Ava James on OnlyFans.
Right. She's not Ava James everywhere else. $2 from Gree C. N-word over on Rumble says, look, boys, the only trash blonde stepmom we're allowed to give money to on the internet is April. Stop it, simps. Exactly. April is the only one.
Well, to be fair, that lady isn't a stepmom. She's a single mom.
Right.
I mean, that kid is entirely half hers. And whoever the basketball prospect was that she hooked up with.
Boomer Bob Show. Thank you, Boomer Bob Show. Follow Boomer. Anyone on Rumble who does a show and is a follower of ours and in the chat, go ahead and give them a follow, too. William... Oh, no, I was thinking William F. Buckley and Ed Begley Jr. I combined the two Oh, I suck. William F. Bagley. I was thinking William F. Buckley, the Republican guy, and Ed Begley Jr. I guess both of them would have worked if I just would have fucking picked one. A lawyer who looks like either one of them would have done just fine. That's my second big fuck up today. I fucked up Rumble and monkeypox.
Which is it, Buckman? The coffee or the lard?
Oh, I'm sorry, Boomer Bob. It's Boomer Bunker is the channel. That's right, because on Rumble, you have your account that you chat with, and then you have your channel that you stream with. It's a little confusing, but you'll get it. Boomer Bunker is the name of the show. So go follow Boomer Bunker over there on Rumble. Thanks, boys and girls. Yeah, Eddie writing in the chat again with the goddamn side hustle. They love that term, don't they? That's my side hustle. Oh, you mean your second job? No. It's my
I need my side hustle to make ends meet. So you're saying you need a second job to pay the bills? No, it's my side hustle. By the way, how much is she making on her job, and then how much is she making on her side hustle? Because I guarantee you, she did not go to bat for the side hustle this hard because it was like, oh, it almost makes up for the. No, I guarantee you, she's like, well, I could fuck off on the teaching gig.
Yeah.
Fucking the OnlyFans thing is just about to pay my way, and if I get just a little bit more publicity for the hot mom bod I have, I could start making, maybe a fucking sweet mill a year and just take it all on there.
Yeah.
On the chin, if you will.
You think that if OnlyFans went to her and said it's either the teaching job or this, she wouldn't have just quietly quit the teaching job and then stayed with OnlyFans? Of course she would have. As somebody pointed out in the YouTube chat, she's like an education assistant, not like a full-bore teacher.
She wasn't even an actual teacher with tenure.
Yeah. Fried N Pie on YouTube says she was going to go by Anal James, but she thought it was a little bit on the colon. It's a lot on the colon. Yogurt Pants says, would you though? I'm going to tell you right now. That was too much plastic for me.
Yeah, the face weirds me out. Look, everything, but can she put a bag on? I mean, if her, and this is the other thing too, lady, you could have made more off of your OnlyFans if you did it wearing a ski mask. And then it would have kept your identity kind of hidden. Nobody would know who you are because they can't see your face.
Matt Field
and we'd
says,
all be better for it.
Matt Field says, stop giving these hoes money. I mean, we all kind of create these monsters, don't we? I mean, if this didn't
every
work,
guy that thought, it's just $5 and I'm going to jerk it. What's the harm? You created this problem.
Why is this girl, breaking up with so many guys, and why is she so crazy and blah, blah? Because guys made her that way because they said yes to everything. They nodded and said yes. And then when she got in a relationship with a well-adjusted individual, she looked fucking insane because she wasn't getting her way all the time. It's like the Jonah Hill story. I don't know if you saw that, but
oh yeah,
Jonah Hill had a girlfriend who was a surf instructor, and she was posting thirst trap pictures on Instagram. And
yeah, he's like, hey, just don't whore it up, maybe.
Yeah, and
if you want to be with me.
Yeah, videos of her surfing with dudes, and he was like, could you just not? He didn't have a problem with her surfing with dudes. She was a surf instructor, but he said, could you not throw the videos and the pictures up, and could you not be pushing your tits out in your pictures and putting them on Instagram and posting thirst traps?
Kind of makes me look like a dick.
Right. And so, and then he didn't tell her hey, you have to do this right now. He was basically saying, look, if you want to do that, if that makes you happy, I don't want to take that away from you. It's just not something I can do. I can't be associated with it. So if that's what you need to do and you enjoy doing it, then what did he say? He said, then I wish you the best and there will be no hard feelings. And then when he broke up with her, she releases all the DMs and the texts and goes, oh, he's controlling, he's manipulative, he's this and that. It's like, no, he asked. And then he didn't force you.
Yeah, he didn't say it's me. He didn't say give this up because I want. He literally was like, hey, if you want to keep doing that, that's cool, but we're not going to be a thing. I'm not cool with it.
Right. Exactly. Oh, guys, I know. I'm still getting shit from people on the William F. Buckley, Ed Begley thing. I got it. I fucked that one up real bad. I'm a real stupid asshole. All right, hit thumbs up on YouTube. Hit thumbs up on Rumble. Hit share on both of them. Subscribe and follow both of them. And let's knock out that last 140. What do you say? $140 away from today's goal and 30 minutes of overtime. April, if you could, if you're still here, another water, please.
She's
if I
gone
could.
fishing.
I slammed this whole thing this morning. And,
I keep two on. I keep my my red cup for the coffee that I have every morning when I do this, and then I Deadpool water bottle.
I'm a thirsty boy over here. Well, at any rate, not William F. Macy. Now I'm really getting dug through on the chat. Stevie J says a lot of OnlyFans ladies are just hoping for a magical sugar daddy to swoop in and give them a jet-setting lifestyle, but that doesn't happen to single moms.
Actually, a lot of OnlyFans ladies are able to just kind of have a jet-setting lifestyle because, again, they start getting more and more money as they get bigger and bigger. Like, I guarantee you this Ava lady, this story broke, she got at least a couple hundred people that kind of went, oh, let's go look this lady
I
up.
was going to say probably about 500 people, and that's, what, $4,000 a month? Yeah, she more than covered the teaching job. I wouldn't worry about it. But yeah, I don't, as far as the jet-setting lifestyle and they all want to be swooped up and everything else, yeah, I agree with Johnny. I don't think you have to.
I don't think they want to be swooped up. I think they want someone to give them the jet-setting lifestyle, and they just want to make the money part of it.
Yeah.
They don't mind throwing the pictures out, because I think a lot of ladies are like, I get fucking, like, I fucked when I go shopping or whatever, so I might as well put some saucy pictures up that everyone will spank it to anyway, but pay me for the privilege. At least I make some money. I don't blame them.
Did you see what happened with that Adam 25? Or no, not Adam 25. I'm so fucking bad at the internet. Adam 22. Did you see what happened with that guy? Speaking of like OnlyFans and sex shit.
No.
So I guess Adam 22 is, and the chat can correct me on this because I'm not in that realm. I don't know anything about I've seen him before, and I've probably watched 2-minute clips of his interviews. Adam 22, someone's already laughing at me, Adam 25. Aren't you glad that I don't know who the fuck that is?
Don't you love that now on 4 platforms you can get called out for the same failure multiple times?
It's great. Now we're on 4 platforms. Everybody can tell me what an asshole. It's like being able to be insulted in 4 languages. But Adam 22, he's either married to or dating a woman who does, I think she's a porn star. She better be a porn star. Adam 22 wife. Her name is Lena. And again, I believe she's a porn chick.
Ironically, her name is Lena, but she's kind of thick. Not very lean.
She's married to the guy. She's got a website, lenatheplug.com. I'll just make sure. Oh boy.
Just say you take it in the pooper.
Yep, she's got the OnlyFans. So I guess people were calling this Adam 22 a cuck and making fun of him and saying all this shit because his wife is an OnlyFans broad. And they were taunting him, teasing him, making fun of him. Now, here's what I don't understand. Here's what the internet doesn't understand. He's aware. I believe when they got together and they started dating and they became, when they were with each other, I believe the man was aware that his girlfriend, now wife, has an OnlyFans and does sex shit. He knew, he went into it, he dated her anyway, so clearly the guy's probably okay with it. Well, I guess she did something where if she got enough views on a tweet or enough things on an OnlyFans, she would fuck this guy on camera, this black dude with a giant rod. I can't. I deep dove into this weekend. It's a problem.
You're not the only one.
I want to find the story. Here we go. Yeah, the Daily Mail. Lena the Plug, which by the way, you never want your wife to be called something like you'd like. I don't know about you. I'd like my wife to be referred to by her name. I would not like her to be called April the Plug or April the Chinese Finger Cuffs or, anything like that.
Before we get too deep into this reminds me, have you seen the pink Corvette in town?
No.
There's a pink Corvette. I've seen it twice, and they might not be in town. They might have been moving through. But at any rate, I've seen it twice. Both times a man driving the hot pink Barbie Corvette which in the back window has someone's name and says on OnlyFans, and I guarantee you it is not the guy driving the car. That guy picked the car, but the person paying picked the paint job.
So he's a pimp in a way.
In a way.
Yeah. Lena the Plug.
Oh, God. Yiffer saying, Johnny, they live here.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Yeti Flyer 42 saying they live here.
Well,
and SC Motorsports saying I've seen it.
Well, it'll be really fun to talk about them a little ways off in the future then. So Lena the Plug, it's such a... That part would bother me if the whole world knew my wife is April the Plug. That would upset me. Lena the Plug... Now, it would upset me if she
Way to out her live on air, asshole.
Yeah, it would upset me... It would upset me if she did porn, but like Adam 22 and I are not the same guy. He's apparently okay with it. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't date someone or marry someone who did porn.
I mean, if it's OnlyFans and they're not doing like dick and stuff, I don't really give a shit. But as soon as it's like, hey, if I get enough likes, I'm going to take this rod, and I'll be like, and I'm going to take them divorce papers to go, because Jesus. No.
Right. So Lena the Plug says the ridicule her husband Adam 22 is facing after she filmed a porn scene with another dude is absurd, and she's defending his honor, insisting he's the opposite of a simp. They found her outside of Whole Foods, which, make your jokes. Go ahead. Totally fine to make your jokes. And she actually, it was spelled Hole, though, so it was not the story you were thinking. And she says, while she's mostly getting praise for her shooting her first scene with Jason Love, Adam's become the butt of the joke, and she says her man doesn't deserve that kind of slander. Lena believes there's a big double standard at play here, telling us she and Adam have had hundreds of threesomes with other women, and no one had any problem with that. Yeah, but okay, there's something about him not being there that makes it weird. However, again, on the other hand, I'll defend Adam 22 here. I think a lot of the people on the internet criticizing him are projecting big time. I know I am. I know when I say, oh, this is fucked up or whatever. Yeah, it would be fucked up for me. But if it's not fucked up for him, that's what he's into. And that's their relationship works that way. Good for them.
You don't think anybody that's doing this is maybe a little jealous because, like, I don't have a wife who's hot enough to be a porn star. I don't get to have any threesomes with my hot porn star wife and her lady. Again, if that's the relationship they have, who gives a shit?
Yeah, look, would I like it? No, absolutely not. But I'm not going to shit on the guy and be like, oh, you fucking loser. This, that. It's like, oh, okay. Again, if that's what he's into, that's what he's into. If that's what she's into,
dumb
that's what she's
to
into.
Do that as a public person, though. Like, hey, I'm a public person. I do stuff online. And, like, yeah, so does your wife. And apparently that stuff includes this dude's giant dick.
Yeah. Lena believes there's a big double standard at play. However, she did cop to having mixed feelings about Adam watching her romp with Jason. See, now again, every objection I have to this is me going, I would hate that. I would not allow that. I, me. I'm not him. And again,
I would need a good bottle of coconut butter.
I thank God that I'm not him. I don't want to be like that. But if he's a happy guy and it works for him, who the fuck am I to pile on? Lena and podcaster Adam 22 do the Plug Talk podcast, where the couple interviews a woman and then hooks up with her. They've been doing that for years, but this is the first time Lena has ever filmed with another dude. So they have threesomes all the time, and he gets to fuck two chicks. Now, you don't think that part of this threesome thing, I know women think it's empowering to be there with them, but you don't think the threesome thing is just him finding a loophole to fuck a chick that he thinks is hot?
Absolutely.
That's the whole point.
Here's where, if he's got a problem, here's the problem. Oh, it finally came back to bite me. I've been enjoying side gash, left, right, and sideways. I've had such a high fish diet that my fatty acids have never been better. But apparently now she wants some dick. Oh shit.
See, now that's the problem you run into if you're an Adam 22, is that you got to live high on the hog. You got to have all these threesomes. You got to fuck all these girls, and oh my God, it's amazing. You're not in a position to say no when she goes, you mind if I fuck this guy with a 10-inch cock? What are you going to do? I mean,
the best you could do is to ask to be involved. But honestly, speaking as a guy, I don't really want to be involved in like a group setting with other penises there, especially if I know one of them is like, you know, like a record setter. Like, I don't want to be like the short stick in the scenario, so to speak.
Like, you go after him, and then you just look at her and you go, this isn't even, like, there's no need to be doing this, is there? And she'd be like, no. I mean, it's... Give it a few days for everything to go back down again, and then you'll be fine. But as of right now, you're redundant at this point.
Just sounds like you're slapping a hot dog between two poles.
Yeah, this isn't good.
There's way too much room to move.
Yeah. It's not like sticking your arm in a sleeve. It's more like walking through a doorway. The timing of Adam being comfortable with her sleeping with another man is interesting because the two just got married a few months ago in Italy. What a way to christen the relationship. Now, here's what he had to say about it last week. It's officially been a week since I let my wife do porn with another guy. I felt a little jealous at first, but overall it wasn't that big a deal. She's watched me sleep with hundreds of girls, and it's never affected our relationship. Sleeping with that gentleman has been amazing for both her career and our business. Overall, I'm glad we did it, and I'm happy to report her vagina has returned to its original Foxx size, cock size. I don't know. They blurred it out on TMZ. I mean, people are calling it simp of the year after he teased the scene. He says it was a great career move. Again, none of these are things that I would want. None of these things are things that I would like. But I can't join the pylon of this guy and go, oh, yeah, you Adam 22's a fucking... Apparently, he's cool with it.
And by the way, I got to say, in terms of the whole, like, simp cuck thing, he is getting to sleep with other women.
Right.
Like, I mean, it's not like he's just sitting there. Like, it's not like he's just sitting there backing out and just like letting her go fucking hog wild on every dick that comes by, and he just, I gotta put up with it sometimes that it's not my vagina. Like, no. He's plowing, and I'm sure like they're on the podcasts, right? We could go back and look. I'm sure there's some very attractive women that he has dicked down either in front of or with his now wife at any point. So yeah, I mean, it's fucked up. Again, I wouldn't be cool with it. Like I said, for me, the line would end at as soon as it involves doing stuff with other people.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be like, I'm not really okay with that.
Yeah, Steel Toe out of context says he let her do it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if she says, I'm going to do it, like, that's kind of your Jonah Hill moment, isn't it? Where you go, you can go ahead and do that. I'm fucking leaving. I'm out of here. I'm not going to be part of it.
Yeah, but how much ground do you have to stand on when you just got up from her friend? You know, like, hey,
exactly.
Let me. Oh, I got to get that juice out of my face. Look, it's mostly piss, but look.
Attaboy, Adam. Attaboy.
But yeah, just like, hey, I'm not really cool with you sleeping with other people.
Right. That
little weird.
You can't do that. It's gotta be all or nothing. Boomer Bob Show with $5 says, thanks for the shout out. Enjoy the show this morning. Love, Johnny. All right. Well, thank you, buddy.
Well, thank you.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, yeah, and she laid with this gigantic, I can't say that word, with a field hand baby arm. Her elasticities is completely ruined, like Precious in compression shorts. And Greasy N-word says, why y'all think they call me Greasy? I plugged that plug's plug holes. It's a classy bunch, Johnny. It's a classy goddamn bunch. It's my kind of team, Charlie. It's my kind of team. All right, guys, we are 135 away from nailing it today. So let's watch some of these clips. Not of the porno. Relax, everybody.
Damn it.
Lena the Plug talking to her husband about the scene on their podcast. But first, let's see what she had to say outside of Whole Foods. Apparently, Slut Cuck Foods wasn't open at the time.
I wanted to ask, do you feel bad about the way Adam is currently getting dragged online? I mean, the comments people are making are calling him simp of the year, bros holding back tears.
Okay, I feel bad for him because it's like, I'm having a lot of positive reaction while he's having a lot of negative reaction. I'm getting hated.
Weird. Weirdo guys on the internet are going, yeah, I want to see you fuck that black guy. And then they're yelling at your boy, you're a cuck and a simp. You mean to tell me that the people who give a shit about this enough to write to these people are probably mentally ill? You don't say.
You're telling me that people watching you get dicked down are telling you nothing but, oh my God, that's so awesome that you did that.
Yeah.
I support you in what you do.
I love how they're all yelling at her husband and saying, oh man, he's a cuck. Meanwhile, they're literally watching her fuck another man and whacking off to it. I mean, guys, you gotta.
At the end of the day, they're just jealous that he's the cuck they wish they could be.
Too, but I do feel like there's a big dump on him. I know he can handle it. He's a big boy.
There's a big dump on you. And you handled it very well.
That video is premium content, by the way.
But, you know, it adds up a little bit.
Do you feel like it's undeserved?
Yeah. I mean, I just feel like everyone should do what makes them happy. They're not hurting anyone. There's way weirder sexual things out there that we currently have going on.
Okay, but like that's allowed. That's okay. Here's my point. Do you want these two with other people? They might hurt them. Like if they try to pull this shit with other people in other relationships, there might be serious problems. But the fact that these two found each other and they're both a little, little wonky, a little fucked up, and it works for them. I want people like this together. That's like when two crazy people get together and you're like, oh, don't you think they should break up? No. Do you want to sentence someone else to these people?
Look, the only reason I am against Machine Gun Kelly's relationship is because I want her for myself. But I'm honest about that, right? Like, yeah, she's fucked up. But like, dude, I could totally handle Megan Fox, right? Like I can fix her.
Of course you can, buddy.
And we're in the industry, so.
What do you say to people that are calling him a simp?
I mean, I have had 200 threesomes with him with women.
Yeah.
So is that a simp? Like,
it's too many threesomes. That's egregious.
You're keeping count?
I mean, kind of ruins the specialty of the threesome. I mean, now your threesome is just fuck. Do you think these two can just fuck each other anymore? Like, do you think when they just have sex with each other, it's like having a bologna sandwich for dinner? It's like we've had.
Are you guys keeping a scoreboard? So like right now, like on his side of the bed, it's like, 200 served. And right now on your side, and one.
And one giant black rod.
Yeah. Does that count as more than
4?
Like,
it counts as 4.
Again, really weird that you have this information on hand.
4.
Yeah.
Just you asked.
Who hurt you?
Answer.
Just point out on Shaka.
Lawrence Taylor.
someone who's been given all of this, I don't know, sexual experience with this woman, and then I get one guy and it's like a big deal.
Yeah. Is that sexist?
Yeah, the double standard's insane.
I mean, I do feel like you have slept with him with lots of other girls. How come there wasn't another guy involved?
Because Adam would be redundant at that point. I'd be good.
Look, it's just 2 guys, 1 girl is always really, really awkward.
Right.
Because if the 2 guys hit it off, now the girl feels out of place, right? Like the worst thing, because like if you're a guy and the chicks are hitting it off, you're like, yeah, because you're getting what you want. But if you're a girl and all of a sudden like you're doing an Eiffel Tower and they're high-fiving at the top and just loving it, you're like, oh, I could just be a stuffed pig at this point. I'm just getting spit roasted.
They should put an apple in my mouth the way it's going. Jesus Christ. You're right. The two girl, 1 guy threesome works easier because there's less degradation in it, where if it's 2 guys, 1 girl, you're just ripping holes open and just tearing away at people. It's like, it might as well be lions after a hyena carcass.
I would say up until very recently, it was something that Adam was not comfortable with, and I was always like, I don't want to affect my relationship, and I'm not going to push the issue.
Yeah.
But as soon as the 10-inch dick was near my mouth and it started watering, I just went, I turned into the Tasmanian devil.
But once he said I do without a prenup and he realized what a fucking liability hole he's in, he's like, I better let her have this one.
I've always got this just in case.
And then we got to a point where we were like, who cares, whatever. Like, we know we're like secure in a relationship, and it just happened to fall right around the time of the wedding, which is why it's such a big deal, because we did just get married. I mean, we still don't know like how he's
whose baby it is. Wouldn't that be funny if you said, yeah, kind of fucked up, now I'm pregnant.
We still don't know how cream pies work. No, we do. We know how that ends.
how he's gonna feel when the scene actually comes out.
Is he gonna watch it?
It's all baby steps. I mean, first I was like, I don't want you to watch it because I feel guilty, but now I'm like, I want you to watch it and I want you to pleasure yourself to it. That is where I'm at now.
Yeah, see, do you want these two dating other people? I don't want to be with her. Hey, I want to fuck a guy and I want you to watch it and jack off.
How much to get in on? How much to get in on the other guy's deal where I just do it the one time? Like,
Yeah,
I'll throw her a bone, especially like if I don't have to deal with any. Because how much baggage is Step-In getting here? How many people are going after that guy? Like, you piece of shit, she's married. Like, how many people are after him?
I don't think any. He's the real winner in this situation.
Yeah, no
won.
Backlash, except the whiplash he gave her.
That's true.
I don't know if he's gonna do that, but that's what I want.
You guys watch it together?
I don't know if I can watch it with him. I think I'll blush too much.
Was this whole thing worth it? I mean, how has it affected your numbers?
It's been very good for my OnlyFans numbers, and also my fans are just so excited. They're like, "Thank you. This is what we've been asking for so."
We've been asking you to get blacked out for a while now, so we're really glad you did it. What does that say about your fans? I just wanted to see you just really, go deep in the jungle, if you know what I mean. Fucking hell, man. The internet is fucking cancer. It really is just mental illness and cancer and rotting.
And then I got a bunch of follow-up emails. Now do a dragon dildo.
Never thought you'd give it to us. And I'm just happy that they're excited again and that there's going to be all these people jerking off to me at the same time on July 13th. That's hot.
So no regrets?
No regrets. No. I feel totally...
Other than that time I went into an enclosed room with my uncle when I was 8. It's the only regret I have. But that led us to this.
Comfortable with this idea.
Was this a one-time thing, or will you do this in the future without him, you and another guy, without Adam?
I think I'm going to be very particular about who I shoot with, how often I shoot, and just take it slowly, but I think there's a future.
Yeah, but what about the guy shooting is the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Shane Diesel. All right, here we go. So then they went on their podcast and they talked about it. That's I don't want the whole clip. I just want I'll have to go to the Daily Wire story. Now imagine this. They go on their podcast. They talk about the experience. She talks about doing it. Then they talk about, him after she did it, having sex with her again and what that was like. As soon as I can find, there's a lot of pictures and shit on this Daily
Is it weird that I don't believe that it just it all went back to normal and it was like nothing ever happened? I'm like, no, it didn't.
They say it does. I mean, look, I believe it does. I mean, outside of childbirth, that shit it's an elastic piece. Like in high school we learned that. In high school you used to say like, oh yeah, she's been blown out by this guy. They don't realize that all of us had just little high school dicks back then. But she's been blown out by this guy. We've all got pretty much the same dick. It looks about the same. There's slight variations, but it's mostly the same thing. And you're like, oh yeah, she's been blown out by this guy. And then you fuck that girl and you're like, it just feels like a vagina.
Look, I don't mean to brag, but Polish people are known for two things: being incredibly stupid and having giant hogs. And they're both true.
Makes sense.
And that they actually kind of prove each other. How do these dumbasses keep getting laid? Have you seen the sausage? Well, bam, that's just a big motherfucker.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a person who doesn't like their significant other fucking other people, then you shouldn't be with a person who does that. But if you're someone who's okay with it, I want you two together because I don't want you subject to other people. This is those two. This is Adam and Lena having a conversation about the scene.
It wasn't hard to come back to your... I was in a lot of pain for a few days. So having sex was,
It was reupholstered.
You were a little traumatized by me being like, ouch, hold on.
At first, yeah. But that did go away pretty quickly.
It took like 3 or 4 days, yeah.
Yeah. You feel like it snapped back? Well, you never had the natural birth that you were planning on.
I don't believe that vagina stretches from having sex once for 40 minutes with a bigger...
Oh.
I mean,
see, like, I wouldn't want to, like, no. Like, I get that he's okay with it. I get that this is something he's down with. But, like, just listening to her say, like, 40 minutes, bigger dick, and it hurt for days when you and I would fuck again. It's like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, no. That's because one, you know that it's not that, and maybe she doesn't want that all the time. Maybe that, as we've discussed, has kind of a price you pay. But apparently, she might like that once in a while. You're certainly never gonna give it to her, right? Like, hey, I'll grow my dick.
I'll stretch it out or something. I don't know. Faye, first name Faye. That's the first name. The last name is Getz. Says, I put a fist up there. It goes back to size. Yeah, like in high school, you'll have like guys who think that if you stick a fist in there, the vagina stays fist size. It's like, dude, come on. Work with reality here. Oh, KF Sage says, snatch back to reality. Attaboy. Oh. Yeah, that whole thing is just, I don't know, man. It's not for me, but I also could never be one of these guys on the internet who obsesses about Adam 22 or Lena the Plug and whether or not what they did was wrong or right or good or bad. It's what they do. It's none of my fucking business. So people who go online and are like, oh, I can't wait to jerk off to you fucking that black guy. It's like, all right, you understand no matter what you think about Adam or no matter what you think about her, you're writing these things to them. You're far more fucked up than either of these two are.
You're way too invested in who is taking whose dick.
You're way too invested in the genitals of these complete strangers. If you had a really good friend, I mean, they're your best friend, and you ask them about their genitals this much, it would concern them. Now imagine it's a complete stranger. It's even worse.
You know what I want to see happen? I want to see Adam take on the same black dick and then look at her and like, and I took it standing, you whore.
Now that's fair. Adam 22 takes Jason Love's dick.
There we go.
What a guy. Paul with $5 says, great show today. Thank you, buddy. And I don't know if I'm supposed to say anonymous or what here, but $75 from him. Thank you very much, pal. That's going to put us at $60 away from today's goal.
Striking distance. Nice.
Holy shit, you guys! You might knock this out today without the music. We're $60 away from today's goal, and we still got 15 minutes before we rattle the cans and try to rack up that last 60. That's nothing. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. We've barely even done any asking today. So if you guys want to keep her going, you know what to do. Need Trump says, yeah, a lot of people today have been writing great show so far. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Johnny says you're welcome. Over 700, over 800 people. I forget we're on 4 platforms. On the 2 platforms, we're at 700. On all 3, we are at 800 people watching today's show. Thank you very, very much. So yes, $60 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, there's all the links in the chat. So if today's been a great show so far, it's about to get even better because I have Corinne Jean-Pierre. And I have Corinne Jean-Pierre talking about the cocaine in the White House. And she is not happy about having to talk about the cocaine in the White House. Riz Digga, keep that lie alive, buddy. You might actually start believing it. John Jamingo says, I disagree. The 2 of them made it public, so the internet gets to discuss it. No, the internet, no, absolutely. And we're discussing it now. The internet absolutely gets to discuss it. What I'm saying, what I find creepy and weird is all the people who are like writing to them and tweeting at them personally and like being invested. Like, Adam, you're a cuck. You're the sympathy. Yeah, it's not like he doesn't know that. It's not like he doesn't know.
Thank you so much for taking a giant dick, Lena.
Yeah. Right, exactly. They're like, yeah, thanks for taking that big black. I can't wait to watch you screw that black guy. It's like, kind of weird.
I've waited so long to picture you boning this other man. By the way, is that not the creepiest thing ever? You're not in this relationship at all.
Right.
But you are like mouth-wateringly dick hard ready to spank it to the idea of her effing another guy.
Yes. Like, just don't. I'm not saying you're better or worse than anyone. I just don't want you feeling superior because you're not.
You're not the winner in this situation.
No, you are not the guy who's getting the W out of this. Jason Love gets the W out of this. Everyone else is just shades of gray, or in Lena's case, off-white. SC Motorsports says, we've seen our best friend's junk already. That's why we ask about a stranger's junk. That logic works, I guess. Steel Toe Out of Context says the show is the chat. How dare you? Tom Thompson, today's show is mid. Oh, well, somebody's got to be the contrarian, right? It can't just all be sucking our dicks and telling us how great
enough.
we are. Yeti Flyer says, solid for a Monday show. Knowing that feedback drives Aaron nuts. Definitely a great show. Thank you, buddy, and thank you for knowing exactly where the buttons are. I appreciate that. Thank you, Need Trump, for becoming a member for his 13th month. That's one of the longest. I think 14th is the only one that can be longer. Hibikai. Last name, Kenberg. It says, Karine Jean-Pierre was one of the topless cocaine workers in New Jack City. Oh. Jordan Love, fuck that, bro. Not Jordan Love. Did I say Jordan Love? I meant Jason Love. God damn it. I've been fucking up names all day today. It is wild.
Keep your porn stars straight. We all know you keep them on a Rolodex. You've been cataloging.
I will say this, dude. That Kyler Quinn one does look a lot like April.
I've not looked into it because, quite frankly, I feel just doing that would be creepy. The whole like I know her.
The chat one day said, "Oh, April looks like if she were to look like a porn star, it would be Kyler Quinn." And then I looked it up, and I'm like, "There's a couple in there where you're like, you know what? That would definitely be her porn doppelganger." You would see my porn doppelganger, but he works behind the scenes in lighting.
He's a fluffer.
He never gets in front of the camera. Unfortunately.
Who's a big dick?
Yeah, I mean, they're not, and in no way am I looking, they're not like 100% like identical, but like what I'm saying is if I had to pick one, it would be that. Not that video though. Good Lord. Save that for what's his name's wife.
I'm not going to say which one of them, but one of them has an obviously much more beefier puss. All right?
Litchfield's Finest Meth Cupcakes goes, your porn doppelganger is Lex Fridman. April, renewing your membership for 14 months, says, what's your favorite kind of Pringles can, Teehee? Mine, it looks like the ones they have, but only at the gas stations. You know, singles.
It's the snack size.
Can still get the job done.
It's just as wide. It just doesn't go as deep.
Exactly. And who needs it? You could always tell who the kids with the small dick were in high school because they always knew these facts about the vagina that you shouldn't need to know. Like, well, most of the sensation is like the first inch in. It's like, dude, that's not helping your fucking case right now. Anyone ever asked me about my dick historically, I've went, decent dick. And you know what? Not a lie. I can't sit here and go, biggest fucking cock you've ever seen. And I can't go, oh, I got a tiny little dick. You know what? Here's how I explain my dick. Have you ever seen a dick? My dick looks a lot like that. There. Laughing Lion says, one of these days the porn guy is going to stub his dick and they're going to need a stand-in and I'm going to be there. Attaboy. That's the spirit.
He's a stunt cock.
Paul's Deep says, Aaron's doppelganger is the #1 towel guy. Oh, boy. This is getting gay, says Optic Nerve. Kyler96 with $2 says, did someone say my name? Oh, no, I'm sorry. We were talking about a blonde whore in the porn industry. I'm sorry, Kyler. I apologize.
Although I'm more interested in finding now Aaron's porn doppelganger. Just like
the average,
like a really nerdy looking Ron Jeremy. I don't know.
Steel Toe out of context says Google machine says the average depth of a vagina is just about 6 inches. The average size of a male's penis is apparently almost the same. Anything more is just wasted real estate. Right. It's like when girls get way too big of tits, like especially if they get fake ones and then they put the nip. Dude, the thing for fake tits with me that just makes me not like them is where they always put the nipples up so high. Stop with your egregious high nippled tits. It's enough already.
I just like natural boobs. The shape and size is fluctuant. I like some natural boobs. I don't like I'm sorry, too many of the fake ones. A lot of times you're like, oh, look, I can feel the bag. It's just
Okay, we're getting too deep into dicks and pussies here. I got to go to this Corinne Jean-Pierre thing because nothing makes you think dicks and pussies quite like KJP. Ryan the Garbage Man with $5 says MSO will not be happy today. Shout out to Kirkhoven. Oh, and King Kong Dong can go fuck himself. Whoa!
Shots fired.
$50 away from today's goal and 8 minutes away from rattling the cans. It could get close today. We'll play the music at 50, but anything under 50, we'll wait till the end of overtime to do it. We'll see if we knock out the rest. You guys are a fucking remarkable way to start the week. You guys are great. April says, I too prefer a natural boob. I have Aaron.
That was pretty good.
Get it? I'm a natural boob.
You see what this broad just fucking said, Stevie Lou?
Yo, Stevie Lou, you hear what I got to put up with this chick? Hey, Stevie Lou, what the fuck is going on over here? Stevie Lou, by the way, was on Opie's show, and he texted me yesterday. And he said, yeah, I was on Opie's show today for a long time. I'm like, oh, that's funny. How'd that go? He goes, great, until somebody mentioned I'm a steel toe mob, and then Opie got really uncomfortable.
Uh-oh.
I'm like, come on. It's not that big of a deal. It's fine. It's a dumb YouTube. It's the fucking internet. Stop being so touchy and, thinking this is real and serious. I was talking
Why would I care about a steel toe?
Why would I? Yeah. Where's my goddamn? I got so many drops now. Where's my? There's the toe guy one. I love that one. But
why would I get involved with a steel toe?
I'm not literally. I mean, I don't know if Opie knows this or not. But I'm not actually a steel toe.
That's what I call my cock.
Yeah, I'm just a guy.
The steel toe.
Yeah. April says, will Stevie be co-hosting Wednesday? No, I'm going to need you or Johnny or Corey on Wednesday.
I have therapy.
Okay, so I'm going to need April or Corey on Wednesday. Or, you know what? Oz called into the show on Wednesday night. Maybe Oz.
Why doesn't he have like a fucking remote setup? This shit's easy to do. I got a spare green screen. I can throw him if he needs it. I mean, he's a tech guy. He's got a computer, right? Like, I mean, he was the original call-in person anyway, back when weather was the issue, just.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was the first one to do that. You're right. Steel Toe out of context says, you must think that you're Wolverine with your steel infused to your toe. It's adamantium. Thank you very much. But that's, look, very technical. All right. I got to get one story in before overtime here because we got 5 minutes. I want to save the Corinne Jean-Pierre freaking out about the cocaine question until overtime, since we are doing overtime today. Let's do this one quick. Then we'll knock out that 50 with the music and everything else. Everybody can be happy today with the music and all that stuff. And then after that, we'll do the KJP story. Lemmy says it's the ones who say don't take this shit seriously are the people weird about things like show loyalty. It's wild. Do I give a shit about show? Aren't I the one who says, go listen to whatever the fuck you want? I don't give a shit. Just make sure you listen to me first.
There are certain shows where you're like, I don't want people that listen to that show listening to this one. But we're never like, how dare you listen to that? We're like, no. If that's your speed, then go ahead and stay there.
Lemmy says Opie. Oh, does he say that? See, I don't know what other people say because, again, I don't listen to them and I let them do their show and have their fun. And I go and I just do other things. Yeah, that whole, you can't, I will say this, there will be people who tell me what they listen to and I will judge them. I will go, oh God, you're a fan of mine and you like this. Like, I will get confused as to like how that jives. I don't get it, but just still let them have it. Wasabista with 666 yen says, Aaron, give me an Iron Sheik drop. Oh, absolutely. Here you go.
I'm going to fuck his ass with a back spear button.
It's a promise, not a threat. 45 away from today's goal. There you go, guys. Let's knock out the rest. Let me do this story real quick, and then we'll fire up the music. This one is from a nail salon in Atlanta. This guy tried to rob the joint. And the thing about robbing a place is that you have to instill fear in the people in the nail salon so that they'll, or whatever your target is, a bank, whatever, so they'll acquiesce to your demands. Let's see if this guy controls that level of fear. It's a nail salon. It's owned by Asians. Weird, I know, but hang with the story. So we have Asians and then one fat white lady. And let's see how they all react to this. Here he comes.
Everybody get down! Give me all your money! It's got the pockets! Give me all your money!
She looks right at these three women right off the bat. Give me all your money. Empty your pockets. And they'll just stare at him like, the fuck are you doing, asshole? Like, we're trying to get our nails done.
It would probably scare them a lot more if you would take the gun out from under the jacket.
Psst. There is no gun.
There was this gun. You had this gun.
Where's the money?
The little Asian man who runs the store won't even get off the phone to entertain this dipshit. But look at the white lady. The white lady's like, I'm just going to go ahead and leave. Now, first of all, when you rob a store, you don't let anyone leave.
Yeah, because I'm sure she won't flag down the first police officer she finds or immediately dial 911 on her phone. I love how the other three ladies like, I've had this appointment booked all week. I am not fucking moving, asshole.
Do you know how long it takes to get into this place?
Give me the money! Where's the money? Everybody give me everything!
You know you're in trouble in your robbery when you just go to everybody give me everything.
I love how she just goes, there is no money. And she has her phone out in her hand. There is no money. And she just gets out and leaves. And he takes that and he goes, all right, everybody give me everything. She's going to make a phone call right now, sir. Like it is going to happen.
She holds up the screen. 911 is literally on the dial pad and she's about to hit send. Everybody give me everything. Pretty please. With sugar on top. And cherries. And come on. Guys. Try to rob the store. Give me your fucking money and shit. Man, fuck you guys. I don't like any of y'all anyway.
Where's the money?
And in no way does this
Watch
say...
this. Watch what he does right here. He's just looking around. He just fucking leaves.
And then he goes back out to talk to that chick who immediately goes, I've got no money.
He just leaves and walks out. How embarrassing. Like, stop. Yo, give me all your money. Give me all your fucking money. All right, well, see ya. He just walks away. Now, wait a minute. Can you really arrest this guy?
It was attempted robbery. I mean, it's the stupidest one I've ever seen, and it obviously didn't work.
No.
It was an attempt.
Rextard parody account. Yeah. Give me the money. You guys aren't doing it right. You ruin everything. I hate you. God damn, guys. We're not robbing the nail salon right. All right, guys, let's fire up the music. We got $45 left to go. Let's just knock out that last 45 and call it a successful start to the week. What a great, thank you guys very much. This 4-platform thing working out kind of nice. I've got Corinne Jean-Pierre having a bit of a hissy fit about the cocaine that was left in the White House last week, and we'll get to that as soon as we're on the other side of the music. Let's fire it up. If you feel like chipping in, it's only 45 away. Handful of you'll get it done. Here we go. And we're off. $45 away from today's goal and about 5 minutes up on the clock. This one should be pretty chill unless Johnny, they decide they want to, make them sweat a little bit. $45 already inside of the on credit overtime. So you guys have really made today's goal a little less dramatic than normal. But let's see if we get there anyway. $45 away, knock out the rest of it, and it is a stellar start to the week for the Steel Toe Show. Steel Toe Out of Context says, I saw David Chandler in the audience. It could be over quickly. Hey, you never know when David Chandler is or has already contributed to this show. He's like the invisible hand that moves the scales of Steel Toe. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, and let's knock out that last $45. Who's going to start it off? Or are you going to sit here and watch me wiggle? John Jamingo over on Rumble says after that robbery technique, they're going to take his card, of course. Dub with $5 says this has to be the best porn soundtrack ever. Thanks, bud. $40 away. Dub has started it over on Rumble. Thank you, 383 Novocaine, for renewing your membership. $40 away, away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. We're also live on Twitter and Facebook. But if you'd like to contribute, those are the best ways to do it. The Optic Nerve says this hype train is going the way of that robbery. No shit, right? Might have to try this again at
Guys, you're
10:25.
doing it wrong.
Yeah. Come on. Give me everything. Pretty please. Maybe. P.A. Cheddar says that guy is going to get clowned by his homies. They'll probably fucking rob him. 40 away. Streamlabs, PayPal.
No, they won't. They know he's broke.
That's true. Links are in the chat. YouTube, Rumble. Let's do it all, guys. $40 away from today's goal. I don't understand this. Usually it's, trickle, trickle, trickle to 150, 160, and then knock it out at the end. Now you guys rush up to the finish line, and then you hold me down. Razor Tip says, surprised you're still live on YouTube. I know, we started out a little dicey this morning, but we're still here. Looks like we made it. $40 away from today's goal. We are just sitting here with Dub's $5, and that's about it. Come on, boys and girls. We got 2 minutes left in this little rally. We started out at $45. We're at 40. So on one hand, crazy start to the day. On the other hand, slow to the finish line.
Very funny show.
Wasabista says that robbery was his Jeb Bush moment. Are you kidding me? This is my Jeb Bush moment. Are you kidding? Guys, we got a bunch of good stuff coming for overtime. We're $40 away.
Please be robbed.
We're doing the overtime anyway, but looking to knock it out now. Minute and a half left to go. Need Trump says MSO could be right. MSO can only be right if it goes till 10:30 without knocking out this last $40. Everybody chip in just a little. It doesn't take much. And we are, Optic Nerve says, camping on the 1 yard line over here, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, 1 minute to go. And $40 away from the goal today. Kyle says, Steel Toe failed goal show. I know. And like Johnny and I were getting kind of cocky. We were like, well, this is like, it's pretty much done at this point. I was thinking like maybe a quick 1 minute little rally here and we'd be done. We've only got 40 seconds left. Come on, somebody jump in out of hundreds and hundreds of people. Let's jump in and knock this thing down a little bit. Oh boy, this is uncomfortable. $40 away, 30 seconds left. I don't know what more I can
his
say.
Sex life all over again.
Yeah, Union Jack says, I gave all my money to the nail salon guy. Well, there's the link in the chat if you want to help out. We got 15 seconds left here. We are going to do this again, by the way. I am going to put myself through this discomfort again at about 10:20 as we're doing the overtime on credit here. 3, 2, 1. Fuck. That is, I'll be honest with you. I thought that thing was just going to get done. I really didn't even think we'd be playing music today. But fuck me in the ass. Camo Girl with $4.99. Thank you very much. We're down to 35. you guys want to help out, that would be great. T. Jefferson says yelling at the poors isn't helpful. I'm not yelling at them. I'm making fun of myself. Yeti Flyer says, well, this is awkward. No shit. All right, guys, I'm going to have to harangue you a little bit here during overtime. Sorry. Just the way she goes. Got to make the money. 30, you're no good to us here then, Trucker says. Hey, don't say that to Trucker. Trucker's a wonderful guy. Union Jack says, we're having fun. I know you are. Okay. 35 away. Let's knock it out. Everybody hit like on Rumble. Everybody hit like on YouTube. And let's knock this shit out today. So I'm not doing this story uber distracted. Okay. All right, let's do the Corinne Jean-Pierre cocaine thing. And then I'll check in on you guys. And when I check back in, let's hit that 35. What do you say? Here we go. Corinne Jean-Pierre and the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan held a joint White House press briefing. And Johnny, there was one topic in particular that these two did not want to talk about. Any ideas?
Ukraine situation.
No, they're fine talking about Ukraine.
The Bidenomics thing not really hitting like they thought they would.
They're okay with the Bidenomics stuff.
Hunter Biden whistleblower stuff. A lot of that's coming out. We heard from a guy earlier today.
They are very upset about the cocaine issue.
Oh, like I said, Hunter Biden.
Yes, they don't want to talk about the cocaine thing because just about everybody in the world believes that Hunter Biden is the one who left the cocaine in the White House. And therefore, they're going to get more questions about whose cocaine it is, how they found it, what they're going to do about it. Because, I mean, even though we know nobody will ever be held accountable, possessing cocaine is a crime. And if you're in the White House, you have to, it's kind of like if you're a cop and you see somebody punch somebody else right in front of you, like you're duty bound to act. So if there's cocaine found in the fucking White House of all places, the American people are going to have the right to know whose was it, who brought it, what's going to happen to them, so on and so forth. Corinne Jean-Pierre would rather talk about an ingrown tooth in her pussy than talk about this cocaine thing. Here we go.
Hi.
By the way, is she getting fatter? Or is it just the hairstyle?
I mean, if anything will put on weight, the stress of this job and her being thrown into it will definitely do it.
It might be the hairstyle. I could be wrong.
I'm wondering if you have any comment about recent crime in D.C. It's raising rates. We've lost an SIV applicant from Afghanistan in the most recent killings. Really tragic. Wondering what the White House has to say about that. And then second,
I love that. So the first question is, hey, I want to talk about crime in D.C. And she's like, oh, thank Christ. Awesome. Cool. I can't wait to answer that one. But then she drops the other shoe.
and then secondly, sorry to bring up cocaine again, but
and then she's just, you fucking bitch. How dare you bring up cocaine in this house?
there was a question yesterday during the press gaggle with Andrew Bates that was, I guess, he said that he was avoiding it because of the Hatch Act. I'm just asking again, can we just say once and for all whether or not the cocaine belonged to the Biden family? So,
can we stop playing games with either other here? Can you just
Can we stop playing footsie?
Yeah. Can you just tell me? I'm asking this as politically correct as possible. Is it Hunter's blow? Any idea? Possibly. Could it possibly be Hunter's blow? You're not going to tell me, are you? I didn't think so.
A couple of things there. He mentioned the Hatch Act because the question was posed to him using Donald Trump, and so he was trying to be very mindful. Okay.
Yeah, now she goes, I'm not mentioning Donald Trump, so it's not a Hatch Act thing, because it's about like campaigning and shit like that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm trying to find out who the fucking cocaine belongs to. Go ahead, your turn.
But you're asking me a question, so I'm answering it for you. And so that's why he said the Hatch Act. So I would, have you read the transcript and read the transcript fully so you can see exactly what he was trying to say. So that's number one. So we're not avoiding the question. That is not true. We've answered.
You are avoiding the question. The question was, Did the cocaine belong to the Bidens?
Well, he wasn't avoiding the question. Fair. Now, what are you doing?
Yes, exactly. We understand he's not avoiding the question. Are you avoiding the question?
This question, litigated this question for the last 2 days exhaustively. There has been some irresponsible reporting about the family.
Yeah, right? How dare you guys take the guy who's literally filmed himself multiple times smoking crack while driving and assume that the cocaine that you found in the White House could be his when he was visiting a couple days earlier. That's some real irresponsible reporting on your guys' part.
And so I got to call that out here. And I have been very clear. I was clear 2 days ago when talking about this over and over again as I was being asked a question. As you know, and media outlets reported this, the Biden family was not here. They were not here. They were at Camp David. They were not here Friday.
Right. They weren't there when the cocaine was found. But that doesn't mean they weren't there when the cocaine was left. Follow? Savvy? I mean,
see, that's kind of why the cocaine was found. Hunter wasn't there to go, oh, I forgot my cocaine.
Right. I mean, Monday was the 3rd. Tuesday was the 4th. They were at the White House for the fireworks, but they were gone on Friday. Oh, but the cocaine was found on like Wednesday or Thursday. Again, you're not answering the question.
They were not here Saturday. They were not here Sunday. They were not even here Monday. They came back on Tuesday. So to ask that question is actually incredibly irresponsible. And
to ask the question?
I'll just leave it there.
To ask the question of whose cocaine is it is irresponsible. You found cocaine in the White House. People are going to want to know who it came from.
And again, when was the cocaine found specifically? Because she laid out this timeline of where the Bidens were and when, but she didn't explain when the cocaine was found. Just because it was found on one day doesn't mean it wasn't left before that. Like, how long did it take to get found? We don't know.
Right, exactly.
Why did the bag have the monogrammed initials of KJP?
We want to know that. That's the question. She's like, I've answered the question. No, but wait. You can't just say you did something when you did the exact opposite. I can't grill you a piece of chicken shit and then tell you I made you a Wagyu steak. Like, that's not, I can't just say, oh, that's Wagyu. And you'd be like, no, I know for a fact I'm using my eyeballs. That's chicken shit. You'd be like, why would it be chicken shit when I just told you it was Wagyu? No, I know what you told me.
No, your chicken shit.
Yeah, that's kind of that would be a KJP response, would be, excuse me, but I think if you'll investigate this matter further, you will indeed find that you, sir, are the chicken shit. And I've already addressed this. David Chandler with $49.99 says, row, row, row the boat. The goal has been hit by our charming benefactor and savior, David Chandler. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for your contributions to this.
I'll be dead now if it wasn't my David.
There you go. If it wasn't for David, I would be dead. And we thank the entire audience for being as generous as they are keeping this show on the air. Video shows them leaving the White House on Friday, says Steel Toe out of context. Yeah, I mean, that's the other lie she's telling, and this is a really desperate lie, that you keep saying that they weren't there when the cocaine could have been found. No, that's like a really lazy lie, because that's just common sense. Like, you can just look at the logs. You can look at the video. They were there on the 4th of July. You found the cocaine after the 4th of July. They were clearly in town.
Yeah, and everyone kept saying on the 4th of July video that he looked like he was coked up. I don't think he looked coked up.
I didn't think so either.
I really don't think he looked coked up in the video. But do I absolutely believe it was his? I mean, I'm pretty sure it was somebody in the government. Let's go that far at least.
Right. Yeah, I believe that too. It was somebody in the government. Whether or not it was Hunter, I don't know. And I agree with April. She says if she says they were gone, then she doesn't have to say no. That's all that was. It was a creative, artful, legal dodge. Because, Johnny, let's do a little exercise here. If something isn't yours, you can say it's not yours because they can't prove it is because it's not, so you can legally go ahead. You don't have to feel legally threatened if you say, no, Johnny, did the cocaine in the White House belong to you?
No.
No, see? There you go. It's done. But if you sit there and go, hey, KJP, why can't you just say it wasn't theirs? Why can't you just say, no, it wasn't connected to anyone in the Biden family? She'd go, oh, well, because of legal reasons. Well, the only legal reason would be someone calls you a liar. If you're not lying, you don't have to worry.
How do you prove the ownership of the Coke, though? Unless you can, like, fingerprint the container or the bag.
That's true. That's a good point.
But, I mean, who's going to
fingerprints.
do that? Good thing we have a Department of Justice that's completely neutral that would totally gather this information and persecute whoever's responsible.
No, they're too busy sending a guy with an eye patch to arrest a Jew in Cyprus. They're busy at the moment. But yeah, I mean, just the whole I can't say no thing. That should give off enough red flags. Wasabista says, silly me, I would have thought snorting booger sugar in the White House was irresponsible. Yeah, but apparently asking who it was and who it belonged to, that's the irresponsible question. Stevie J says, it's irresponsible to ask if the resident of the house owns the things in the house. Somebody says, wait, so when I was in high school and got in trouble with empty beer cans in the backseat of my truck, I could have pulled "It's not mine." I wasn't in there when you found it. It works for the president, right? Rex Dart parody account says, Your Honor, my client has an airtight alibi. When police found the body, he clearly couldn't have committed this crime. Right. I wasn't there when you found that dead body. Well, right. We didn't say you were. We think you were there when it was becoming a dead body. It's like, yeah, but when you found it, was I there? I was out of town. I was in a
Clearly, I had nothing to do with this.
When you found that body, I was on my way to a non-extradition country, so there is no way I could have been involved.
Look, the only reason we think that you might be involved is because we have your laptop with all of this evidence and footage of you being involved with dead bodies before. So it just kind of 1 + 1 = your corpse.
We have your laptop where you were filming yourself with dead bodies, and we just kind of thought that maybe that would be a dead giveaway. No? Okay.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. Lemmy says, I think Hunter Biden was acting weird because he was going through withdrawals. Probably because he lost his cocaine. Guy Sartell. Guy Sartell, he wasn't coked up. He lost his coke. Well, then he should lose his coke for a while. He should not be allowed his coke privileges. Oh, she's really bad at that job, man. Now, in
I bet
fairness,
she's going to be one of the few that doesn't get offered like an MSNBC gig or whatever. Like, she's not going to join Psaki.
I don't know. She is a black lesbian.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at the shit show she's done so far, I would be like, I don't know.
If you're a black lesbian, I think you get a little more of an out. I'm not sure. I'm not positive, but I think you do. We'll see. Only time will tell. But I keep saying she's shit at her job, and maybe that's not fair. The job she has is covering up for the fuck-ups and shenanigans in the Biden administration.
Yeah, but Psaki didn't do too bad.
But it wasn't really falling the fuck apart as bad when she was there. Like, it was still, she stayed, 6 months to a year? I mean, the worst she had to deal with was inflation. But, like, the China shit, the Ukraine shit, the cocaine in the White House, like, she wasn't there for that. She was already mouthpiecing it up on MSNBC.
And now that you say that whole thing about black lesbian getting a pass, I do recall Meghan Merkel does seem to get, like, a lot of a... So...
I really dislike her, and I usually don't give a shit about the royal family, but whenever there's something shitting on her, I kind of like it, so I will read it, and I will talk about it.
I've unfortunately fallen into that wormhole, and the fucking, I don't know if it's conspiracy theory shit, but like the rabbit hole of like she studied Princess Di to like land him and all this other stuff. If you believe it, and I don't know if I do or not, but she sounds like a complete mind effer. That just was like, oh, I'm gonna bag me a prince, and it worked.
She does. She really does seem that way. And now I saw an article that said like Prince Harry is like looking to kind of set her back on her heels a little bit and kind of put her in check a little. I can't remember the phrasing they used, but that he's ready to be done with all this bullshit because she fucked up.
Crack the whip.
Yeah, it's about time. It not the way his grandmother did. I mean, when she didn't like a woman in the royal family, she had a way of doing shit. But then again, Queen Elizabeth was a fucking go-getter. But with this one, it's about time he steps in because look at, she fucked up the Spotify deal. They had a $25 million Spotify deal because Spotify wanted Harry and Meghan to do a show together. And then Meghan goes to Harry and goes, Harry, why don't you sit it out? Because, I'm a woman of color and you don't want it to look like you're just, holding my hand while I do a show. Why don't I have other women on my podcast and we'll talk about how difficult it is being women and women of color in entertainment. He went, okay, that sounds good, my love. And then Spotify went, what the fuck is this drizzling shits? I didn't pay for this. Get the fuck out of here after 4 podcasts. They kicked her out. Then they had a Netflix deal. And they had to produce, programming for Netflix.
They did none of that.
They did not. Well, they did some, and Netflix went, this is shit. This is garbage. We can't air this. We can't put this on. Get the fuck out of here. So basically, they get walk-away money from Netflix and Spotify because they got hired to produce some shit. She dragged her feet and was the prima donna that she always is. And now, somebody has to step in and tell her to cut the bullshit.
They're literally, their public image now is that of money-grubbing grifters riding off of the fact that they're royalty. And she isn't in any way, shape, or form, or any stretch of the imagination royalty. And fun facts about the show, from what I've heard and read, she didn't even produce or didn't even do the episodes. Like, the interviews were done with aides, and then she put her voiceover on it. And it just, the whole thing sounds like the laziest cop-out to doing. All you had to, I do this shit for fun, 5 days a week, and I'm fortunate that it helps kind of help me have a living that I can, have a decent living.
Yeah.
You couldn't do this for an hour a week?
Right. That's just it. They weren't asking for the moon. They were, they were asking you to produce some podcasts every once in a while. That's it. Riz Digga says, money grubbing grifter, good description. That's what they've been doing.
Yeah.
It's just running place to place, stealing as much money as they can, and then not delivering what they promised. You got to be a good, honest e-beggar like me. That's what you got to do. By the way, thank you guys for knocking out the goal and getting us off to a great start this week. Anthony with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. We are now, I believe, $10 into tonight's goal. So thanks, guys. Appreciate that. I didn't even have any Harry and Meghan stuff for today. I mentioned them and I went, and then you got fired up. Why not? I got some Bud Light news here. We got 10 minutes left in today's show. I got some Bud Light shit. Also, somebody told me that I've had a few people now say, Aaron, you got to get to work on a fucking outro. You're right. I think this week or this weekend, bang up intro, bang up outro. Got to get that shit done. But a quick Bud Light update. Apparently, that Bud Light dropped out as America's top-selling beer a few weeks ago, right? And they were replaced by Modelo. Now, 10 days after they dropped out of the top spot, they've now officially dropped out of the top 10 best-selling beers in America. And all because they put that crisis-acting, creepy, weirdo, fucking attention whore, Mulvaney, in their advertising. Was it worth it? And, I agree with Ice Cube when he was on Rogan's show. And Ice Cube was like, I think they're doing it intentionally to ruin iconic brands and try to, bring down the American society so they can rebuild it in their image. Now, who are they? Only Ice Cube and I know the answer to that question, and neither of us are talking. Me because I know better, and him because he's learned the hard way. But it may be over for Bud Light. I don't know, Johnny. I've said this before, and it seems more possible every day. I don't think they can escape this without changing the name. Uh-oh, I kept it. I muted it. Okay, you're good now. Sorry. Terrible tech over here.
I forgot that I don't have the light here like I do in studio. The hey, shut up, cripple light.
my Crowder cripple light.
But yeah, I just think either you knew this was going to happen and you're just planning to tank the thing from the get go, like some people might theorize, or you didn't think it would go this bad, and now you're just either way you're locked into it. It's done. It's a done thing. People won't unsee that dilemma, and it didn't help that they had this problem. They kind of backed away from Dylan Mulvaney. They got backlash for that, and then they sponsored a whole bunch of like pride parades and events, and one of them actually had some not awesome shit happening. And right before the not awesome shit happens, a giant white truck pulling a fucking parade float brought to you by Bud Light. And it's just like, oh, it doesn't help now.
They don't even, they don't even try to hide their fuck up. They're like, maybe if we just say words, people forgive us, but we don't want to cancel any of our floats. They're in a weird spot now because they appeal to the craziest, wackiest parts of the LGBT community. And we all know that once they get their hooks in you, they never let go. You're their slave now. And if you don't do everything they want, they're going to boycott you. So they got to kind of keep them happy. But at the other point of this, 98% of your audience thinks this is fucking disgusting and hates you for it. So you got to try and grab them back while not getting this 2% to hate your guts and want to boycott you. And that failed because now there's gay bars all over the country that are boycotting Bud Light. So you fucked yourself both ways. So you're bi, technically. Balls Deep says, I know some people for an outro. Balls, put me in touch with those people and let me know what they need. Because I would love to get an outro for this fine show. Andre says, hey, I can finally reply. Andres, I'll be honest, I've never seen you in here before. But welcome to the Steel Toe Show. So after 2 decades, Bud Light is now officially the 14th most popular beer in America. God, you know what? You got to give Dylan Mulvaney this. They're way more popular than you ever thought they would have been. They tanked an entire iconic American beer brand.
But where has Dylan Mulvaney been this time? I feel like we haven't really seen or heard much from.
I'll tell you what. I think Dylan Mulvaney is in hiding. And my conspiracy brain tells me it's because mission accomplished. This PSYOP agent known as Dylan Mulvaney, their work is done. Your job was to upset the culture. Your job was to come in, wreck a famous brand, kind of destabilize the culture and everything else. You've done it, and now we really don't need you to do anything else.
Well, thank God that Dylan didn't get that bottom surgery, because then every decision you've made up till this point is reversible.
You can always go back, Dylan. You can always go back. Hobo Chili says, has anyone ever said I want a Bud Light? If so, I'm going to call you a liar. I have addressed this numerous times. Steel Toe Out of Context says, I thought Irrational Times was working on an outro for you. It wasn't what I was looking for. I really appreciated it, and I asked Irrational Times like 5 times for like information where I could go to pay him, and I never got anything that worked. So I'm still trying to pay Irrational Times for the work he did for us. I've never met a guy so difficult to hand money to in my life. But yeah, I would like an outro. Wouldn't mind it. I guess the intro isn't terrible. But I wouldn't mind an intro too. It takes so fucking long, you know. Busch Light Peach is selling more than Bud Light. Yeah, that's probably true. Let's get to this. We got about 5 minutes. I want to show you this clip of Joe Biden. Johnny, you tell me if China's getting a good return on their investment on the money they've given the Biden family over the years. Let's take a look.
Do you think he wants China to replace the United States as the leading power, the defining power?
Oh, yeah, I think he does. I mean, you know, I'm confident he wants to have the largest economy in the world and have the largest military capacity in the world.
Rewrite the rules of the international order?
I think so. Not all of them, but he says, he pointed out to me, he said, we weren't there when those rules were written about international airspace and so on.
This guy's fucking defending China. He's like, you know, he raised a good point to me. You know, he said, we weren't there when those rules were written, you know.
And, but I don't think he's looking for war, conflict, expansion of territory. And
He doesn't want war, conflict, or expansion of territory. Yeah, all that shit about Taiwan is just he's just joking around. He's just goofing. That's all.
Right. He doesn't want war, conflict, and expansion of territory. He'll take the expansion of territory. The war and conflict is on how much we resist. Really, the war part is all on us. If we'll just do like some of the hair I sniff, just fall asleep and pay no mind and
don't think about it. Just hand it over.
I sometimes say to my colleagues, I've spent over 180 hours talking with my NATO colleagues and European colleagues in person or on Zoom. I say to them, do you know anybody, any world leader who would trade places with Xi Jinping? Okay, I'll take their problems, you take mine. I don't know anybody who would. Because it's not that he's a bad guy or a good guy. The circumstances are enormously complicated.
The guy who is okay with putting Muslims in concentration camps and wants to annex his neighbors. Hey, Johnny, he's not a good guy or a bad guy. You know, remember when they locked everyone in their homes in Shanghai and at night you could just hear the screams of desperate people? He's not a good guy or a bad guy. He's just a guy.
Remember when the police went door to door beating family pets to death?
Yes.
Because, don't use a bullet on them. A baton will work fine. And the family just had to sit there and watch their beloved cat or dog get beaten to death because of the coronavirus. Yeah, he's not a good guy or a bad guy. Remember that time where everybody in the Chinese Communist Party sat there and watched one of the former heads of the party get slow walked out, never to be seen or heard from again, and he completely ignored the guy? We also saw every underling in the place had to wear a mask, but guy front and center apparently didn't. Yeah, he's not a good guy or a bad guy. He's just
I forgot about that. Wasn't that Hu Jintao? That they walked out of there, and he's like going to Xi Jinping, and he's like, "Can you do something?" And Xi Jinping,
he's like, Xi Jinping is like, won't look at him, just like, nope, you're out. And then that's the other fun thing. It shows the complete dichotomy of like the table of like the people in charge. They don't have to follow the rule. Every other person behind them, fucking masks, almost the same suits. Like you don't get to make any decisions. You fall in line. You're one of the pawns. But
I'll give you this. I tell you what, Joe Biden and the Biden family are a good buy. Like, they'll stay loyal if you pay them. Like, that's a good investment that China made in this guy. Because look at this.
Yeah, it's a good investment that China made in this guy, but this is another one of the things where I am not going to be able to accept Biden being president again.
Right.
Like, I can't say the country, like, and this aired on CNN.
Yep.
You're telling me the liberals on CNN went, nope, he's got a D next to his name. We're Chinese.
Let's check out the rest.
For example, the whole notion of this new ring road that's going to put around, you're going to invest in other nations. Well, it's ended up producing dead in a noose. These countries are in real trouble. But it requires us to be more responsible. The West, I've been pushing very hard to get our European colleagues to invest in infrastructure in Africa, in South America, to generate the kind of growth that they should have.
Right. We're just we need to put a noose of debt around other countries, just like China's doing. Our best answer to this is to put a noose of debt around other countries, because when we go into other countries and we fuck them over in order to maintain worldwide socio-political control, it always ends up having no blowback for us.
And again, we're saying, why aren't these other countries, why isn't the West investing more? It seems like you guys keep asking people to invest into places where you get a kickback. I don't trust the guy that took money from the Ukraine and the Chinese government going, why aren't we investing more? That's always what the Ponzi scheme guy says. Yeah. Like, hey, you put in $200, but imagine the return if you gave me $1,000.
Or $1,000.
I don't do numbers.
I said William F. Begley Jr. today, so it's fine.
Because we're the ones that caused the environmental problems. We clear-cut everything. And now we're telling, no, everybody slow up. But I guess what I'm saying is I think there are positive answers to the dilemmas that exist without worrying about whether or not China.
Did he just give the biggest polluter on earth a pass because, hey, we're the ones who clear cut the forest and we did all the. Oh, my God. Boy, I tell you, not surprising, though. Bought and paid for.
Yeah.
He's doing his
Yeah,
job.
but that's my problem is the American people didn't get a percentage of that. I feel like, I'm sorry, but we as Americans are owed reparations from the Biden family. All right?
I think so at this point. Guys, that's going to...
I mean, it's like nothing. They had the 30 million. We'll get like $1.
That's going to do it for today. Be sure to tune in to... We just plumb right out of time today. We got plenty of stuff to talk about. Be sure to tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Central, but tune in to Johnny this afternoon at 2 o'clock Central Time. Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, braggart, YouTube, and Rumble. He'll be on all the platforms. Throw Facebook and Twitter in there if you want to as well. That's Just Kidding LLC on all platforms. Check him out, 2 o'clock this afternoon. April and I will be back at 7 p.m. Central Time. Thank you guys for all your support. Johnny, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And to the rest of you, have a great rest of your day.